Hello everyone and welcome to this Agentic AI full course by Intellipaat. Right now, the world is going through one of the most important technology shifts in decades. Across global companies, AI is no longer just a support tool. According to recent industry reports, over 90% of enterprises are already experimenting with AI agents, moving beyond simple chatbots into systems that can execute real business workflows. And this is the turning point. We are shifting from AI that responds to the AI that acts, decides, and completes end-to-end tasks on its own. This is what we call as agentic AI. AI that behaves less like a tool and more like a digital workforce. And while most of the professionals are still trying to understand basic AI tools, companies are already deploying autonomous AI agents that can manage operations, coordinate systems, analyze data, and take decisions with minimal human input. This shift is also impacting traditional roles like data analyst, business analyst, operation associates, and automation support roles as AI takes over repetitive decision based tasks. While new high demand roles are emerging, such as AI engineers, agentic AI developers, automation architects, and AI system designers, and that gap is where the opportunity lies. That's exactly why Intellipaat has designed this course for you, where we will start from the basics with generative AI systems, then move into LangChain, followed by AI agents and how they operate. Next, we will explore Agentic AI design patterns, code frameworks, and building blocks. Then we will dive into embeddings, large language models, and connect everything using RAG-based agents. And finally, we will cover the MCP or Model Context Protocol, which enables structured communication between AI systems and tools. So by the end of this course, you will understand how intelligent systems are built and deployed. So without any further ado, let's get started.
Right now, most people think AI is just tools like ChatGPT answering questions. You type a prompt and the AI gives a response and that's it. But the next wave of AI is very different. Imagine an AI that doesn't just answer your questions, it plans tasks, makes decisions, and completes work on its own. Instead of being just a tool, it starts behaving more like a digital worker. And that's where the difference between generative AI and agentic AI begins. Understanding this shift is important because it could shape the future of technology, jobs, and productivity. So, in this video, we'll break down what generative AI is, what agentic AI means, the key differences between them, and why many experts believe agentic AI is the next major evolution of artificial intelligence. So, let's start with the AI most people already know, generative AI. Generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that can create new content based on patterns it has learned from massive datasets. Instead of just analyzing information, it can actually generate new outputs. These outputs can include text, images, code, audio, and video. Some of the most popular generative AI tools today include ChatGPT, Midjourney, and DALL-E. These tools can produce incredibly massive results in seconds. For example, you can ask AI, these tools can produce incredibly impressive results in seconds. For example, you can ask AI to write an email, generate marketing content, create an image, summarize a document, or even explain a complex topic. And almost instantly, the AI produces an answer. But here is one important limitation. Generative AI is prompt-based. It only works when you tell it what to do. It doesn't take initiative, it doesn't plan tasks, and it doesn't execute actions in the real world. It simply generates an output in response to a prompt. And that's where the next evolution of AI begins. If generative AI is about creating content, the next generation of AI is about something much bigger. It's about getting work done. And this brings us to agentic AI. Agentic AI refers to AI systems that can act as autonomous agents. Instead of simply responding to prompts, these systems can set goals, break complex tasks into smaller steps, make decisions, use external tools, and execute actions. In simple terms, generative AI answers questions, agentic AI solves problems. Let's look at a simple example. Imagine you tell an AI, plan a 3-day trip to Japan under $1,500. A generative AI system might respond with suggestions like places to visit, travel tips, hotel recommendations. But an agentic AI system would go much further. It could search for flights, compare hotel prices, build a complete itinerary, book reservations, and send you the final travel plan, all automatically. Instead of just suggesting ideas, the AI actually completes the task. That's the key difference. So, what really separates generative AI from agentic AI? Let's break it down in simple terms. First, interaction. Generative AI is prompt based. You ask a question and the AI gives a response. Agentic AI is goal based. You give it an objective and the system figures out how to achieve it. Second, autonomy. Generative AI has low autonomy. It depends completely on our user instructions. Agentic AI has higher autonomy. It can plan multiple steps and take actions independently. Number three, execution. Generative AI mainly produces content. Agentic AI performs actions and executes workflows. Because of this, many experts believe agentic AI represents the next major phase of artificial intelligence. Now, let's see why agentic AI is a big deal. The reason agentic AI is getting so much attention is because it moves AI from being just a tool, it becomes a digital worker. Instead of helping with one small task at a time, AI could start managing entire workflows. For example, in marketing, an AI agent research a topic, write a blog post, generate images, schedule social media posts, and analyze engagement data, all automatically. In software development, an AI agent could analyze product requirements, generate code, test the code, detect bugs, and deploy updates. This level of automation could dramatically increase productivity across industry. So are we already seeing agentic AI? The idea of agentic AI isn't just theoretical. We're already starting to see early experiments. Projects like AutoGPT, Baby AGI are examples of systems designed to operate with minimal human input. These tools use powerful language models like those behind ChatGPT but add extra layers to allow them to plan tasks, prioritize actions, and execute workflows. Right now, these systems are still experimental, but they give us a glimpse of where AI development is heading. So, what is the future of AI? The future of artificial intelligence will likely combine both approaches. Generative AI will continue to power creativity, content generation, explanation, and ideas, while agentic AI will power automation, task execution, workflow management. In other words, generative AI creates the ideas and agentic AI carries them out. So, the difference between these two types of AI can be summarized simply into generative AI creates content and agentic AI takes action. And as AI continues to evolve, we may soon see systems that don't just answer questions, but actually work alongside humans to complete complex tasks. Understanding the shift is important because it could shape the next generation of AI tools, businesses, and careers. So, if you found this explanation helpful, let me know in the comments.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an advanced certification in Agentic AI systems and design in collaboration with IIT Madras Pravartak. It will enable you to build autonomous agents, multi-agent systems, and production-grade RAG pipeline using Crew AI, AutoGen, LangGraph, and modern Python. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals successfully transition into AI driven roles. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channels, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can take your career to next level. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take your first step towards building a future in agentic AI.
We are going to be discussing agentic AI. Okay. I'm going to be talking about large language models. And finally, I will be able to talk to you guys in open. I'll be able to talk to you guys about practically in the industry, what do we use? What's the current technology trend in the market? We are also going to do a lot of hands-on. So just be prepared that we are going to be working on crazy amount of hands-on stuff. I got a question from the audience on, what agentic framework is very good for beginners, and let's say if they want to start building agents, what's like the best possible, framework that they can start with? And I was like, you know what? There are already available agents, agentic framework, on this planet. You have basically, N10, which is like a no code, low code platform. You have Loop, you have, I don't know, man, Glean, you have LangGraph, you have LangChain, you have so many different platforms that people use, and there is no end to it, right? Crew AI is one good example, right? But I personally believe that anyone who wants to work on generative AI in the future, okay, the best agentic framework that you are going to be learning, which you will use because you can create your own personalized, completely custom framework. It's by a LangGraph, okay? There are other frameworks too, but for beginners, I believe LangGraph and LangChain is the best thing to start with because number one, You can build any graph, highly customizable, and you have world's biggest library that builds AI, and that's currently used by a lot of organizations, including n right? So what we're gonna do, we'll start with our understanding on generative AI. Okay. And from then onwards, we will do a lot of hands-on exercises so that you guys feel a little bit comfortable building your own agents. You feel like, okay, I can build my own, let's say, use cases. I can build my own understanding on how do I build my agents, and pretty much we can proceed forward with that. Okay. So also we are going to build our own MCP server, meaning I will help you guys to create your own async MCP server, right? It's gonna be, of course, an MCP server that you can use as a node to node policy. You can, of course, get an idea from your own MCP servers and you can build on it. A2A is absolute nonsense. Agent to agent protocol is just so bad. So just focus on MCP. It's the fancy new things come up in the market, but they don't survive for long, right? MCP is something that I have used, I have built, and I have uh, utilized it so much that I think it's like pretty amazing, right? So we'll work on that. So guys, first of all, let's get started with our understanding on generative AI system. Okay, everybody. First of all, before we even start talking about agentic frameworks, you gotta understand one thing very carefully, and that is your foundations on generative AI has to be absolutely sorted. When I say sorted, no. See, you gotta understand one thing. If I give you a plane to fly, okay, you got to understand when and how long can you fly that plane. Meaning, please understand there are always restrictions and there are always limitation to things. Okay, no system in the world is not built without a limitation. You got to understand this first. Please understand generative AI is not a magical pill that can literally solve every problem on this planet. If that was the case, every company would have moved to generative AI, right? It's not that companies don't use generative AI, but it's not like everything is done by generative AI, right? The media tells you a nonsense that, oh, you know what, generative AI has taken jobs, generative AI has taken jobs. You got to understand that there is not 100% truth to it. You got to understand that generative AI isn't taking jobs. Okay, jobs that are so monotonous and something that can be done by the system very well, where you don't need a human being, right? Those things are taken over by your generative AI systems. You can't take over a software developing job by AI system. I know you have industry, you have multiple different types of tools like Tray, you have you know, uh, multiple other frameworks which can help you build code. But trust me, I have used all of them. They don't generate code in the way you expect them to be. They are absolutely terrible, like Cursor, right? Base 44, multiple other platforms which you think are built for like Lovable. You have Replit, you have Cursor, you have all these platforms that can build you code. I have tried them. They are not at all built for security and production grade softwares, okay? And remember, guys, in the future, there is no shame in admitting the fact that, yes, I wrote a program, I wrote a software, but 40% of my software was written with the help of AI. That's okay, because the rest 60% is where you had to utilize your immense amount of creativity and brain, okay? And the rest 40%, if an AI system helped you, it's okay, right? So remember, AI is going to help you in the future, and there is no shame in admitting it, right? I use generated code, generative AI. That makes my life easy, and I'm able to work on many projects at once. So no worries about that. It's absolutely okay. We'll worry about what's important and what's not important. Okay, the number one thing I want you guys to remember from now onwards is if anybody talks to you about generative AI, please understand that it is not a very complicated topic. It's a simple topic. If anyone asks you, what is a generative AI system? My people, I want you to answer it like this. Imagine you have this immense amount of data. this big, huge, large amount of data. Okay. And that data you pass inside an input or you pass inside as an input to a system. Okay. This system learns patterns from any unstructured input data and is able to generate an unstructured output data. What does this mean, right? You have already studied machine learning. You've already studied deep learning. You already have an idea that any machine learning system in this planet, right? If you give it some data, it will understand the pattern from it, no problem. The difference, my people, is in generative AI systems, the way we build generative AI system is we don't just pass it data, we pass it crazy amount of large data. When I say large, I am talking about billions, sometimes trillions of tokens and values that you pass inside a system, and that system through multiple huge amount of data is able to learn from it, right? But what does the generative AI system learn? Literally everything. The contextual relationship, which is your semantic relationship. It understands how to build word order. It understands token probabilities. It understands everything. It understands how to generate code. It understands how to generate an image, generate a video. Basically, anything that is your end goal, it will generate that. Okay. So generative AI systems, what I wanted you to take from this example is that they will take input in an unstructured format and they will give you output in an unstructured format. Now you must be wondering, right? Sir, what do you mean by unstructured? I have seen generative AI fairly structured. No, here is a difference. See, guys, if you don't know, let me tell you one of the reasons why generative AI industry is generating billions of dollars, believe me or not, is to get output in a structured format. Now you must be wondering, huh? Seriously? I'm like, yes, seriously. You know why? I'll tell you. See, have you ever asked any generative AI system a code? Like, suppose ask it like, I want to make a pizza, right? And this pizza, how do I cook? And it will give you this nice formatted response. See, the problem is ask the LLM the same question, but with a different LLM and observe the response. It will be different. Ask another LLM, it will be another different response, right? No matter how many LLMs you use, you want the output to be in a structure like this. I want the output to be number one. Greet me. Hello, Mr. Joseph. How are you doing? Today's time is, let's say, 6:51 a.m., 20th September, Berlin, Germany. And it would basically, you want your output to be provided in a structure that you want. Meaning, Joseph wants a different structure, Harish wants a different structure, Deepak wants a different structure specific to his or her requirement. Now, your generative AI systems are unstructured because what happens is, depending on the question, if you slightly change the question, the answer also will become different, right? So, there is no structured output towards the end, towards your LLM that will be consistent throughout. Now, what you want to do in any generative AI use case, you want to make sure that because my system is a stable system, I want to give out answers that's pretty much simple and stable. So remember, your generative AI systems, you still need to call it a system that takes unstructured input data and generates an unstructured data as an output. Now, please remember everyone, your generative AI systems are not going to generate any number for you. They are not going to generate any class label for you. They are not going to generate probabilities for you. What they do or what generative AI output is they will give you either text, they will give you image, they will give you audio, or they will give you video. Remember, any generative AI system on this planet is built in such a way that it is not going to give you any probability output. It is not going to give you any class label. It is not going to give you some regression number. No, it's either going to take input as a text and give output as a text, input as a text, give output as an image, input as a text, give output as an audio, input as a text, give output as a video. Okay. So remember, these are some of the most important thing. Okay. Your generative AI systems are always going to generate your output either in the form of a text, in an image, in an audio, or a video. There is nothing in between that generative AI systems are going to generate. If you hear somebody say that, hey, you know what, there is this new generative AI tool, it's generating probabilities, and you'll be like, no, bro, the fundamentals don't allow. Any generative AI systems will not allow any nonsense to be generated in between. Answer straight will come as a text, as an image, as an audio, as a video. Number one. Simple and sorted. Nothing to worry about. Now, generalized learning systems. If you guys want to understand how your large language models are built, okay, we'll try to get an understanding on how large language models function. Okay, everybody, see what happens is you must have wondered a lot many times that hey, how are these companies able to build these large language models that can, do so many different operations. I'm sure if you guys have heard of this new large language model by Google called Nano Banana. Have you heard of this? Google recently released this model called Nano Banana, right? It's a state-of-the-art model which is performing at amazing benchmarks, right? But you got to understand one thing. See, I'll tell you what. Every single time a new language model comes out, no, I only want you to observe one thing. What is the input? What is the output? Okay. Do you know Nano Banana takes input in a multimodal form and gives you output in a multimodal form? Meaning it can accept input as a text, as an image, as an audio, as a video. It will give you output as a text, as an image, audio, video, text, right? Now the problem is Google does not provide one large language model that can do all four. The reason is they need to make money, right? They need to, of course, make money. They have spent millions of dollars in making the model. They can't give away everything for free. So audio will be built differently. Your text will be built differently. Your image will be built differently. If you remember when ChatGPT came into picture, right? Do you remember they came up with a model called Sora, where you type in a prompt and it generates this video based model. Now, if you don't know or if you have validated it, they also allowed an audio input in the Sora in the beginning, but then that was taken away, meaning it just stayed there as 1 week's feature. They said that it doesn't work really well, and they removed it, right? Now, the reason why that happens is because, see, these large language model companies understand one thing that if they provide everything at once for free to everyone, it's not going to make money for them. Okay. So you got to understand that any large language model built has a specific goal in their mind. What goal? Example. If you look at this system in front of you, what do you see? You have this large amount of data. This data can be either text, images, audio, code, your programs, computer programs, labeled or unlabeled data. Okay. What you do, my people, is when you want to build your own large language model, there are two phases to your models. Okay. And the phases are you are going to first pass it to something called pre-training phase. Now, what do you mean by pre-training phase? The baseline model or baseline generative model, right? Here, if you look at it very carefully, here the model is usually trained on a large amount of mostly unstructured data to learn relationships and patterns. Now, everybody, any large language model that you build, right, on this planet, anybody who has built a large language model or worked on a large language model knows this, that first what happens is any large language model that you build, you first need that model, that baseline model to understand what the patterns are from the data. Okay. Once you understand the pattern from the data, your life is sorted. But actually, the game is much more different because what happens now in any large language model that you build now, you need data that is labeled. Please understand, labeling is one of the bigger challenges in any large language model. You know why? The problem is labels are actually created by humans. In reinforcement learning, okay, we call it RLHF, okay, reinforcement learning on human feedback, okay. What happens basically is this vast amount of data is converted into a multiple choice question. Okay, for example, if you guys want to take an example, okay, let's say if I give you an idea that Delhi, okay, is the capital of India. okay, is the capital of India. Suppose this is your text, okay? How large language models are built is this same text will be converted into MCQ. Dash is the capital of India. A. Mumbai, B. Delhi, C. Bangalore, D. Chennai. This is going to be one question created from the data. The second question created from the data is Dash is the capital of Dash. A. Delhi, India, 2. Delhi, Mumbai, India, 3. Sydney, New Zealand. You're getting what I'm trying to say. Your questions are converted into MCQ formats, and in MCQ formats, one label is provided by the human and other label is provided by the human. So in the initial run, what they do in any large language model, they start the labeling of the data like a multiple choice questions, like a multiple choice data. And this data, the label data, is actually put by a human being. A human labels it. Then what happens? We train a large language model and we still generate an MCQ. We again get the MCQ, this time automatically labeled by the algorithm or by a large language model, the first version of large language model. Whichever is wrong, we label it wrong. Whichever is right, we label is right. And again, we pass the large language model into training. We repeat this process so many times until and unless your large language model keeps working on the data. Now, see, guys, these MCQ and all of that stuff, you guys don't need to build this. Okay, trust me, you're not going to be building this. You're not going to be the one who's going to be spending millions of dollars. These are done by companies with immense amount of resources. Google can do this, Meta can do this, other companies can do this. I'm sure your company or any company that you will work for in the future, you're not going to spend money or even go into this process. This is only for your knowledge, okay? Only for your understanding, okay? So see guys, what happens is you always have something called as a baseline model, a model that is learning from the behavior of or the pattern from the data itself. Once the behavior is learned, you pass it to something called as the adaptation phase where the model is usually fine-tuned on data to solve specific questions, meaning because you want a large language model to give you or generate an image, you take the baseline model, again fine tune it, meaning make it into a way which can only generate a new image. If a user asks, make me a strawberry that looks like green strawberry, building or growing on top of a human head. So if you ask a question like that, you're going to have to perform some kind of fine tuning in your model that can only give you answers in a specific way. Suppose if you want to build your own chat GPT, then what you need to do, you need to take your baseline model, which is now trained on the world's data, and convert it into only questioning and answering. So you ask me a question, I will give you the answer. And then your LLM can give you question answering, code generation, image generation, and text generation. Okay, so let me explain it to you like this, everyone. If you have a child growing up around you, okay, does the child first learn to speak words like mama, papa, dada, mama, something like that, uncle, right? Once it starts speaking in a very simple word, right? Like either it'll say water, either the baby will start saying the word uncle or auntie or anything, whatever the first word comes, then the baby forms the words together and is able to talk to you, right? Like, Mama, I am hungry, I want food, right? The baby may not be able to say this correctly, but first it understands words, right? Initially, baby doesn't speak at all, right? It becomes very hard. First, the baby is completely saying gibberish, which you don't understand. Then it understands the words like water, food, it combines the words, may not be correct. The words combined are becoming paragraphs. Paragraph becomes knowledge. Knowledge becomes, then your child starts to going to school. He learns history, science, mathematics, and then he might get a PhD in the future. So, did your baby learn to do all of that in a day? No. For your child, it took years together to get this knowledge. But what if suddenly I could give your child a brain superpower where your child is able to absorb the knowledge of the world within a day and suddenly in a day it can become powerful? That is what large language models do. What large language models do is they feed so much data into the model, so much data. I'm talking about the data's capacity that will take human beings literally 2000 plus years to complete that. Did you know that ChatGPT 4 is built on top of data that would require human beings up to 2000 years to just study that material? It's that much material, right? Imagine the accuracy and efficiency of that system. See, I know all of you must be wondering that your generative AI systems must be so powerful tool, such a powerful tool. Well, believe it or not, a human being, by the time he is 12 years old or she is 12 years old, aren't human beings already smart? Does it take 2000 years worth of knowledge for humans to become smart? No, right? We humans consume less energy, take less input, and become creative and generate things much better than any large language model. Right? So you got to understand that any large language model architecture, even today, are not very effective or efficient algorithms. They take so much energy, they consume so much energy. By the way, did you guys know this? That every single time you generate an output from a generative AI system, it is not at all, cost effective, meaning it burns so much energy, right? That somewhere around the corner of the earth, there is a data center consuming many, many, many watts of energy to just give you an answer called thank you so much for joining this or XYZ, right? So it's not at all environment friendly in any way, right? If you guys don't know United States of America, see, you got to understand all of this, guys, right? Because all these are very important for your future understanding on recommending generative AI in the system. The reason is when you become data scientist of the future, you are not going to be like, oh yeah, let's use generative AI and everything. You're going to be like, no, it's going to consume so much energy. We don't have the money to pay for it. Let's just build a simple machine learning system, right? So remember, my people, it will generative AI systems are not at all cost effective, right? Because you guys don't get to see it, there is a huge pile of garbage and huge pile of, let's say, uh, immense amount of dump, right? Imagine you have this beautiful looking city, right? And there is this huge wall and there is a crazy amount of garbage mountain. Because your city looks pretty, you can't just suddenly say that, oh, you know what, everything is good to go. But the minute you go beyond the wall, you start seeing the reality, right? And the garbage pile is just mounting up. What I mean by that is, in generative AI systems, you pay money to the company gives you an answer, company gives you a large language model, but at the end of the day, it consumes a lot of energy. And where is the energy coming from? From some place. Who are they charging the tax for? The normal human being, right? The government does that. So you got to understand one thing, that over the period of time, any large language model that you're going to be building or you're going to be working on, please make sure that use case on which has to be on generative AI, meaning if you can solve that using some basic algorithm, my recommendation is go ahead with it. Don't build or don't take any generative AI system and waste your time, right? Go with a simple system that can solve a problem. Not every single time the answer for something is generative AI, right? For example, see here, the vast amount of data I passed as a text, as an image, as an audio, as a code, as an unlabeled or labeled data had to go through two different training phase to give me either question answering, code generation, image generation, or text generation. And for what? Have you seen these ads generated by your generative AI model or the images generated by generative AI model, right? They are not there yet. Like, will you agree with me, right? Give me the state of the art model that you want, right? Whichever do you want to recommend, right? The image generation, the video generation from these models are first of all not 1 minute, 2 minute, or 3 minute. They are only couple of seconds. Have you tried anybody? Have you tried Sora? Have you tried any other model where if you build any video generation model, they are just maximum, I think I have seen 10 seconds or 20 seconds. It's not even 1 minute. The generation of the videos are not even like 1 minute. They are lesser than that. Because, guys, even after so much architecture, so much money, right? Uh, we don't have a model that can generate like a longer, high dimensional videos or images still at a level that we want or expect, which I believe will be solved. But the point is that it consumes so much energy that it is not effective at all. So remember, generative AI is not this magical pill that you guys think you should be using, okay? But generative AI, let's not deny it's very powerful, right? Very recently, I'll give you a small example, okay? A small example. I work on a platform, okay, in my company, which is able to analyze fraud. Okay. Suppose if you guys are going to submit a document to my company, okay, or document to my platform, and this document is either photoshopped, this document is either manipulated digitally, or this document has false numbers, right? No matter what your document is, I will catch you, right? I will figure it out what you've done. You've done some changes in the document and I'll catch it. Now remember, doc fraud is not a very easy thing. You can always be smart and skip the AI, but AI is smarter. It knows what humans do, right? Or how humans are capable of producing fraudulent documents so that the banks don't lose money and we flag a fraud activity in the very beginning, saving company millions of dollars, right? My entire platform is generative AI heavy, meaning I use lot many generative AI applications to provide fraudulent activities. And right now I am at a 98% peak accuracy, meaning out of 100 documents, 98 documents I am able to identify, I'm able to flag, meaning my false positives are so low and I'm able to perform better. My tool is able to perform better that I can catch fraud really, really well, right? So my point is, it's not that generative AI is not at all helpful. It's not at all, going to make your future well. But the most important thing that you got to understand is that you got to learn how to utilize it in which place. Okay, that becomes more important. So, in order to understand that, let's proceed forward with understanding how are we going to take generative AI and how we are going to learn it. Okay, how to take fraud in my account, how to trace it. It doesn't work like that. It's a bank to bank policy. I mean, you can fool a couple of banks very easily, but depends on what bank it is, right? Like if you use my bank, then you will not be able to because this tool is currently active, but other banks might not have it. Like smaller banks don't have it. So you can maybe, I'm not encouraging you to try this, but yeah, it's possible that other banks don't have it. Humans will be looking into it and maybe they can trace it out, right? How to trace out a person. I have been working on this tool for 1.5 years. So it would be fairly hard for me to give you an idea just in 5-10 minutes, but what we do is we basically break the documents into multiple different smaller documents, and those smaller documents are basically then gone through a small process, call it normalization, where we look at the document, we look at the chunk, we check whether something has been changed, we look at the metadata, we do many other things, and we check whether the doc is fraudulent or not. Okay. I mean, it's complicated than that, but I mean, on a short, I'm basically telling you. How yeah, we do a lot of fine tuning. So basically, we fine tuned our model on a lot of fraudulent documents from pay stub, salary slips, to bank statements, Aadhaar card, PAN card, Form 1090, Form 1099, fraudulent documents, and it is basically passed through multiple different checkers or multiple different checks to basically analyze and flag whether something is fraud or could be fraud. It's a beautiful platform. I mean, I am proud of it. It's something that has taken a lot of time, but I'm glad it is kind of making or it's helping the organization do the right thing, right? So, from where did you get this data? We never got the data. We purchased the data. We bought the data. The platform was built with the initial investment of 4.5 million. And once the money and the data was used, we were able to generate a certain amount of revenue back again. And now we cater to lot many banks other than us, right? If you have never heard of this, I'm just going to show you the platform also. It's called accelerator.ai. Okay, this is for an organization called EXL. It's a big organization. It's also one of the most amazing organizations on this planet. It's huge, right? This company is very huge. And if you have heard of EXL, it's a big organization, and they have one of the most advanced tools. It's called accelerator.ai, right? One of the integrations of the tool is with EXL, right? Got it? Okay, lovely. Now everyone listen to me. Go to something called Google AI Studio. Can you click on the right hand side? You will see something called Nano Banana. Click on it. You are going to find something called Gemini 2.5 Flash. Click on it. Now that you're here on Gemini 2.5 Flash, I want you to go to something called towards the bottom, there is something called Get API key. Click on the Get API key and here generate or create an API key for yourself. Here, type anything, whatever you want to type, write whatever you want to do, write that, add it, and create API key in existing project or create API key if you don't have an existing project. And click on create API key. Just create API key. Don't give your API key to anybody. Don't do that. Otherwise, it's like you giving your credit card details. Don't do that. Once it generates, you have API key towards the bottom. Can you see here? Towards the bottom? Okay. Why am I teaching you guys how to generate your key? Because I did not want to help you guys make your own or give you my key and then be like, okay, you know what, let's just work on it. From now onwards, you guys are going to build your own API keys. You guys are going to be building your own generative AI systems. You have no dependency with me. I have no dependency with you. We are all independent people here. We'll be building our own stuff, right? Now, why are we using something called API? For multiple reasons. And the reason is everybody, okay? I want you to know one thing. Your large language model, you can use locally also. Your large language model, you can use the API key also. Okay. What do you mean by that? Did you know that you can build your own or you can use ChatGPT completely locally? Locally meaning you can take some open source large language model and you can put it or download it in your computer, right? And you can use it like a ChatGPT system. You can also do one other thing. What you can do, you can basically take some API the way you have built like Google, and you can use that API to ask a question to that API. What is that question? That question could be things like, I want to make pizza, I want to make something, XYZ, whatever that you want to do. So, everybody, it's important to understand and analyze this, right? Large language models can be used both locally and can be used on cloud. Okay. Which one should you go ahead and buy? If I ask you as a company, would you buy a large language model? Would you use a large language model locally in your computer or in your server so that you don't have to pay for the LLM? Or would you rather purchase an API where you can use the LLM? Which one would you go with? What approach will you go with? Will you go with the API approach or having a local large language model in your server? Let me tell you one thing. At the end of the day, everything comes down to pricing, correct? No matter what you do in the world, everything comes down to pricing. Will you agree? With pricing, it also comes down to something called safety and compliance, right? So tell me this, everyone. At the end of the day, people who think that, sir, taking a large language model of my own choice, putting it on a server, I will be able to use the large language model for free. No, nothing is free. Who's gonna maintain the large language model? Who's gonna take care of the GPU cost? Who's gonna take care of the infrastructure cost? Are you not going to take care of all of this cost? There is going to be an infrastructure cost associated with it, right? But what about API? In the API, you have to literally spend nothing but maybe $0.12 for maybe 100,000 tokens. They don't charge anything from you. It is literally cheap, very, very cheap. So will API work in your favor? If you want to save money in the beginning, you want to save a lot of money, you don't want to worry about the infra, you don't want to deploy, you don't want to take all of that, you can just take API and your life is going to be sorted. That is why 80 to 90% of any generative AI use case in the planet is working on API. Now, you must be thinking, sir, what about data privacy? Every single data provider has an SLM agreement with you. You know what is an SLM agreement? SLM agreement is basically that we will not take your data remains your data. We don't have anything to do with your data. They provide you a digital certificate saying that we will not save your data. Only if you click on yes, save our data, we will save. Otherwise, we will not save the data. Meaning it is safe and secure. If your company is bonkers, and can I tell you something, guys? Believe it or not, if you go to $1 billion company, these companies are less scared of losing the data. Do you know what companies are scared of losing the data? It's the startups with the 30 people working in a in the corner of a building. These people are more worried. Oh, what if the company takes my data? A $1 billion organization is not worried, but a startup with a small scale is much more worried that what if they take my data? Now, why am I telling you this? Because I have interacted with many companies on the planet on data security, and I've asked them one thing. Do you trust a third party company on whether, would you give a data? Believe it or not, banks were the least companies that trusted any company. Banks did not want to trust either American companies, let alone Chinese companies. Nobody wanted to trust Chinese companies. Nobody on this planet was like, we will give our data to a Chinese model. No company wanted to give their data to even US based companies like OpenAI, like Anthropic, right? So basically, what is happening is if you are in a regulatory business like banking, finance, or any other industry like that, they would prefer even spending more money and having their own large language model deployed on the server. So they have absolute 100% control. But if it's any other company, say healthcare or any other market research or any other company, they would pretty much be okay with having a large language model bought with API. Now, why am I teaching you this? The reason I'm teaching you this is because in the future, you guys are also going to sit in one of the discussions with your managers where you are also going to discuss whether you need to purchase an API or whether you need to take up infra. Now, guys, in my experience, local LLM deployed on a server and API, the cost difference is 32x. What do you mean by 32x? If you are paying 1 rupee here, you spend 32 rupees here. That's the difference in pricing. Okay. In whatever projects I have built or I have worked on so far, this is the pricing difference I have received. The reason is GPU is very, very expensive, correct? I hope you guys know that in any large language model that you want to build in right now, if you want to build today, you need GPU. Without GPU, your large language model will not work. It will not work. I can tell you this with a guarantee, with 100% guarantee. You do quantization, you do distillation, whatever you want to perform, without GPU, there is no performance. I'm telling you this right now. Okay. So understand one thing. APIs become your savior there. So understand, I am not saying that companies who are crazy, who are scared of losing the data are wrong, are false. No, no, no. You're not. You're not. You are not somebody, to feel, there is nothing to feel bad about, or there is nothing to feel wrong about. Remember, the reason I'm saying this, my people, is because at the end of the day, pricing can make the company, pricing can break the company. If you are a startup thinking of creating this new platform of your own choice, and you're like, you know what, I will give my customers this, I'll give my customer that, and you have built up this dream in your mind, and you have created this hopes in your mind, and what you do basically is after all that hope creation, suddenly you get to know, oh, but the API is cheaper, but the large language model deployment is expensive. Now your entire dreams are shattered, right? Now your entire production is going to be halted because at the end of the day, pricing is never something that you considered. So remember, it's very important from today onwards that whatever agent you're going to build with me, we are not going to act like some children who are building these toy programs. No, 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 no. We are not going to perform. We are not going to proceed like that. We are going to proceed like every single one of you is a manager or you are some kind of a tech lead and you are actually monitoring the pricing also. Everyone observe when we went to Google AI Studio, right? And when we click on the Google AI Studio, please look what these guys are saying. You will get input for $30, output for $2.50. And what is the knowledge cutoff? Knowledge cutoff is on January 2025. My people, this is what you gotta ask, right? This is the information that you guys gotta have, right? First of all, let's understand what this particular information means, right? Let me copy this and let me paste it. Has anybody thought what does this particular mean? The input token and the output token thing. What is a 1 million token context window? Every large language model on this planet will have something called as a context window. What do you mean by context window, everybody? The meaning of context window is when you try to tell your large language model something, what is the maximum limit you can pass inside the large language model? What will be the maximum things that you can ask? Now that is something called 1 million token. Now you must be thinking, oh, so basically I can write 1 million token, meaning token number one, token number two, token number three. But sir, what is a token, right? I'll go to something called token calculator. Okay. Token calculator by OpenAI's platform. Everyone, look at this. Okay. If I write the sentence, I am happy and I feel very ecstatic, right? Talking about my country. And if I click on enter, how many tokens did I consume in this particular token? There are 13 tokens and how many characters? Okay. How many Google AI Studio is accommodating at once you can use? What is the context window? The context window is 1 million token. Oh, so you must be thinking that I can pass 1 million token into my input model and then everything will work. Actually, that's not true. Tokens are counted on both input and output, not just input. Okay, meaning, let me give you an idea. Let me tell you how the AI industry works and how they take your money, right? How they take your lunch money. Okay, if you take this word, no, this particular word, each word is converted into a token, my dear. Each word with a space is a token. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? The most easiest way to understand tokenization is break individual words. Individual word becomes a token. Are you clear? There are only 12 words. In this particular example, if you see that there are 12 words, you are absolutely correct. But the token count is 13. Why? The reason is the encoding of the tokens happen not directly. It happens also in something called byte pair encoding. Okay. So basically what happens now, your models, they use something called byte pair encoding. Sir, what is byte pair encoding? Suppose if I say the word ecstatic, okay, X static, it will break the word X and static into two separate words also. We don't know in this particular code which byte pair encoding which token was split into two. That's why the answer is 13. It's not always exactly the count, but nearby to the count of the tokens. Understanding what I'm trying to say? It's not always that every single time the token, but it will always be closer. Which word it is breaking, we don't know. Which tokenization principle that they have used, I don't know. But sometimes what they do, they take a bigger sentence and they break it down into X and static, into two different words. Getting what I'm trying to say? If you also want to look at examples, so see, you have token IDs and you also have tokens, right? So if you can see here, they have given you some ideas here that a helpful rule of thumb is that one token generally corresponds to 4 characters of text in a common English text. This is not always true, but this is just a thumb rule. Thumb rule matlab it is a general rule. It doesn't apply to everybody. It doesn't apply to every single text. Okay. So understand that what happens, okay? So don't have one token to show. So if you want one token, I will take the word I. See, without any space, also I is broken down into two. If I say am, also broken down into two. If I say help, is also broken down into two. So I and am and help, are they all token counts too, but character counts 5, 3, and 1? You're getting what I'm trying to say? Your character counts were different, but your token count remains the same too. You got to understand one thing, this happens because of byte pair encoding or the encoding strategy that the LLM is using. Every LLM, they have a different understanding. So if I say understand, right? Can you see that the count is 3? Because the word understand is being broken down. Getting what I'm trying to say? Your word understand broke or breaks down into multiple sub sentences, and those sentences are what we count as a token. And whatever your character count is, your up to 4 characters of text is taken as let's say one token. If you say 4, then let's say 8, and then the other two is 3. So I'm going to say 3. But it doesn't actually work like this. This is not the reality. It doesn't work always that 4 characters becomes one token. If that happens, I think it becomes very expensive. But there is a way encoding strategies work, okay? So the point is, in large language models, whatever input you give, how to make pizza, suppose, how to make pizza, okay? What is this? Can I say this is your input prompt or your input token to the large language model? The input tokens will be charged at how much dollars, everyone? 0.30, $30. Your input token counts are $30, and whatever your output you get from your large language model, that pizza can be called as this. And what is the output token cost? What is the output token cost? $2.50. Remember, any company you see in the planet, output token cost will always be larger. Your input token cost will always be lesser. Together, your input and output together generate or create something called as a context window. Because guys, if you want to have a context window of 1 million, remember your input plus output token together cannot exceed 1 million. Got it? Sir, what does this input 30 cent mean? This 30 cent doesn't mean that for one sentence I it will take 30 cent. No. Input would be very, very long. I'm assuming 100 plus 100,000 plus tokens would be 30 cents. So it is basically cheap. Your output also must be some 100,000 tokens. They have not written it in detail, but it is not going to be like per word they're going to charge 30 cents. No, 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 no. It should be up to 1 million token, 100,000 context length, right? Context window is different, context length is different. Understand? They're going to charge cheap. So basically, this model is a cheap model. It's very, very cheap. At the end of the day, this is very cheap. Kuch bhi nahi hai. This is a throwaway price. And when was the last model trained? This model has an information last of which time and which era. January 2025. Whatever happened in February 2025, does this model know? Does this model know what happened in February 2025? No. The last knowledge of the model is only January 2025. This, my people, is what we call as knowledge cutoff. And the name of the model is called Gemini 2.5 Flash. Understood? Now, everyone, listen to me very carefully. What you have taken in the class today is also Gemini 2.5 Flash. Okay. What we are going to be using is we will use either Pro model or we will use the Flash model. Okay. We will also use these two models to get our answers. We'll see how the answers are, because what happens now, every day the token count gets reset for Flash and Pro, meaning if you've used some count today, tomorrow everything will be fresh and brand new. But if we take any other model, then it doesn't have that, right? So everybody, you all created your API. Can you see something called chat completion API? Did I make you guys create an API so that in the future we are going to be using an API, but use a local LLM also? Meaning, I don't want to pay sir money to OpenAI. I want to just use a local LLM. I don't want to use any notebook LM or any local inference. I just want to download it and use it. We can also look at that. Okay, it's very, very simple. Okay. And the minute I teach context window, uh, then I might feel that I will be like, okay, I might feel that I have completed this section, right? So first of all, everybody, let me tell you a little something. Okay. First of all, what do you mean by context window? Okay. With respect to your input token and your output token in any large language model. Okay. See, first of all, I want you to understand one thing. In any large language model, will you be able to generate anything without passing some text? Can I say I will pass some text in a generative AI model, or I will not pass anything? It will automatically understand from my brain what I want. Can any generative AI model work like that? No. Okay. So, sir, what do you mean by context window? Everybody, please observe. Context window is the maximum total number, okay, total number of tokens, both input token and output token included, that the LLM or your large language model can process, okay, in a single conversation. In a single conversation, when you pass something to the large language model, how many input and output token can it handle at once? Sir, what do you mean by that? Please remember, what becomes your input token? Your input token is anything that is your prompt plus your conversations history. Your past history and your prompt together can be passed as an input token. What is the output token? Your model's response, okay? Your model's response is what we call as an output token. So let's say if the context window or the context window of a model is 128,000, okay, this is the context length. Your model's input or the prompt plus the model's generated output cannot go beyond or should not go beyond 128,000 tokens. Understanding what I'm trying to say? If it goes beyond 128,000 tokens, it will break the conversation and only take 128,000 tokens. The rest of the tokens will be ignored. So please remember, your input token and your output token together should not go beyond the context length or the context window of the model which they have provided or which is provided to you in a model. You always got to maintain the same thing. If you don't maintain, then there is a problem. Understood? That is what we call as a context window. When you ask a chat GPT model, I love India, how many context window did you give, or what is the token count that you give as an input? 3. You passed it to the LLM and the LLM gave the answer, even I love India. Even I love India. Okay, it is a beautiful country. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What is the output token generated at the end? 9. What is 3 plus 9? 12. So the total token counts that you used is 12. Understood? Not 3, not 9, but 12. You have to add them together. So your input model, you passed 3 tokens, output you generated 9, together you have used 12. Understood? You have to add 9 plus 3 and you make it 12. Understood? Whatever conversation you have passed in the bot in the history, no, for example, hi, it will respond hi. How are you doing? It will respond, how are you doing? I have a question. Whatever that user history you have, no, you can pass that. How we can control that output token? My dear, it's very easy. You can set up a limit. If any question passed by the user or any answer by the user, you can use something called maximum length. I will teach you how to do that. You can give something called max token and max length. Okay. Unlimited tokens you can never get in the world, no? Unlimited tokens nobody will give you, no? Like world may 1 million, 2 million, 30 million tokens, nobody will give you unlimited tokens in large language models, no? Okay. So let's say this is your mama, okay? Your mom. Let's say this is my mom, okay? I tell my mom about how my day went. Okay, how my day went. Mama, I woke up at 7 a.m. and I did this, and 8 a.m. I did this, and okay, and 9 a.m. I did this, and 10 a.m. I did this. If I tell her every 1 hour what did I do, will she get overloaded with the information? She'll not be able to use, she'll not be able to understand anything. Tell me, my people, at once, your mom will be able to hear only a generic advice, no? Like, Mama, overall, what did I do today? Maybe you can speak for 2 minutes, maybe you can speak for 3 minutes. If you speak for 30 minutes, she'll not be able to take it. Think of context window like that. In a large language model, what happens is when you take an LLM in single question and single answer, okay, passing a question and getting an answer, you cannot go beyond 120,000 tokens. Please tell me this 120,000 is what? Is the token limit at once. But if you want to break the question into multiple questions, you can do that. But at once, like how you could not tell your mama at once, what did you do the whole day, every hour, your mom will be able to listen, what did you do in 7 to 8. Later, after 5 minutes, she will take 8 to 9, but she can't take at once everything. At once, to your large language model, you can't pass anything beyond 120,000 token. Meaning, your input token could be 30,000 token, your output token could be 40,000 token. Are you still within the limit of 120,000 token? Are you still within the limit of this? See, 40,000 plus 30,000 is 70,000. No. Is it lesser than 120,000 token? Yes. If you ask the second time, the token count will get reset for again 120,000 token. Matlab together input and output you can't go up to 120, but you can give as many as you want because daily you have a limit of 1 million, 3 million, 4 million. There is unlimited tokens, but each conversation cannot go beyond 120,000. Understood what I'm trying to say, everybody? Did you get the logic? Input token plus output token together is my context window. So first of all, let me do this. Let me tell you this. Google, OpenAI, and multiple other kind of models. There are so many different other models like that, right? that will help you to make the whole understanding, like crazy, right? You can go beyond a certain level, right? There is a model called Magic Dev LTM 2 Mini. Check this model. It has 100 million context window. Then you have Meta's Llama 4 Scout. So basically, there is a model called Llama 4 Scout. This has a $10 million token limit. You have a Google Gemini 1.5 Pro, 3 million. Gemini 2.5 Pro, 2.5 Flash, 1 million. So there are not just one, there are millions of models like that on the planet. 100 million is the code context limit. Believe it or not, I said 40, it has 100. The world has grown, my friend. The world has grown, right? Okay, everyone. We spoke about your context window. We understood how the input tokens and output tokens together make the whole thing happen. It's an easy concept. Don't worry. It's a little hard to grasp in the beginning, but it's very easy concept. You don't have to overthink anything. It's a very simple concept, right? What an input token plus what an output token is, and then pretty much together you build a context window, and overall you have a token limit. You exceed that token limit, you have to pay more or you have to pay money. Mostly not many people exceed the token limits. It's very rare that a company or a process has exceeded a token limit because it gets refreshed, it's re-updated every single time. So all right now guys, what do we work on? What do we focus on right now, right? If the token limit is reached, then is it an option to increase the limit? Yes. If your token limit has reached and if you want to increase it, please remember it's a pay as you go system. What is pay as you go system? As you pay or as you use the systems, that much money you have to pay. So don't worry about it. Your token limits are not going to be exhausted if you don't keep a limit. Okay. See, mostly what happens now, companies keep a limit because they want to keep a track of the tokens used. Understanding what I'm trying to say? But if it's a production grade software, they remove the token limit and allow the user to ask whatever questions you want. I mean, think about it, guys. See, my application is being used by, I don't know, maximum to maximum, I guess, 800,000 clients, right? Now, are all the 800,000 clients going to ask like one entire storybook worth of content? No, right? Are they going to put so much input token that I'm going to exhaust it so soon? No, right? So the idea here is I don't consume it that much, right? So if you have GitHub Copilot, and if you want to increase the limit, you have to utilize something called pay as you go. If you set up the pay as you go, you don't have to worry about it. Let's just jump into agentic frameworks directly. Okay, let's just open up collabs. Okay, and let me open up a new notebook. Let's call this notebook Agentic underscore frameworks and basics. Okay, and underscore basics, right? Let's start it like that. Agentic frameworks and basics, right? Let's go like this. So guys, as you have understood the basics or the foundations of generative AI model, I'm just gonna kind of go through it a little bit quicker. Okay, so first of all, teaching you a very important framework called LangChain. LangChain is this amazing software library. And in this library, what I'm going to be doing, any agentic thought process that you are thinking of, right? Any agent that you want to work on, you guys are going to be building on top of LangChain and LangGraph. So I'm going to be teaching you two things right now, LangGraph and LangChain in this class. And with this, you guys will be able to create agents on, let's say, basic, like your basic agents and intermediate to advanced agents, right? Also, LangChain is one of the libraries that you guys are going to use to provide modularity in your framework. So if you can see very clearly, right, it includes prompt templates for various use cases, your memory to store LLM interactions. LangChain, my people, believe it or not, I don't know what many people, half internet is divided by saying LangChain is not a production grade software. I personally think LangChain is production ready. It is a powerful, amazing tool. Believe it or not, some of my agents are written based on LangChain and LangGraph. Okay. And they are working wonderful and they are working amazing. There is no problem. In fact, you guys will believe it or not, I have used LangChain in my content delivery platform. So basically, you must have seen my Instagram. It's been some time since I've uploaded the content. My content planner to content script maker to content checker and validator, they are all built on LangGraph, right? I have a platform that is internally built by myself where what I do is all of these actions are performed by the agents themselves. So basically, anytime I want, I have a content ready to go. I just have to record it and I'm good to go, right? And these are all the contents that are currently ranking in the social media, right? So the point is, you can build anything that you want, which is so cool, and that too without having to worrying about too much of a cost because these are literally very cheap. I don't even pay like $4 a month, not even $4, much lesser than that, right? So remember that most agentic frameworks that you find in the market, the best one to start with is LangGraph and LangChain. Now, first of all, everyone, what is LangChain and what is LangGraph? See, first of all, LangChain is a software library, also like a wrapper, designed to facilitate the creation of any application of LangChain that you want. Okay, if you want to build any agentic AI, if you want to build some kind of an integrations of your API, which I made you create, we are all going to be working on this. Okay, so all of these can be integrated using LangChain. Now, what is LangChain in a very simple terms, right? See, there are pre-built chains optimized for different use cases available. Meaning, in case if you guys want to build your not just your agents, right? Not just AI agents. Have you guys heard of a concept called RAG, which I'm going to teach you in a second, which is called Retrieval-Augmented Generation? I'm going to teach you something called RAG, CAG, PAG, SAG, and more, right? These are some models available in the market, right? First of all, everybody, any AI application that you can think of, all of these can be built using your LangChain. Now, everybody, the agentic AI that I'm going to be teaching you, I'm going to be helping you to create something called React Agent, reason plus acting agent. Agents that will reason with itself, and then based on the reasoning, it will act. Okay. We are not going to create PAL agents because nobody in the industry uses PAL agents. Okay. We do not create PAL, we use React. So I'm going to be covering something that is industry relevant. Okay. And we are going to be incorporating it into chains and we will execute something called actions. Okay. LangChain is actively developed with new features every day. It's used for fast prototyping. It is amazing. I'm going to tell you what is PAL in a second. Don't worry. There are multiple different kind of agents created in this planet, but most of them are React agents, including your N8N, Gumloop, Crew.ai. All of them, they work on React. Okay. The principle is React. Okay. Is LangChain and LangFlow same? No. Slight differences. LangChain is different, LangFlow is different. Okay. They have some minor differences. Okay. So first of all, everyone, using your large language models in applications, why are they important? Large language models have something called knowledge cutoff. Will you guys agree with me? Any large language model built on this planet, they have something called knowledge cutoff. What is knowledge cutoff? A large language model has already been trained on January 2025. If you ask a question that in March 2025, who won the World Cup? Let's say India won the World Cup. It will not know. So tell me, everybody, your large language models will struggle with the outdated information or the old information. One of the challenges also LLMs can face is with the complex math problem, they tend to generate text even when they don't know the answer. The problem is, have you ever met somebody who so confidently lies about something that you think that, okay, must be the answer is correct. But what is happening is your LLM is going through a problem of hallucination. Hallucination is basically your LLM think it's the right answer, but genuinely it is not the right answer, right? So please understand that large language models, one of the biggest challenges in the industry, even today, even if you start making your LLM application or agentic applications, it will be hallucination. So the cancer of LLMs is hallucinations. Hallucinations, if anybody solves, they are anyways going to be a multi-billion-dollar company just today. If anybody comes out and says, you know what, if I solve the problem of hallucination, I'm done. Hallucination is nothing but your LLM's thinking that if you ask the question 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, LLM says, no, 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 2 plus 2 is equal to 5. I am very, very sure about it. Meaning, first of all, it gave you a wrong answer, but it gave you a wrong answer in complete utmost confidence, saying that no, I am telling you 2 plus 2 is 5, not 2 plus 2 is 4. And if you did not know this, LLMs have this problem. whether you use Grok, whether you use Claude, whether you use GPT, depending on what kind of questions you're asking and in which condition you're asking that question, it will hallucinate, and the chances are it's possible that it will hallucinate, right? So remember, if you are using any kind of large language model and ask it a complicated question, and this mathematical question is just an example, right? Complex math problems, like if you give it a research level complex math problem, Dipanshi, what will happen? Your LLM is not going to give you an answer in a specific way. It might hallucinate, give you some wrong answer, but it will consider that to be exactly right, right? Meaning it will give you an answer saying that, no, 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 I believe it is correct, right? So remember, your large language models have this problem of hallucination. In fact, believe it or not, yesterday, I was about to ask a question to large language model. The reason is I'm going to show you an example of, I think, one of the conversation I had with the LLM, right? I asked the LLM, 10 a.m. in India is what time in Berlin at September? Because I live in Berlin, I live in Germany. Here, 10 a.m. in India will be what time? It says it will be 5:30 in Berlin. And I was like, but wait, isn't it 6:30? And then the answer is yes, you're absolutely right. I made an error in my calculation. 10 a.m. in India would be 6:30. What happened right now? Just yesterday, I asked it to convert the time in India into Berlin time, right? So that there is a daylight saving here, right? What happened? Your LLM was able to just give me an answer that no, 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 it will be 5:30. But then when I asked it, I confirmed, hey, are you sure it will be 5:30? Because there's a 3.5 hour difference. It'll be like, oh, no, 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 sorry. And then when I ask, are you sure? It'll be like, yeah, yeah, I'm sure. Let me double check. Yes, it is going to be 6:30 in the CEST, and it'll be 10 a.m. in the India. So see, including your very big or amazing model like your, how do I say this, your Claude or your Sonnet models, even they sometimes make mistakes in conversions of just as simple as just writing what time will it be in India when it's a time in Berlin, or what time will it be in Berlin, what time will it be in India. That conversion takes a little bit of time, right? This is how hallucinations happen in large language model. And this was just a simple example. Like this, imagine if you are working on a complicated example. For example, imagine if you have a bank statement, okay, of a user, right? Suppose this is the bank statement. And I ask the user or the large language model, for example, I ask the large language model this question. From this bank statement, okay, customer has spent money on which account the most, right? What money or where did the customer spend the maximum money on? Now, as per your knowledge, right? If you can see this particular bank statement example, I see somewhere around 7,500 being the maximum. Okay, here. Will my large language model always say 7,567 on deposit? No, it might say 5,984. You're getting what I'm trying to say. The answer is something else. LLM is saying something else. What your LLM is going through is what we call as hallucination, meaning it is so confident in its answer, we believe it is right, but actually it is wrong. So see, just because using an LLM is not going to solve a problem. So remember, LLMs also face the problem of something called hallucinations, right? Now, what is retrieval augmented generation, guys? The reason why we have RAG applications is because, my people, I'm going to ask you a simple question. If you are able to understand what I'm saying, everything will make sense. If you ask a large language model a question, LLM a question like, hey, who won the World Cup in February 2025? But the LLM was trained in January 2025. Will the LLM answer who was the World Cup winner in 2025? No, because the LLM will not answer in 2025. Will you go to internet search? Will you look at the internet to get the answer? Yes, everybody would be like, yeah, I would go to internet. But what if you are building a platform where internet is not the option, but you have to look within the company or internal to the company? For example, if you ask a question, is Robin still the VP of the sales in my company? So tell me, everybody, rather than going on internet, will my large language model know who is Robin? In my company, let's say Piramal Finance, who is Robin? Can anybody say who's Robin? Or if you ask a question, hey, is Rudra Sharma still the associate vice president for the fraud department? It will not know, right? So tell me, will the LLM have to look internal to my company's database, check and validate, and then return the response? Oh, yeah, looks like Rudra Sharma is still the AVP. He's still there in the company. He's in the company since 2022 and he's still continuing in the company. So tell me, everybody, your large language model, if I give it the capability of looking on the internet or at the internet and internal to the company, am I not building one of the best search platforms on the planet where it can literally search somewhere, give me the answer and return the answer back? My people, to get this particular application up and running, we have a concept called RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation. What is Retrieval Augmented Generation? My people, I'm going to show you the architecture of RAG. If everything goes well, we will also create a RAG in this class. So basically, a lot of hands-on we are going to do, right? So that we are able to build sort of like platforms relevantly, right? Now, how does RAG work? I'm going to show you a small, simple architecture. And if everything goes well, I think you will be able to understand it very, very carefully, okay? RAG architecture, right? This is framework. Okay, this is fine. Large language model. This is, I think, making more sense. Copy and paste. Are you all able to see this? This particular graph that is right in front of you, right? Lovely. Everybody, let's suppose if the user asks, is Rudra Sharma, okay, is Rudra Sharma still an AVP in the company or not? What will happen, my people, is you have a static database. What do you mean by static database? Can I say this is the internal HR database of the company? Who is the person? What is the person's designation? Who does the person report to? All this particular data is available in my database. Can I say it like that? What your retrieval augmented generation does, my people, is whenever a user asks me a question, it is converted into something called as embedding. Okay, a word embedding or a dense embedding. Okay, what happens are, you can ignore embedding for now. What happens is retrieval, what it will do from the database, it will do something called lookup. That this question, that is Rudra Sharma still in AVP, I will look in the database. Whatever information I will pass it to the retrieval. The question and the information together, I will pass it to the large language model, and my large language model will summarize, will make the answer much more better, neater, and then I will generate the answer that yes, Rudra Sharma, who is a 31-year-old, a candidate working in the Piramal Finance since 2023, is still an AVP in the fraud department. He joined so basically all that extra text that I generated, because in the database I had a column, I had Excel data set like this, right? I was able to convert all of that into an answer which was very visually appealing to the customer or the user. So I will generate the answer to the user and saying that yes. So whatever question I am asking, I am also getting the answer in the text, even though my database was not a text, right? So this is what your RAG does, where your RAG is able to look internal to the company's data set, is able to retrieve that information and give you the answer. But my people, this looks easy is not easy. I'm going to tell you this right now. RAG is easy, but it is not easy. Why? Can I tell you why? The reason is, the most important thing that you guys need to understand is something called guardrails. What do you mean by guardrails? There is a company in India which is one of the biggest fintech company. Did you know what happened? That when that company, when people started asking, how do I make pizza? That company's bot responded back with the saying, how do you make a pizza? Meaning they did not keep any safety at all. You can literally ask any question, it will literally respond with any answer. Should your company's bot be responsible for teaching people how to make pizza? Should your brand be giving you that answer? If you ask a question, suppose if I'm a fintech company, if I ask a question, hey, how much money do I have in the account? This is a valid question. But if some user asks how to make a pizza, shouldn't my bot's response be like, please keep your question very professional and strict. I only respond to financial queries. Isn't this how the response of the bot should be? Most of the times when we build RAG, right, most people don't understand that in RAG, you also need to implement something called guardrail. If you don't implement guardrail, you are screwed. Okay. And also, please tell me, my people, should every information be available to the user? Suppose if I am not a part of the company and if I ask what is the phone number of Rudra Sharma, should the bot just give away my phone number to anybody that they want? Should they give away my email ID to anybody what they want? No, right? So you got to understand one thing, my people. Just because you're allowing it an access to the data doesn't mean your RAG has the authority to access every data in the company. You got to be very careful and you have to strategize. Do you think your AI will take care of this for you? No. You, as a human being, have to decide the strategy to access what data, to allow what data, and to answer what. You have to implement those strategies. Otherwise, do you think your RAG application is perfect? No, it is not. And believe me or not, my people, I have seen many companies in my life experience making this mistake. Not small companies, big companies making this stupid mistake where I don't know who decided to build an application like that, where all your PII data is available, every information is available, and I don't know who built that, and it is so stupid, right? Meaning, you got to come up with the architecture of the RAG also in such a way that you have to be very careful that is it aligning with the goal or not. Until here, is everybody clear? What is the concept of RAG? What is retrieval augmented generation? First, it will retrieve, it will augment the data and generate some new answer. And that is what you call as RAG, right? Everybody, you already know that RAG connects to an external knowledge base to augment the existing knowledge. Meaning, RAG will connect to the external data, will give you some answer. Okay. My people, in this class, I will teach you how to connect your RAG or your RAG application to the internal database, but also to the internet. Meaning, have you all used something called Perplexity? Perplexity AI, you can ask any question, it will go search the internet, it will give you the response. I mean, imagine if you wanted to build your own Perplexity AI, okay, where it will go to the internet, search the answer. If the internet was not able to give the answer, it will search the internal database. If internal is also not able to answer, it will say, sorry, I could not find the information. But at least internet will have the answer or internal information will have the answer, right? So we will make our LLM consume internet's knowledge. We will make the internet's knowledge get consumed internally also. We will use Pinecone, we will use Fires, multiple other types of vector DBs to get these applications done. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to work on them and we are going to try and understand how these applications help us perform better, right? RAG is done. This is just one example of RAG. This is more complicated where I'm basically teaching you how to create your own embeddings. We don't have to learn this right now. We can just skip this and we can move forward. There is also something called re-ranker, but I think we can skip this. You don't have to worry about this. And we can directly go to something called as our agentic framework directly, which is going to be what our agents are. Finally, all the basics that I wanted you guys to be prepared on. Okay. So first of all, what are AI agents? Okay. First of all, guys, AI agents are software programs that can interact with the environment, collect the data, use the data to perform the tasks that you don't have to define, but it will do it all by itself. It will set the goals, right? Humans don't set the goals now. Even AI are able to set their own goals now. But an AI agent independently chooses the best action it needs to perform to achieve the goal. For example, consider a contact center AI agent that wants to resolve the customer query. The agent will automatically ask the customer different question, look the information internally in the document, respond back with the solution, whatever based on the customer responses are, determine whether the query can be handled by the bot or should it be passed to the human. So basically, your AI agents are not what automations are. So don't confuse your automations with AI agent. Automation is basically repeating the same thing again and again and again. But the instance or the input will be the same input. But in AI agents, you can literally give it anything, and like a human being, it will be able to handle any problem or any situation that it is built to handle. Okay. Please remember, AI agents are different than agentic AI. Okay, these two words are the most confusing words, but they are completely different words. First, we will understand agents, then we will work into agentic part. Okay, everyone, please understand this and never forget this. This is your interview ready slide, they will ask you this question and you need to give the answer exactly like this. Please tell me what are the key components of any AI agent architecture. Please remember, guys, agents in artificial intelligence may operate in different environments to accomplish unique purpose. However, all functional agents share components. What do you mean by components? Number one, architecture. Architecture is the base the agent operates from. Architecture can be a physical structure, a software program, a combination like robotic AI agents can have sensors, can have a software, but your architecture will also have an AI software agent which will work according to the text prompt. So, my people, in very simple word, what is an architecture? What does your agent do? Is it going to interact only from software to software, or does it also have to interact with the hardware? For example, I'll give you a very simple example. If I ask my AI agent, a WhatsApp bot, hey, can you schedule my appointment for 9:30 tomorrow morning? And you will be like, and my agent will be like, sure. I went to your Google Calendar. I have set up the appointment. Did I go to the Google Calendar, open the Google Calendar, click a button, select something, and then set up a meeting automatically with the variable saying that a meeting for discussing something? No. The AI agent decided to do this for me. But can I say this is software to software AI agent where I used WhatsApp to connect my Google Calendar, correct? Now, everybody, imagine you have a microcontroller or a microprocessor in your house. Okay. If you say, can you please turn off the light in my house? It will be like, okay, can I reduce the turn off, or can I say perform a specific task, and it'll perform that task for you. Or if you ask it, okay, depending on the mood of my house, can you set up a light? And then it will turn your light into a specific, RGB light so that it sets the mood in the house depending on the time or the area. My point is this: your agentic AI or any agents that you're going to build in the future, it needs to have an architecture, very simply spoken, a goal. Goal with the intentions of whether it is software or hardware. So, what did you understand, everyone? Every agent that you're gonna build is gonna have what? What will you start with? Any agent, what you're gonna start with? You're gonna start with the architecture. Without the architecture, don't even proceed forward with your agent. What is it that you want your agent to do? You need to tell it very clearly, right? You need to tell your agent what it is need to performing, or what performance does it have to do, right? Then, what is the agent function? Everyone, the agent function describes how the data collected is translated into actions. Everyone, your agents will do some actions, right? What those actions are, you need to tell the agent very clearly. Perform this, get this, do this, delete this, add this, whatever you want your agent to perform. You are going to call that as your agent's action. So whenever your agent, okay, is going to collect some data, that data is going to convert into what action, and is it supporting the objective of the agent? When designing the agent function, please remember the developer considers the type of information, the capability of my AI, the knowledge base, the feedback cycle or feedback mechanism, and other technology. Okay. Remember that agent functions are not just randomly created out of thin air. You gotta think, strategize, and then come up with the right strategy. You're just not gonna say that, oh, you know what, I'm gonna connect this with this, I'm gonna build this with this. You gotta strategize everything. And this strategy is important. If you don't do this, you're pretty much going to be screwed. Okay. Then the third thing is what we call as something called as agent program. Okay. What do you mean by agent program? Your agent program is going to be the implementation of the agent's function. Okay. It involves developing, training, and deploying the AI agents on the designated architecture where the programs aligns with the agent's business logic, technical requirement, and performance element. Meaning, your agent program is the program that's going to execute your agent. It's going to start initiating or initializing your agent. Without the agent program, there is no agent. Okay, so remember, these are the three things that I want you to keep in your mind every single time you're going to build an agent. It is a very simple theoretical concept, but without this, you building an agent becomes slightly complicated because there is a chance you might build an agent but might go wrong into it. Okay. Now remember, after you have built this, you also need to use something called determine the goal, acquire information, and implement tasks. Now, these three things, my people, are very simple to understand. I don't think I even need to go into the depth. You got to understand what goals your specific instructions have been to the agent, and based on that, has it performed or not? Do you need to acquire any information? For example, if the agent is like, no, I cannot do anything until and unless I get some more information, right? Until and unless I get the information, how am I supposed to proceed forward? So acquiring information is also important, and implementation of multiple tasks together are also implemented, because what happens is agents can connect with agents. There can be not one but multiple agents together, and these agents determine whether the task is complete or not. For example, what different types of agents exist in the market? Please remember that you have simple reflex agents, model-based reflex agents, and goal-based reflex agents, or goal-based agents, right? What do you mean by that? A simple reflex agent operates strictly on the basis of predefined rules and it's immediate data. What do you mean by immediate data? Whatever data I provide will be also strict. Whatever task I have given is also strict. It will not respond to situations beyond a given event condition or action rule. Hence, these agents are suitable for simple tasks that don't require any complicated or extensive training. For example, you can use a simple reflex agent to reset passwords by detecting specific keywords in a user's conversation. See, in your simple reflex agents, what do you understand so far? Understand the definition. What do you mean by simple reflex agents, right? When I say simple reflex agent, right? What do you see in my simple reflex agents? What am I trying to do? Am I trying to have like a very simple example, like a if then condition? For example, okay, automatic doors. If you have seen an automatic door system, right? If my motion sensor detects the movement, if motion is detected, then open door. Can you see if then relationship? Are you understanding the if then relation? If a certain trigger has been added, then perform some action. Now tell me one thing. In the if and the then, okay, what are you going to do? If a certain action has been initiated, for example, I'll give you a very simple example, okay? Have you all received a lot of WhatsApp spam nowadays? Lot of WhatsApp spam messages have come into your WhatsApp. Somebody is offering you a job on WhatsApp. Somebody is offering you, hey, I am, this guy, I want to discuss with money. Even WhatsApp is now starting to fill with spam, right? Loan, stock trading, XYZ nonsense, right? If a specific keyword shows up in your WhatsApp, then are you automatically going to mark that particular thing as spam and block from WhatsApp? Can you perform this simple agent action? You all have an access to API, of WhatsApp. WhatsApp provides you something called APIs. Your API platform has now an access to web platform called WhatsApp API. Okay, it's called Vati. Vati. It's a third party tool. What you're going to do is, if somebody sends me an email or WhatsApp or messages where if the sentences starts with a specific keyword or specific sentences, then I am automatically going to block you and tag you as a spam. Can I say, did I require any external help of LLM? No, my LLM just was able to identify whether this text was a spammy text or not, and based on that, was I able to trigger block? What was my agent's action? Action was to block, correct? Think of it like this on authentication, okay? Think of it like authentication, guys. Tell me, everybody, do you all have something called as a system firewall or pay firewall, right? Think of it like a system firewall in your laptop, right? If the IP is whitelisted, okay, no problem. Visit the link, no problem. I have no issues. But if the IP does not have a DigiCert or is not whitelisted, do you think I will just go ahead and say that, boss, not allowed? So don't you think that it's such a simple agent? It's like an automation platform, but here I'm using the power of LLM. That's the only difference. I'm using LLM to make certain decisions, but the idea is it's such a simple agent. So tell me, in the simple reflex agent, are you doing anything complicated here? So what kind of relationship does it follow? It follows something called if-then relationship. What relationship, everybody? It follows something called the if-then relationship. Okay. If the if condition is satisfied, then a certain operation is done. Now, my people, your model-based reflex agent maintains an internal state, updating it based on the action and the perception. Okay, meaning what happens when your particular model-based reflex agent is, in a very simple way, if I explain, it will have something called as an internal state. Think of internal state like your internal memory. Okay, internal memory plus current perception, whatever current input you have gotten, based on this, it will take an action. Okay. For example, tell me everyone, in your smart home security systems or in your smart home security systems, what is the internal state? Automatically, your doors, some doors might be open, some doors might be locked. Can I say some doors are open, some windows are open, some homes are locked? Okay. Do you need me to track which homes are open or which windows are open and track which windows are closed? Can I say this is my internal state? My internal information, internal memory, how many windows are open and how many windows are closed? Can I say this is my internal memory, right? What is the current input or the current perception? Somebody came to the door or somebody came at the door and that person's facial map or facial recognition is not recognized. What will the agent do? The agent, based on the door not recognizing the person, can it trigger an alarm or automatically close the windows and doors and shut them down? Are you understanding what I'm basically trying to say? Your model reflex agent, what it does is, it is more like an internal state plus current perception model where I first have internal information about my system plus new input to the model. Based on that, I will take an action. Now, the beautiful thing is you don't have to define action defensively. It will take the actions all by itself, right? It will decide which action should I take. For example, if alarm is red and good to go, and there is a motion sensor, trigger the alarm, close the doors. If it is somebody who I know, then don't trigger the alarm, don't close the door, maybe open the front door and let the person in. But maybe before opening the front door, ask somebody, should I let this person in? Maybe on an app, maybe on WhatsApp, maybe anywhere. Point is, the triggers are dependent on the situation, and that is why you build something called as a model reflex agents. Please understand, model reflex agents are very simple to build. Like simple reflex agents, they are just a little bit complicated than simple reflex agents, okay? Where you have to very clearly define what agents you need to do. The hardest kind of agents you need to build or you build is the goal-based agents. Now, my people, this is one of the bigger problems, okay? Why are bigger problems? The problem here is, in the goal-based agents, my people, the agents will do anything possible to achieve the goal. And when I say anything, I literally mean anything. It does not have any plan or set action, set. If you set it, good. If you not, that's okay. Point is, in a goal-based agent, you give it a goal, you give it the current internal state, you give it an action, and it will perform the best possible action. Meaning, for example, instead of just giving you the random answer that you expect it to give, okay, it's gonna do something called reasoning plus action. Meaning, it's gonna reason with itself, it's gonna give itself advices. No, I don't think you need to do this. Oh, I think this is a better idea. Okay, then go ahead and do this. Goal achieved. Goal-based agents are the most complicated agents that you build in the market right now. Most agents in the market that you see right now are also goal-based agents. They also connect software to software, software to hardware, hardware and software, software, hardware and software. Okay. There are multiple different kind of agentic framework that you can use. Out of them, goal-based agents are the most utilized agents that you see in the market right now. I'll give you a very simple example. Have you all been to a platform called N10 by any chance? Just to show you one simple example. Just one simple example. If I show you, right, I'll show you one simple example, right? Let me go to my instance, right? If you look at this particular workspace that I have created in N10, I'm going to show you what this does, right? So let me show you N8N agent and open this up in your image. and show you an example of a simple agent. Yeah, this is a simple agent, AI, WhatsApp. Okay, lovely. I'm going to copy this and I am going to, yeah, copy this and I'm going to paste it. Everybody observe this and paste this. Okay, everyone. Okay, this is how your NA10 will look like. Okay, if you worked on NA10, good. If not, then it's okay. Don't worry about it. See, this is where your input goes. Can you see the arrow? Are you able to see the arrow? You are going to receive some chat message. Your AI agent, okay, has interaction to an OpenAI model, some simple memory, and a tool called send a message in Slack. Okay, send message and wait for response. See what's going to happen based on some message you're going to receive. The AI agent will first go to the chat model, will ask the chat model a question that, hey, I have received this model and what do I do? The OpenAI model will then instigate the AI agent to send some messages in the Slack. Once the model is sending the message on the Slack, it will then wait and then sort of like a send and wait for the message to receive, and then it's going to perform some action. So point is, see, what the reason I wanted to show you this is because goal-based agents or any agent that you build now are built like this only. In your mind, at least you need to build it like this. First, I will do this, it'll go here, then the process will go here, it'll save the memory here, and then it'll wait until the messages respond, then it'll again go to the LLM and then give the response. Meaning, in your brain, you need to come up with the strategy of what exactly do you need to do. That strategizing becomes very important, right? All your goal-based agents that you see are based on what you say are strategizing. Now, everyone, you cannot build an AI agent without understanding or learning something called design patterns. If you don't learn design patterns, there is no building agentic AI. So for now, I'm going to teach you what the design patterns of agentic AI frameworks are and how do you use them. The first one is what we call as a reflection pattern. Everyone, it's very simple, very, very simple. When a user prompts something, okay, an output text is generated. I will reflect whether my output is correct. We call this principle as a maker checker principle. What do we call this, everyone? What do we call this principle? We call this the maker checker principle, the maker and checker. What do you mean by maker and checker? Think of it like this, guys. Your chat GPT is generating the answer. The question from the user was, how do you make the best pizza? The best vegetarian or vegetarian or vegan pizza. Okay. This was your question. Your OpenAI or your chat GPT generated the answer for making the best pizza in the world. This was created by the chat GPT, which is the maker of that pizza's answer, correct? Your GPT or your 4.0 mini model is the maker. But once you generate the answer, both the question plus the answer, are you not going to pass it to another large language model? Let's say Claude, and we are going to let the Claude judge. Claude, can you please judge and tell me, did the GPT do a good job? So tell me, is this not going to check your answer? So we call this checker. So this is basically the maker checker principle. One LLM will generate the answer, other LLM will judge the answer. So tell me, everybody, you can use the same LLM only, or you can use other LLM. But what is happening in the reflection? You prompt or the user prompts, I generate something, I reflect on it, and the reflected text is back again passed into the model. I will keep repeating this unless and until I get satisfactory result. Once I get satisfactory result, what do? I give the response to the user. Understanding what I'm trying to say? The biggest problem in the reflection pattern, infinite loop. How do you break out of this loop? Have you ever thought, isn't it possible that you can give it some condition that it will never reach? And because it will never reach, your agent is now stuck in the infinite loop. Yes or no? This happens with your while loop. This happens with your recursion. This happens with your memoization, right? In data structures and algorithms. So what do? In your recursion, do you write something called as a base case? Do you write something called as base case, right? Remember, guys, in your reflection pattern, let me ask you guys a question. Whenever you hit an API once, does it not sometimes return an error saying that 500 error, server exchange error? That is because too many people are using the API. So do you just hit the API once and be done with it, or do you do maximum try? You first hit the API once, it returns the status quo 500. Then you wait for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 minute, and you hit the API again. And then it returns the response status 200. Okay. Meaning Do you not let the API try itself maybe 10 times, 15 times before finally saying, sorry, API not working? Yes or no? In your reflection pattern, can you tell the reflection pattern that, look, I'm going to give you maximum 20 retries. Within 20 retry, you have to try your best to give me the answer. Can I do it like that? Rather than letting it go through infinite loop and wasting the time of the customer and yourself and wasting money, because everyone listen to me carefully. Every single time your LLM is being called, are you not paying the money? Are you not spending that 30 cent for the input and $2.50 for the output? So tell me, do you want the user to get unlimited access to your money's bank account? If you have so much money, please, I'll give you the money, transfer it to my account. I will at least buy a coffee for myself, right? What am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is no organization should just work on reflection pattern without having to have a break condition, right? If you don't have a break condition, pretty much it's going to be have a problem, right? So understand based on your goal in the reflection pattern, how many iteration can you allow? Okay. How can we justify the best output? If the iterations are lesser and it gave you the answer within the, let's say, if you said my output is maximum 5, okay, and inside this 5 output, it generated the answer in 3, you can say the answer is correct. But tell me one thing, do you have to perform something called validation and evaluation of your model? What you need to do, my dear, is even before you build a reflection pattern, you need to test it out. Do I call it as a dry run? In software engineering, we call this as a dry run. I'm sure you know what dry run is, right? Rather than letting the agent just directly answer, we take multiple test cases and try run on our model and see if the responses are correct. If the responses are full of hallucination, then we don't give it to the customer. If it is not, we just pass it to the customer. If the model hallucinate with ChatGPT, your Claude will fix it. If Claude hallucinate, ChatGPT will fix it. This is why the maker checker principle is important. You're getting what I'm trying to say? Both hallucinating at the same time is not impossible, but very rare, no? Both your large language model will hallucinate for the same question at the same time is very hard. So that is why, to avoid hallucination, we provide maker checker. Why do you think we are having something called reflection pattern? It reflects on its own answer. Dry run. What is dry run? Dry run is basically taking test cases, like 50 test cases that you can think of, passing it into your large language model and manually validating the answer. हाँ, this is सही, this is सही, this is सही, ये गलत कर दिया. This is right, this is right. So wherever it went wrong, you write the prompt again, tune it once again, and then finally get the answer. Getting what I'm trying to say? Dry run is basically you testing it like a test drive of your own car, own model that you have prepared in as many cases as you can, so that you can check whether the model's performance is good or not. Understood, everybody? Did you get the logic until here, until the reflection pattern? But if you are using ChatGPT in both places, chances are yes, there is a good chance it will hallucinate. That is why in Maker Checker, you don't take two LLMs of the same category in the same. You take two different LLMs. That's why you take two different LLMs. That's the use. That's the reason why in the Maker Checker we use or we try different perspectives of things. So in LLMs, you can monitor multiple other things. In my PPT, if you scroll down, scroll further down, 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 down. I have also taught you how to do something called fine tuning, LoRa, QLoRa, quantization, and everything, which of course I'm not going to teach now. But if I scroll down, okay, I think somewhere deep down I have also taught you how to monitor this or metric it, right? So for example, can you see contextual accuracy, compliance assurance, adaptability, harm prevention, risk mitigation, right? These are some of the guardrail principles. So you can also monitor and calculate some of the ethical constraints in your model. So don't worry, you will be able to do that. I'll teach you how to do that. Okay. Now, these topics are very important in order for all of you to understand what kind of agentic frameworks exist, how can you build your agents, what are the basics of these agents, right? Now, it's very critical for all of you to question everything with first principle. When I say first principle, basically think of any use case in your head, right? The best way I have realized that I can learn or you implement agentic AI is think of a use case in your head and ask yourself what is possible and what is not possible, right? To what level of control can my agents have or possess, and what kind of control my agents cannot have? Okay, meaning what are possibilities and what is an impossibility? Like, okay, I think with today's technology, with agentic frameworks, this is not possible and this is possible. So the more you think about it, the better idea you get on what's possible, what's not possible. Okay, it gives you a very fair, good idea. Okay, I think I can say it like this, right? See, whenever you work with agents or whenever you're working with, let's say, agentic frameworks, right? The core difference that you got to understand between AI agents and agentic AI is actually much more than that. So let me give you an understanding, okay? Precisely if I tell you, okay, agentic AI is more like the capability. Think of it like this: the ability of an, okay, let me write it down, right? So that all of you can understand. Think of it like this. If you basically tell me that, okay, sir, if you can give us an idea about what do you mean by an agentic AI, right? Agentic AI. Oh, by the way, I am not the only one. The entire machine learning and AI fraternity is confused about who do you call agentic AI and who do you call AI agents. There are literally research papers written on this where people have fought with each other. So what I'm trying to tell you is one of the understanding that I have realized after maybe writing three research papers, four white papers, right, on this particular topic. So first of all, see, agentic AI basically tells you one thing, okay? It is your AI system, okay? Any AI system that you build. Now, when I say any, I mean by the grace of God, any. When I say any, please remember it has a double star on it. And when I say any, matlab kuch bhi, anything. Any AI system that can act complete autonomy or that can act in complete autonomy for only one and one goal. Okay, whatever goal you have given it, if it wants to act in complete autonomy, that particular thing is going to be your agentic AI. Okay, your pure agentic AI. Okay, your agentic AI is always goal driven. Okay. It is not process driven. It is always and always goal driven. Whatever goal you give it, autonomy means humans need to not involve themselves at all inside this. It means once you write an agentic AI, you are not even going to look at its behavior or modification on anything. It wants to work in complete autonomy. It wants to take decision in autonomy. When I say decision, what it wants to do, how it wants to do, everything is its own behavior and modification. Okay. It will not want you to involve or anybody else to involve in its decision process. That's what we call complete autonomy. Okay. The difference in agentic AI and AI agents, right, is this, right? Okay. Now, what are AI agents? See, agentic AI is your understanding, right? It's like your intelligence part of it. Now, what are AI agents, right? The actual systems or the systems that can help you implement agentic AI, okay? It's the real thing. It's your implementation, right? The actual implementation are what you call as AI agents. I want you to think of it like this. Agentic AI and AI agents are not separate, but a part of the same page where agentic AI is more like an idea, more like an understanding, but its implementation closest to the reality is what your AI agents are. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say? Don't look at agentic AI and AI agents as a separate, completely two different unknown variables. No, 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 no. Not like that. Agentic AI is the initial idea, the hope, the expectation that what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. But what do you able to achieve in reality is only 80% of what you're actually thought of or what you dreamt of. Now that implementation is your AI agents. Understanding what I'm trying to say? Your implementation principles that you were able to implement in reality is what you call as your AI agents. the one that you are practically able to implement. Now, nobody can give 100% autonomy to AI agents. Can anybody do that? Do you all feel comfortable to give a certain, let's say, do you feel comfortable of giving any AI agents the access to your UPI account? Plan and execute. Think of it like this, right? Planning, executing. Think of it like this. Then in the planning stage, the reason we call it agentic is because in the planning stage, you can literally think of anything and it'll work out for you. You can think of doing this, you can think of doing this, you can think of doing this. But by the time you come to building AI agents, do you not face a lot of problems like governance problem, information security problem, multiple other problems that doesn't make your AI agents implement as perfect as your plan goes? It will not. Understanding what I'm trying to say. Understand one thing that in real life, when you work in agents or when you work with any AI systems, right? So, first of all, everyone, let me be very frank with you and let me tell you what I have experienced so far. And I have dealt with a lot of budgeting issues because of this, okay? Agents are one of the most over abused word in the industry. When I say over abused, you will literally see every company talk about agents like it's a dolo, right? Like, oh yeah, we also work with agents. Oh, we also work with agents. Oh, we also work with agents. And in the very simple aim, what they're doing is a simple program, right? My point is, you don't need agents every single time to solve a problem. Agents are not at all required. The world has survived without agents for a long period of time. It can still continue to do so. Only and only ask agents or build agents if you know you have a requirement. So please understand that this is the reality of the industry. And the reason I'm saying this is because you got to understand that not every single place you need an agent. You need an agent when you have a very specific goal in your mind and you want to achieve that goal in complete autonomy, right? When I say autonomy, you want that agent to perform that task, right? Which can be better than a human being in some cases. And you want that goal to be just done. I just want to complete that goal, right? And one of the other intention you have to understand is that you have to complete the goal in a specific time frame. It's not like I give you 1 year to complete the goal. I know you will complete the goal. I know AI will complete the goal, but it makes sense to complete the goal or to run an operation in a specific time frame. I cannot make my user, my customer, or whatever application you have built wait for 1 year for the agent to complete the task. Okay. So remember, there is of course goal orientation here, but also you have to remember that the process needs to run very, very quickly. I mean, how would you feel if I give you an application that takes 1 hour to load? Would you use it? Would anybody feel comfortable, or have we all lost patience in our life? Nobody has the patience to even wait for a minute, right? Do you think you're going to wait for an hour for some operations to complete? No. So understand one thing. Whenever you are building any agents, okay, any agents, understand one thing, that is it a real-time agent? Okay, or is this an agent that is gonna run in the background? Okay, like you sleep in the night and by morning it will do something for you, right? So what kind of agents are you gonna build? That is also important. Do you want your agent to start working instantly and giving you the results? Or is it an agent that runs in the background? You don't care if it takes 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, as long as it gives you an output. So this is also a valid agent building. This is also a valid agent building. On that note, everyone, if you remember, right, what's the difference between task specific and goal specific? So first of all, here is the thing, okay? When you look at task specific or a goal specific thing, goal is always your final outcome, my dear, right? Your goal could be anything, right? So think of it like this. Your goal is to become the Prime Minister of India, right? A very simple logical flow, I'm telling you. You want to become prime minister by hook or by crook because your end goal is to become prime minister. Now, how you reach there did not matter. Now, when you say task specific, right? Your goal matters to you even if it's task specific, but there are certain actions you need to take, there are certain routes you need to take. Only under such routes are you going to make your particular thing task specific. Remember, At the end of the day, without goal, you cannot have anything. Okay. At the end of the day, anything that you call goal driven. So let's say a very simple example, right? You want to make a dinner from the family, right? Let's say you have decided to make dinner for your family, right? You can choose what to cook, how to cook, what ingredients you want to buy. Okay. You can adapt if the store that you went to did not have an ingredient for you. Like, say, for example, you wanted to cook a dal, but suddenly they don't have a tur dal, they have a moong dal. So, okay, no problem, I'll adapt, right? And what is the success of your goal? Your family had your food and they said the food is good. Now, what is task specific? Let's say you say, I want to boil a water for 10 minutes. I want to add pasta. I want to add Gouda cheese and I want to stir for 3 minutes and I want to feed my family. Now, in the goal driven and the tasks driven task, what you did is in the goal, your end goal was something else. And in your task, you had a very specific set of instructions that you wanted to follow. So that would become the difference between goal specific and task specific. In terms of agentic AI, this is also one of the most important things. Do you have a specific tasks that you want your agents to perform? So I'll give you an example. In any N8N agents that you build, do you see it is goal specific or more task specific? What kind of agents do you start seeing here? These are task specific agents. You know why? Look at this. Once I do something, it needs to follow this process at the end of the day to get you an answer. Are you getting what I'm trying to say, my dear? Right? So, mostly no code platforms or low code platforms are always going to be, of course, goal driven. Everything is goal driven. But at the end of the day, it's going to be broken down into specific tasks, and those tasks are going to run. Understood, my dear? Okay. I taught you a concept called reflection pattern. I told you that once a user asks some question to your agent generates an output. That output goes back to another agent, the maker checker principle, lovely, LLM as a judge. The agent reflects and checks whether the answer is correct. It generates another text called reflected text and it keeps iterating again and again and again until and unless satisfaction is reached or maximum number of tries of reflections are reached and you come outside the loop. Observe carefully. Reflection pattern focuses on improving the agent's capability of evaluating and refining its own output. This is a self-critique loop of generating and reflecting, and it is not limited to single iteration, meaning your reflection and generation is not just limited to one loop. You can have multiple loops. System can repeat the reflection process as many times as possible, and self-reflection RAG is one of the most popular type of agentic RAG. And guys, you cannot say that there will be no hallucinations. There will be very minor hallucinations that can be handled, but remember, hallucinations do exist and it is very much possible that the maker and checker can have hallucinations. The chances are lesser, but I am not completely saying that they are not possible. It is very much possible that your maker also hallucinates, your checker also hallucinates. Understood? Hallucination is very highly reduced, but the chances are not eliminated. They are not reduced. They are not zero. They exist. Nobody in this world in today's technology is going to say that they have reduced hallucination. Because my people, the day if I come and tell the world that I have completely removed hallucination, I might build $1 billion enterprise, right? Hallucination is one of the bigger problems we need to solve. We haven't solved it. Nobody has solved it. Okay. We can reduce it. We can reduce it to a certain level, but we have not completely eliminated it. Okay, so you have got to be very, very careful, right? Hallucinations happen because LLM thinks that that output is more relevant. Okay, before transformers, pre-transformers encoder decoder model. Do you remember like we had an LSTM cell, LSTM cell 1, LSTM cell 2, LSTM cell 3. Then suppose if my input to the model is I love India. Suppose if you say I, if you say love, and if you say India, there will be a final context vector generated or a thought vector generated called CV, right, in a encoder part. Then this context vector will go to a decoder, and this decoder receives the first input called start of sequence. So I love India is translated into Hindi, mujhe, M-U-J-H-E, mujhe, and then you have another decoder here. And in this decoder, you take the sentence mujhe and you feed it to the decoder once again to generate the next output, India, I-N-D-I-A, India. And then you have another decoder here. And then you take the word India and pass it into the model here and say pasand, S-A-N-D, pasand. And then it goes on and on and on, right? Your hidden vectors are passed like this. Now, everybody, a concept called teacher forcing, where if in the decoder, if you are converting I love India, and inside the I love India, let's say mujhe India, the word should be India, but by mistake, my decoder created a word called mujhe ye, Y-E-H-Y. If your decoder output is wrong, won't every other output in the decoder after this particular sentence will be wrong? If your decoder generates a wrong answer here in the second time step, every single answer after this time step is going to be wrong because everything is dependent on that, right? Everyone, your LLM also works like that. You know why? When your large language model makes a prediction, it generates a token probability for each individual word. If one token probability goes wrong, your LLM goes in a very different direction than the right direction it should have gone. And what happens because of that? It believes the answer it is saying is correct, but actually the answer is wrong. So hallucination happens because of many technical problems that we internally have built for ourselves. Okay, the way we have built our large language models, the way our data is trained, the way two things are very similar to each other. So asking a question in a certain way routes the LLM to go in a completely different direction that the LLM should not go, but unfortunately, due to the mathematics behind it, it goes to the hallucination. Right? The one simple example I taught you at the time of training your encoder decoder, we solved this problem with teacher forcing. But unfortunately, in LLM, the transformers that we use are decoder only transformers. Okay. So decoders only transformers are used to build your large language model. Okay. Any large language model that you see, right, is not an encoder decoder model. It's a decoder only model. Okay. Because of the architectural issues and the math behind it, hallucinations are something that we cannot unfortunately avoid right now, right? You can reduce it to a certain extent, but you can't completely zero it. It's not possible. There will always be this one process, one document where you're going to go wrong. But this is the risk you need to take. Okay? So, everybody, coming back to the topic, what do you mean by something called as tool use pattern? Can anybody look at the diagram and tell me what are you understanding from this diagram? What do you mean from a tool use pattern? Can you see you have divided the responsibilities into tools? Tool A, tool B, and tool C. Can you see that you have broken down the big problem into small problems, and each problem is going to do its own individual task? Have a look at this. Have a look at this, everyone. The tool use pattern significantly broadens the LLM's capability by allowing it to interact with external tools and APIs. So first of all, everyone, what is the main use of tool use pattern? Why do we implement something called tool use pattern? Because we want the LLM to go beyond its capability and connect itself with multiple other external vendors. Now look at this. Agentic AI systems using this pattern can access databases, search the internet, execute complex functions with programming languages like Python. It's very useful to augment RAG systems with the capabilities to answer questions based on real-time searches, meaning when you ask Perplexity or when you ask your own agent, hey, let me give you an idea, okay? Let's say, guys, you have an internal database within your company and you have an external internet search. When you ask a question, can the tool A and tool B Can I instigate both the tools A and B together at the same time? Whoever brings me the answer, I will take his or her answer and I will have a final answer, either from internet search or internal search from the company. Can I not do this? Right? And when you say internal search in the company, can I not say I can go to the internal database in the company, which is a simple SQL database? I can also go internal to companies' databases like a Mongo database. I can also go internal companies' documentation like PDF files. Meaning, are you not building an agent where now you're very clearly defining what kind of databases the company is looking for, how exactly it is looking at the database and it's returning the answer? Right? So understand one thing, guys, your tool use pattern is one of the most significantly used patterns, and this is something that is very, very useful. And you guys are going to be using this while you're going to be working your agentic frameworks or whatever agents you're going to be building in the future. This is one of the other examples of using it. Okay. I think hallucinations can also happen due to lack of context. Think about prompt. What do you know about API can be answered as application programming interface? Yes, 100%. I mean, so I'm going to ask you guys a question, right? One of the reasons why hallucination happens is also because if you don't tell clear goals, why would it give you clear answers, right? Like if your question itself isn't clear, then the answers won't be clear. So your answers will also be a little messed up by the time you start questioning the whole thing. Okay, so it's like dependent on multiple thing at once. Okay. Now, everyone, have a look at this. What usually happens is in the tool use patterns, we don't keep it sequential in nature. Like, for example, after one operation, you have a second operation, and only once these two operations are done will the third operation be done. Usually, they are completely independent of each other. But if you want to build something like that, you can, where tool A and tool B. Mostly what happens, tool use patterns are only used to fetch some answers. Okay. And aggregation of the answer happens, Shivam, at the LLM phase. Here, each tool has its internal LLM and aggregation happens in the tool stage only. Okay. Which tool is suitable LLM to find and call? For example, okay. Basic question is what is tool exactly? Okay. If LLM supports concurrent request, you can do multiple processing. Okay. What is a tool? So first of all, everyone, let me give you an idea. Okay. Have you ever heard of a tool called Tably, right? Tably is a tool that will connect your LLM, your large language model, to the internet. Okay. If you want to go to the internet and test something, have you all heard of Perplexity? Have you all heard of Perplexity, right? Perplexity API, right? Lovely. Now, everyone, listen to me. I'm going to ask you a simple question. Tell me if this makes sense to you or not. Okay. Just a very simple question. Okay. Can I use Tably as a tool to connect to the internet? This is going to be my tool number one. I will ask a query to the customer. Sorry, a query is asked by the customer where I'm going to do internet search. Lovely. You remember in Python, we have something called PySQL or your SQL queries that you write that will connect to your internal database. I ask it question, it returns answer. Now tell me, what do you mean by tools here? Most basic question. What do you mean by tools? Any tool, any platform that can help you perform cross-functional operations can be called as a tool, no? Agree, disagree? I'll give you one more example. Let's say you have an Excel file. Let's say you have an Excel file, okay? XLXS Excel file. My people, can you tell me in Python what have I taught you that can read Excel and can also write Excel, edit Excel? What have you learned? Pandas. Can pandas not help you read Excel? Let's say locally you have some file called Excel or you have something called CSV. Can I not use pandas to then perform a task of reading, editing, and then once the answer comes up, use an LLM to summarize the answer and pass it to the customer? So tell me, what do you mean by tools here? Can tools be specific to only AI? No. Tools are anything that can help you perform a certain task, a gateway of sorts, a connector of sorts, anything that can connect from one position to other position, one application to other application, like APIs, like SDKs, like these specific tools. These are all your tools. Understanding what I'm trying to say? There is no high definition of everything. It's a simple concept. Anything that lets you connect to anything else with a simple framework is what a tool is. Got the concept? Okay. This is something that you guys are going to face in your practical aspect also. See why this question is important. Okay, everybody. Now, this is where you're going to get the answer. Imagine I ask you a simple AI agent, or I ask you to build a simple AI agent. Okay. Let's say you have written multiple different tools, right? Multiple different flow works for your agent. Okay. Let's suppose there is a two tool. Let's say tool number one and tool number two. Example. I asked a question like, who is the president of the company? Tool one responded back by saying that the president of the company is, let's say, Rudra, example. And tool number two says, president of the company is, let's say, Tony, example, right? Now, who do you believe, right? Who do you go ahead and believe? Who do you say is tool one correct or tool two correct, right? Understand one thing, guys. This is something that you might encounter in the future, okay? You would like to know single reply. Whose aggregation or answers from the tool do you work? So, first of all, you got to understand one thing. Every single time, validating everything is not possible. Please think of it from a very practical perspective. Do you think for every single response are you going to compare against a ground truth or validate? Do you think you have the time? Your agent is running on millions of queries. Your agent is performing hundreds of tasks a day. Do you think you can always come back, check whether something is validated, check whether something is not? No, right? Okay. So what happens is any company will give precedence to the internal information more than the external information. Can I say like that? Whatever is available in the internal information of the company is given more priority than the external information. So meaning in case if two tools are returning preceding answers or contradicting answers, one tool can take precedence over the other tool with the importance of these tools. So internal information is more important to me than external knowledge and information. What if the company changed the president midnight yesterday, but the internet does not even know that the president has been changed? So who would you prefer? Would you prefer the internal company documents or would you prefer external resources? So understand one thing, guys. If you build something in the future where two different tools are giving you two different answers and you have this each tool its own LLM to aggregate the answer, please understand you first of all take the precedence of internal knowledge over external knowledge, and each tool has its own LLM for the aggregation of the answers. Precedence and aggregation, they are both gonna be taken at the once. They are all, each individual tool has its own individual aggregator or your LLM. Okay. How about when both are returning info from open depending upon the training? So that is something that you don't rely on. Please understand that you need to rely on the information also. If both the sources are returning from, say, external sources and they are both giving wrong answers, then pretty much you need to build one more agent called as a judge agent, and that judge agent is going to finally give you the answer which source makes sense. Here internal means company site, internal company's database, internal database of the company, internal documents of the company, internal structure of the company, internal. That's what I mean by internal. Okay. So everybody, we understood the concept of tool use patterns. What's the next pattern? Everyone observe carefully. Please look at this. What is the pattern? The name of the design pattern is called as a planning pattern. What do we call it, everybody? Now you are entering the zone of complicated and complex agentic frameworks, right? So first of all, listen to this. What do you mean by planning pattern? Guys, a customer or a user prompts something. I break the prompt into plans or plans. The plan is gonna generate the task. The task is gonna execute an agent. The agent will return a task. If the task is good or bad, based on that, you replan and generate again. Keep repeating the cycle until you find satisfactory result and give the response. Now the difference between reflection pattern, okay, observe this, versus your planning pattern, what do you find the main difference? Okay, so everybody have a look at this understanding. In the planning pattern, You enable a large language model to break down large, complicated tasks into smaller, more manageable tasks. My people, do you think many people in life take this approach? When they are given a complicated task, something complex to do, they break the complex task into smaller manageable tasks and they do these tasks one after another, right? My people, planning equips an agents with the ability to react to requests and strategically structure the steps before execution. Is it also logically making sense that what my planning pattern is doing is it is taking a complicated task, breaking the task into smaller tasks, and these smaller tasks I also plan that what will I do first, what will I do next, what will I do next. So can I say in planning pattern I create a roadmap of subtasks determining the most efficient path of completion. Prioritize, implement, prioritize, implement, prioritize, implement. Understood, everybody? Now, all of you, this is the most important thing that you need to learn in this class. One of the most important kind of most utilized patterns is something called React pattern. What do you mean by react? Reason and act. First, do reasoning with the prompt. First, perform reasoning, and then once the reasoning is done, perform acting. The other one is called Revu, which is reasoning with open ontology. We don't utilize Revu because Revus unfortunately goes through a lot of problem. Preferably, people prefer something called React. What do you mean by that? We extend this approach by integrating decision making and contextual reasoning into the planning process. Sir, what do you mean by integrating decision making and contextual reasoning? Everyone, if I ask you a question, for example, all of you, if I ask you a question, okay, guys, I saw a car that could fly, okay? Now, the minute I say the word I could see or I saw a car that could fly, what is going on in your head? Are you not reasoning with your own head? Car, which is something that you drive on the road, cannot fly. Hence, whatever this guy is saying is not true. Did you perform reasoning in your head? You're getting what I'm trying to say? Did you think logical steps one by yourself to come up with an answer? You performed reasoning with yourself, right? My people, every single time you build any large language model, okay, sorry, or you use any agentic framework like planning pattern, what you do know, you implement something called reasoning and acting. I'm going to show you how to build a very simple React agent. You guys are going to love it. You guys are going to be like, okay, wow, this is amazing. But remember, that's the most important thing. Okay. Now, one of the most simple understanding is this. What is ontology? See, first of all, the thing is, let me explain something to you. Okay. There is a design pattern called Revu also. Okay. My people, what happens is ontology, okay, is the concept of process by process. Okay. When I say process by process, basically what happens in ontology is the core concept is very simple. Okay. Like if you get an understanding, I think it becomes very simple. See what happens now. It is a relationship between certain tasks. Think of ontology like that. First, what happened? Second, what happened? Third, what happened? Think of it like relationship and rules, right? Ontology is a map of all these, right? Ontology basically means, was I able to map? Think of it like chronology, but with respect to the relationship between each other. For example, if you ask agent, can you tell me what are the let's say AI trends in the future? So what will you do? First, what will the agent do? Number one, it will say, okay, I am planning to search for the AI trends in the future. What will be the next step? It will execute, meaning it will go to the internet, search about AI trends. And what will it do? It will observe. It will get an output. It will say, got 10 articles about AI trend. Then what will it do? Now search for specific trends. Then it will return the answer, meaning it will continue repeating its own internal ontology, its own internal relationship, and it will give you an answer in a specific way. Understood what I'm trying to say? That relationship mapping is what we call ontology. That relationship chain is what we call ontology. Okay? Everyone have a look at this once again. Break the whole thing, break the whole thing, understand, plan it, generate the task, and perform. Okay? So, first of all, let me explain. In any agent you're gonna build, my people, please remember you first need to understand the word plan, execute, and observe. Plan, execute, and observe. Everybody, if your plan, suppose, is if I give you a question, search for AI trend, is plan or the planning stage that my agent is currently in, isn't this directly the question my consumer gave me? Whenever a customer or a user asks a question or a query, what do you do with that? Do we take that question, put it in the planning stage? My planner is gonna plan that now. Now, everybody, once we plan, what do you mean by execute? Execute is nothing but taking an action, no? To take some kind of an action is yes or no. What do you mean by action? Action can be search on internet. So web search. What will you do the web search? Whatever your plan is, you're gonna take that and you're gonna search the internet. You're gonna execute the operation. Now, my people, whatever result you get from the web search, isn't that becomes a part of your observation? 10 URL received from the internet. Can I say this is your observation? Now, everyone, wasn't this task number one that my model performed? The iteration number one that my model performed? Agree, disagree? Now tell me, will the agent not perform the second operation? Copy paste. Now that I have received, what has the model received, everybody, so far? My model has received something called as the 10 URL from the last resource, correct? Now, everybody, because the user is like, find me an AI trend. What will you plan? You will plan something like this, finding specific trend in the internet. Are you then again going to search on web for a specific trend, right? Now, everyone, let me know one thing. Once you have done task number one and tasks number two and received 10 URL here and 10 URL here, are you not going to then let that URL pass through an LLM and let the LLM decide what should be the final answer? Correct? You have received multiple different URL, multiple different links from the internet for search for AI trend. Here you got the observation. Here also you got the observation. Re-rankers are slightly different in use case of rags, but sort of like, so they are called auto encoders. Naruto auto encoders are slow in process and they take a little bit of time to re-rank and give you the output. So re-ranking is not applicable here. It's more like task by task breaking, and whatever task results you have, you finally pass them to your LLM, and then one answer is finally generated in the LLM. Okay, how LLM decided which URL to give as output? It takes all the URL as output, all, not one, not two, not three, did not select anything. Please hear me out. Listen to me very carefully. It takes the entire dump of the data, passes to the LLM, and the LLM decides which one is gonna be important. You can think of this like a research project. You can think of it like whatever project you want to build, anything you want to build, right? You got to understand that you are generating the data from something, from some place, and that data is dumped to the LLM, and the LLM is able to generate an answer. Understood what I'm basically trying to say, everyone? Please remember, every agent is going to perform three things: plan, execute, observe. Plan, execute, observe. Plan, execute, observe. Plan, execute, and observe. Are you clear, everyone? So, planning, execute, and observe is not a program. It's not, it's a prompt technique plus program together combined will give you plan, execute, and observe. This is more of a prompt you give to the model to force it to first plan, then execute and observe. So I don't write a program for planning separately, execute separately, and observe separately. They are done automatically. It's a prompt that you give to the user, or sorry, the agent, so that it breaks the problem into planning and execute and observe. Now, all of you, in your internet or in your Google Colab file, please understand one thing. Okay. So everybody, let's say the API that I asked you to create, okay? What you're gonna do, you're gonna import a library. What is that library? You are gonna import something called Google dot generative AI, gen AI dot configure. Now everybody, do you remember I made you write an API key or I made you create one API key, whatever API key you have created? Okay. Whatever API key you have created, I want you to take that API key, okay? API underscore key is equal to, and I want you to paste that API key here, okay? Whatever API key you have. So this is my API key. You can use yours. Always prefer using yours, okay? Now everyone, sir, what is this Google.generative.ai.gen AI? This is an SDK built by the company Google. What they did is because they have so many generative AI models in the market, if you want to use any of their generative AI model, you cannot use it without using something called their package called Google.generative AI. And what am I doing? Am I configuring the API, everybody? I'm configuring. So available underscore models is equal to Gen AI dot list models. Okay. So basically what happens is if I write down something called list models, okay, inside the Gen AI part, and if I write down the list of available models, okay, and run this, everyone, what program have I written? The program that I have written for you guys in front of you is to tell you that all available models are in the Google Gemini or in the Google Gemini package. Everyone, have a look at this. Can you see that? First of all, Google is also supporting something called Gecko. Your Google also supports Gemini 1.5 Pro. Your Gemini also supports Gemini 1.5 latest. Your model supports Gemini 1.5 Flash, Flash 00, Flash 8 billion, Flash 8 billion 001. Are these all the available models in your Google Gemini package? Can you use any model? See, there is no end to it. I can scroll, 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 and on and on and on, and it's going till the end. Why did I teach you to write this? Because, guys, every single time you are going to work on any use case, any API in the future, remember what models does it support? You got to make sure that you identify that first. If it doesn't support a model, which happens very rarely, then your API is not going to work. Also, you need to know what model do I copy and paste? Because can you see here, everyone? The name of the model is what? What is the name of the model? Model slash Gemini Live 2.5 Flash Preview. If you don't mention the hyphen, will the LLM work? No, because you need to make sure the naming convention is also properly followed. So let's say if you made a mistake in the convention of the naming, it's gonna be a problem. So in order to resolve all those conflicts, what do, everyone? You take the list and you take all of that. Understood? What is the use of temperature? Temperature is controlling the behavior of your large language model. Temperature is a number between 0 to 1, sometimes more than 0 to 1. More temperature means more creativity. Lesser temperature means lesser creativity, more stricter answers. Top P is what you call as nuclei sampling. And you have a certain probability value, okay, in your large language model, let's say 90%, or let's say top P is equal to 90. Your tokens are only and only going to be considered, let's say the first token, second token, third token, and fourth token, and all the four tokens together will add up to 90%. Okay. In top P sampling, in the generation, as relevant answers, you want relevant answers to be generated. I'm going to teach you how to build a React agent. This is the first time we are building a React agent right now in front of us. We are going to observe what is it that I'm going to be teaching you. You guys will see reasoning plus action performed automatically by the agent itself. You are not going to involve yourself, or any human intervention is not required, or you will not do it, but you will see the reasoning and the acting performed automatically by the agent itself. Understood, everyone? So first of all, what am I going to do? Import Google.generative AI as Gen AI. I'm going to take this as an alias. Okay. I'm going to import something called LangChain. Okay. Inside this, we have something called LangChain Google Gen AI. I'm going to import a specific module called Chat Google Generative AI. Okay. I'm also going to take from LangChain, I'm going to call something called schema. I'm going to import human message and I'm going to import AI message. Okay. And finally, I'm going to import something called regular expression. Now, I'm going to implement the code one by one by one by one by one, and you have to kind of understand it from a perspective of what we are trying to do or how are we trying to implement this. Okay, you're going to understand it line by line, process by process, and let's continue with that. So first of all, have I used something called LangChain in my library here? I told you this from the very beginning that LangChain and LangGraph is going to be one of the important packages that you're going to use. Now, rather than theoretically explain to you what chat Google generative AI is, what human and AI message is, I rather program and show you the difference. Got it? I would rather program it, show you the behavior so that you understand what it is doing. Okay. So first of all, Gemini underscore API underscore key is equal to, I'm going to take down this particular key, my key of Gemini API. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to come over here towards the bottom and I'm going to paste my Gemini API key. This is my Gemini API key. Once you write down the API key, so basically, see, majorly what happens, no? Either you're going to be preferring to use Olama, okay? Either you prefer using something called Hugging Face, okay? Either you work something called LM Studio, okay? Or either you mostly use something called Docker. So these are the four most utilized, how do I say this? Like the most utilized tools, packages that you use, apart from LangChain and LangGraph, these are the ones that will become a part of your life, part and parcel of your life. So yeah, I wouldn't say TensorFlow and Keras are used much, but yeah, right? So genai.configure, inside this configure part, my API key is going to be my Gemini API key. Everyone, please tell me what have I done here? Have I taken my API key and have I configured my API key? I hope everybody in this class who has never worked on API, let this be a final reminder to everybody in this class that guys, without having an understanding in APIs, it becomes very complicated for me to teach you very simple basics of how your large language model works and how your APIs work. So please understand, every single time you're going to use any API or you're going to work on API, you have got to implement how these API models are configured. Okay, what the configuration means and how are you able to configure these models. Okay, so basically you have got to understand how the models function. Okay, so first of all, I have configured my API. Let me repeat once again. The libraries that I have imported, explaining this library would be much better if I show the program, then explain it to you that chat Google generative AI will do what and human message and AI message will do that. Is that something that I can do? Because if I do this, I am telling you, you will understand it better. Okay, let's go ahead and run this. The first step in building any agent that you want, is to initialize a large language model. To initialize a large language model, can I say LLM is equal to chat Google generative AI? Inside this, model is equal to, okay, what models do you want? Model slash Gemini dot 2.0 flash. This is the model that we are going to use, not Pro. Pro gets exhausted very quickly. We want to use Flash. Pro, okay? Google underscore API underscore key is equal to, I'm going to pass something called Gemini API key. Temperature is equal to 0 and maximum underscore output underscore tokens is equal to 512. Everyone, please observe what have I done here. Did I write chat Google generative AI, and inside this I wrote down all the details related to the model? So tell me, why do we use chat Google generative AI? Because this is for your AI LLM specification mentioning, right? If you want to mention your AI LLM specifications, you use chat Google generative AI as a part of its feature. Understood? To set everything in one single place, I used something called Chat Google Generative AI. Now, everyone, what model am I implementing? What model are we implementing? Are we implementing something called this? Oh, put a comma here and put a comma here. No, yeah. What model have I implemented? 2.0 Flash. Okay. Did I also pass the key? Lovely. Did I also pass the temperature? Temperature is equal to 0. Agree, disagree? Everybody, what do you mean by temperature in a large language model? Everyone, let me explain what temperature is. Okay. What is temperature? See, temperature is a number, usually a number between 0 to 1. Okay. In some large language model, it goes beyond 1 also. But for now, for simplicity reasons, let's say it's a number between 0 to 1. Okay. Your large language model will generate token by token by token by token. It generates the answer, hence creating the entire sentence. Okay. When you keep the temperature very, very high, suppose you keep the temperature 1, you allow the large language model to become creative in the response. Meaning, the large language model's response or the generation will become very random. It will become creative but random. But if you keep the large language model temperature 0, large language model will become very, very strict. It will be like, I don't care about creativity. I will always respond in a very strict manner where only and only the probability of the token is high. I will put that token probability, meaning the LLM's response becomes very monotonous and boring. Okay. Your response for every single question becomes only one single answer. Your answers that you generate from the LLM is not at all having any variation at all. Every single time you ask a question, the answer is always in the same format. So to maintain the creativity level, you keep it between 0 to 1. If you want your model to perform very strict answers, or if you want your model to perform in a very specific behavior, keep the temperature 0. If you want to give it creativity, give it 1. Let me do one thing. Let me actually show you a better example, right? So let me explain it to you in a much more nicer way in this content that I have. This content has really good examples with respect to terminologies and also with respect to the temperature part. If I find it good, if not, then maybe just I'll explain it in my own understanding on terms, right? So, guys, this is a resource that I've happened to come across. It basically explains certain principles very, very better. And one of the principles is this. Lovely. Okay. Everybody remember one thing. Every large language model has 5 things you need to be very careful about. These terms are how you will be able to manage your large language model in the right way. Okay. Sometimes you don't need complicated architecture and complicated framework. You just need right numbers for all these things. So number one is what we call as a context window. Guys, context window is nothing but the maximum number of tokens that the model can include, both input and output. Did I teach you guys an idea of context window? That at once in a large language model, whatever prompt you pass and the answer you get from the prompt, every large language model has a restriction, has a condition that at once you cannot pass more than a context window of 100,000 token, 1 million token, 3 million token, prompt plus completion plus history. Everybody, we also have something called maximum tokens. This is a parameter to adjust the number of tokens to be used for a particular request. This is capped at the context window. Everyone, can you guys see here? I have written something called maximum output token. I am telling the large language model what? I am telling the large language model that, look, large language model, I am giving you a prompt. No matter what happens, the output tokens that you're going to generate should be capped at how many? How many tokens I will accept, not beyond that. Your output cannot go beyond how much? 512 tokens. Are you able to see that I'm even telling the large language model that the response you generate should not be beyond maximum output tokens? Yes or no? Am I controlling that behavior in a large language model? Yes, you can do that. So apart from this, what other things that can we take? we take something called as a temperature. Everybody, what do you mean by temperature? Everybody observe very carefully, okay? Temperature is nothing but, let's suppose you have a question. I love to eat Nutella and dash. Okay. Your input to the model was like this. I like to eat Nutella and dash. What is the dash? Now, everybody, when you say dash, isn't your large language model going to give you, or internally, it will try to tell you that Nutella and bread has the probability of 87%, right? 87% is the probability of bread. The next word. Then Nutella and let's say cake. The probability of the cake is the word 0.34%. Then the next word, Nutella and let's say stick, is going to be is 0.21. Now everybody, the next word, whoever's probability is high, can you see the probabilities popping up at 0.87? Agree, disagree? Lovely. Observe this book, observe this page, and what do you see in this particular page? The cooler temperature or lesser value, the distribution is strongly peaked. What do you mean by strongly peaked? Guys, lesser the temperature you give, no? Suppose what happens is, if you give a lesser temperature, what happens is, your large language model will only choose the word that has the highest probability, the probability that is known and that is very, very strict. Tell me one thing, guys. Can I not give variation in I like to eat Nutella and something can also have a cake because cake also makes sense? Stick also makes sense. Everything else also makes sense. Because bread has a high probability doesn't always mean I will take bread every single time. See, what temperature does to your large language model is, temperature, first of all, is a number between 0 to 1. Are you, first of all, clear? It can be more than 0 to 1, but for simplicity reasons, everybody, please understand that a temperature value in a large language model will be 0 to 1. Okay, lovely, very, very good. Now, let's say if I ask a question to my large language model, is Earth flat? I ask another question to a large language model, the are bees important? Okay, bees important for humans? Okay, let's say I ask two questions. Okay, everybody, when the temperature you keep is low or almost zero, what you're telling your large language model is, do not get creative. Okay, give me standard replies. So what will happen is Earth flat? No. As per studies, Earth is round. Okay. Earth is a globe. Let's say like this, right? Are bees important for humans? Yes. Bees are important for humans. Do you see any creativity in the answer? Do you see any responses that will make you say that it went through multiple different iteration, direct straight responses? But if I say temperature is equal to 1, okay, copy this and paste it here. Let's say I say temperature is equal to 1. You are allowing your large language model to get creative. So when you ask the question, is Earth flat? Well, good question. Allow me to respond with an, are you understanding what I'm doing here? Your large language model is now not sticking to very strict responses, but it is going beyond a certain level and it is responding back with either a greeting, either a certain study. It is expanding its answer, giving analogy, giving references. It's giving many things to keep your answer it's professional answers, but more creative answers. It's not very strict. So tell me everyone, in which condition should you keep the temperature 0 and in which condition should you keep the temperature 1? Remember, always keep the temperature closer to 0 when you want very structured output. Every single time, whenever you want the output to be very structured, keep the temperature 0. But if you want your answer to be not structured, not very it's very unique answers, right? You keep the temperature to 1. Understanding what is temperature, everyone? The response, the request response cycle of your LLM, right? Please make sure that if you don't want creative, nonsensical answers, don't give the temperature 1, give the temperature 0. In the agent, automatically what temperature did I give? 0. Because I did not want my answers to go beyond. And also making my temperature 1 means what? It is going to give the same answer in a different way, wasting my tokens, right? But does everybody believe that your own responses are so basically, does it not depend on your goal? If your goal is I am okay, then it is okay. Get a simple answer. If your goal is to get very structured output, don't keep the temperature more than that. Am I making myself clear? Did you guys get the logic? Keep your temperature aligned so that you don't mess it up. Okay, lovely. Sir, what about the next concept? What is something called top P, top N? Okay, but keeping temperature higher, won't it make the model hallucinate? Yes, 100%. My people, getting creative, meaning the chances that you might be wrong in your answer can also go up, no? That probability also exists. While going creative, don't you think you are messing up with the reasonality or the reasons part of it? Yes, 100%. You're not wrong. So, don't you need to control that behavior? Every large language model defaults the temperature to 0, never to 1. If you don't mention, automatically considered 0. Got it? In every large language model I have used, nobody automatically defaults it to 1. They default it to 0. Okay, lovely. Now, everyone, you are also going to hear about something called top N and top P. Let me scroll down. So this PPT basically has ideas about everything, man. I mean, you read this book, I'm telling you, this is very amazing. This is something I referred to build my paper also. There is a platform called guardrails.ai. Okay. Guardrails AI. Okay. There is a platform called guardrails.ai. In this guardrails.ai, if you go to Hub, can you see you can do every single check? For example, if somebody's giving profanity based language, suppose somebody's chatting with your chatbot and he's abusing your chatbot. Hey, you are X, you are Y, your company's X, your company's Y. You know, right? You cannot keep everybody happy in life. I hope you know this. Let's say you have built the best platform on the planet. You cannot keep everybody happy in life. There will always be this one person who will start screaming, there is always this one person who will always scream, I'm not getting it. This is XYZ. You're terrible. You're this, you're that. Nobody appreciates the effort. Companies understand this very carefully. So there will always be one customer who will come back and answer, oh, nonsense. You guys are, XYZ. Can you see? What does it say? He says you're a dash and you're a dash idiot, right? You want your chatbot to not include that and give you the answer. And what do you want to do? What do you want to answer? You want to answer in a very nice way saying that, hey, I'm sorry, but we don't acknowledge profanity in our chatbot. Can you please ask me if you have a question? I will try very best to give you an answer. And let's suppose if your customer starts abusing you, can you not let the chatbot then pass it to a human being? Because then abusing is something that you don't handle, right? Because the customer either must be very frustrated or the customer has a lot of free time in his hand, right? I'm sure you guys know this customers, right? So when you find somebody like that, you gotta have implementation of guardrails. Because tell me, how will your large language model be able to handle with temperature only the abuses or anything else that you want to manage, right? You gotta have something called guardrails. So Harendra, remember, guardrails are a necessity. Guardrails nahi hai to LLM nahi hai. I'm going to tell you this. In the implementation of real life, if you don't have guardrails, you cannot implement it. Okay? So, everybody, remember, implementation of guardrails are very, very important. Okay? Everyone. Grok is more creative. Now, if you guys know this or not, Grok is a little bit more creative, right? Like if you tell Grok in a certain way, it will respond back in a certain way like कि भाई क्या बोल रहा है तुझे कुछ पता नहीं. It returns the answers in slangs. Tell me, do you ever want to be in a situation where your customer says something to your bot and your bot responds back double the messages? Like you said a gali and then the LLM returns back the response saying that bhai, you are this and you are that. Would you want? No, I'm genuinely telling you. I know this is a fun thing, but you don't want your LLMs to respond back in an escalatory manner, no? So in case if you want to, because it ruins your brand image, right? So no matter what large language model you use, mostly large language models like ChatGPT, your your Gemini, any of these models, no, these models automatically come with internal policies. Like if you go to ChatGPT and abuse, will it return a response? ChatGPT will be like, sorry, my internal policy says I am not supposed to respond back. But what if you don't know and there is a response back? Then in order to control that, we use guardrail. So remember, guardrail is to not just control your input, but also the output from the LLM. Whatever I'm teaching you right now, these are very practical advices, my people. I have burnt my hands. I have gotten mails from my managers कि भैया क्या बना दिया है, have you not even thought through? So I have made a lot of mistakes in my life. So these are advices that I'm telling you, don't repeat, because I have made them and it is very embarrassing. I have made them. But initially, when things were starting up, nobody knew what we are doing, right? So these are some advices I'm telling you. These are very practical. Okay. Now, everyone, what do you mean by the concept of top P and top N? Okay. So first of all, everyone, since large language models outputs are based on probability, setting a top parameter will restrict the selection of the next word from the top N, meaning most probable words or top words summing up to the probability P. Now you must all be wondering, ki bhaiya, what is he speaking? What is Rudra saying? Don't worry, allow me to explain. Everybody, focus on my screen for the next 10 minutes. I promise you, you guys are gonna love this. Okay? Guys, you have a question you asked. Okay? Ignore the softmax activation. I want you to ignore this softmax because it is a probability for multiple different classes. See, the word or the token is selected using random weighted strategy, but only from among the top n words. Everybody, listen to me very carefully. I said my question was, I love banana bread. Okay, I love how do I say this? Okay, makki roti and dash 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 with it. Now, everyone, I'm going more Indian Hindustani example. In most of our Punjabi households, makki roti is eaten with sarso ka saag. Okay, sarso saag is how we eat the roti. Okay, so we know for a fact that sarso saag is the most probable word with the probability of 0.87%. Agree? But you can also eat makki roti and you can also eat dal, right? Dal is also a valid option. I say the probability is 76%. You can also eat makki roti. You can also eat makki roti with, I don't know, let's say sabzi, example. And the probability of sabzi is 0.47. Now, everybody, when you say top underscore n is equal to 3, what you're basically doing is you're telling your large language model that when I said the word I love makki roti and dash, okay, and it gave me multiple different answer like I love makki roti and let's say top n is equal to 2. How many options do I have to fill the sarso saag? Or I mean, how many options do I have to fill up the fill in the blank? 3. But how many of them am I choosing? I am only telling the large language model that can you please choose the answer from the top performing probabilities? Understanding? Ignore the third one. Don't even include it. Don't even consider that for my output. Only include the top n, which is top equals to 2. Did you get what I'm trying to say? You're telling the large language model that whichever probabilities are ranking in the highest to the lowest order, even to include in your answers, don't even include sabzi, only include dal and sarso, and based on some analysis, figure out which one is right. Not always sarso saag will be chosen. Remember, my people, just because the probability is high, it's not mandatory that only sarso saag will be selected. Sometimes, depending on the token counts, your temperature, and many other things, something else like dal also will be selected. But are you including sabzi in your analysis? No, you are only including dal and sarso saag. Are you understanding what top n does? Here, for n is equal to 3, one of cake, donut, or banana will be randomly selected, but apple will never be selected. Are you understanding? These are selected out of random behavior based on peak density, but Apple will never be selected because you have chosen only the top three values here. Did you get the idea of top N? Remember, personally speaking, I have never implemented top N. I don't use it, don't prefer it. have it has not given me any better answer so far. I have experimented with it. I don't know what others say. Personally speaking, top N has never helped me. So I have never used it. Okay. Sometimes we ask a question, for that it generates two responses and ChatGPT shows better of the response. Which one do you like better? Basically top N? No. That is what we call as A/B testing. For example, you ask a question and ChatGPT says this one and this one. Which one do you prefer? You are basically performing a testing where you are letting the user label the data for you. Which one do you want? So it's more like an A/B testing thing. It's not related to your top end. Understanding? It's more like how should ChatGPT become better in serving the customers? Got it? Now, everyone, look at this. What do you mean by top P? Everybody, listen to me very carefully. What do you mean by top P? My people, top P is the word and the token is selected using random weighted strategy, but only among the top words totaling the probability 0.33. Everybody listen to me very carefully. You said that I want you to choose words that add up to the probability of 33%. My people, only cake and donut together they added up to 33%, right? So the probability itself is filled already by the top two tokens. It doesn't have any more probabilities to include because you said up to 33% probability density you're able to take. So your top P is only going to select the top two models whose probabilities add up to this much probability that you want to add. Got the logic? So your top P and top N are basically trying to, yes, it always does random behavior. You got to understand everything, guys. My people, any large language model, towards the end of it, how will the token probabilities be distributed? Like normal distribution. And from this normally distributed token probabilities, you have to choose the right probability. Understand that. When you are building any large language model, understand that every single behavior in this world behaves like a normal distribution. And from that token probability, you're gonna pretty much pick up the probability. Okay, guys, coming back to the program, please tell me, did I write my program to initialize my large language model? I have initialized my large language model. I have. Did I tell what model am I using? Yes. Did I tell what Google JPI key? Yes. Did I tell what temperature? Yes. Did I tell what maximum token? Yes, absolutely. Everyone, once I initialize my LLM, what do I do next? What do I do next? What do I do? I need to write down a function called calculate. Okay, calculate. Now, everybody observe very carefully what I'm going to do. Okay, this is where my entire logic is going to go inside. Guys, what I'm doing now, I'm going to write down something called expression, and inside the calculate expression, I'm going to write down return. I'm going to say return. I'm going to say eval, and I'm going to pass something called expression. Now, everybody, do you know what eval is? In Python, you can evaluate certain expressions. For example, eval 2 plus 3 multiplied by 4. What is the answer? What is the answer? Okay. Did it evaluate? First of all, did it give me the answer? 2 plus 3 into 4 is 14. Did it give me the answer? It gave me the answer. Okay, lovely. Why do you use eval? Eval in Python is evaluate something. To evaluate and give you the answer. That is why you use the eval part. Any mathematical expression, if you want to evaluate and give the answer, you want to do it. For example, can I do it like this? Multiplied by Rudra? Can I take a string value called Rudra and multiply this with a number? No, right? But if I have a number, will the evaluation be complete? Will the evaluation be given, or will evaluate give me the answer? Evaluate is going to take any mathematical expression and it will give you the answer. That is why we have evaluation. Now, everybody listen to me, okay? I will write down a function called evaluate or calculate average pill weight. Okay, so I'm going to come over here, average underscore pill underscore weight. And inside this, I'm going to write down a dictionary. Everybody observe what I'm doing, okay? Pill underscore weights is equal to, I'm going to take this dictionary and inside this, I'm going to call aspirin. Tell me if my spelling of aspirin is wrong or right, okay? 500 mg. And what other medicines do people consume? Paracetamol, right? Paracetamol is, let's say, 650 mg. And let's say I say ibuprofen, okay? Ibuprofen, okay? This is something that I consume 400 milligram. Okay. Everybody, listen to me. Are these medicines and their weights? Aspirin is worth 500 millimg. When you take aspirin, you should take 500 mg. When you should take paracetamol, you should always take 650 mg. And when you take ibuprofen, you should take 400 mg. Have I taken two functions who are doing this? One is called calculate and other is called average pill weight. My people, please listen to me very carefully. What I have done, known underscore actions is equal to, I have taken a bracket here and inside this, I have taken calculate and I have written something called calculate and I have written average underscore pill underscore weights, okay, is going to be my average pill weight. My people, for my large language model, for my agent to perform some actions, what actions have I written? Have I written two actions? One is to calculate something, I don't know what something is, and the other is to get the value of the average pill weight. Have I given my large language model two actions to perform? Will my large language model or my agent perform anything else apart from these actions? Did you understand one thing? I literally told my agent that the actions you are going to perform are going to be these ones. And did I very specifically mention the actions? So tell me, am I building an agent that can perform any action? No, this is the actions that my agent will perform. Understood, everyone? Understood, everybody? These are the actions. And what are these actions? Whenever I do calculate, it will calculate something. If I call the average pill weight, it will return the key and the value. Understood? That's the only action that I want my agent to perform. Until here, is everybody clear? That I just want my agent to perform this. For calculate, we have not specified action. My calculate has specified action. No, I will return whatever expression you pass. I will calculate the mathematical expression and return. Yes or no, everybody? If I pass in the calculate 2 into 3, will it not return 6? 3 2s are 6. Evaluate will return the mathematical function 3 2s are 6. Now, my people, I'm going to write down a class called agent define underscore underscore init. What do you call init, everybody? Is init your constructor? Self dot messages is equal to bracket empty array, empty list. Everybody, in every agent or in every chatbot, do you not have a user history? I asked something, user bot responded something, then user asked something, then the bot responded something, then I asked something. That history of messages, where am I taking? Where will I save it? I will save it in a empty list. So can I say this is to maintain message history? Whatever my user has asked, whatever my bot has responded or agent has responded, to maintain the history of that, I am also taking an empty array called self.messages, correct? Agree, disagree? Underscore call. What is my call, everybody? Please tell me. Why have I written underscore underscore call? Underscore underscore call is what you call as a dunder method in Python. Why do you use call? Because it overrides. Yes or no? It will override some behavior of the class. And if you're asking me, sir, what is override? What is behavior of the class? Then I'm like, guys, you need to pick up your object-oriented skills, specifically basic Python. Everyone, I'm going to pass messages inside or message inside my model. Everybody, don't you want to keep the human message separate and AI message separate? Won't it be amazing? Somehow, all the human messages are kept separate and all the AI messages are kept separate. It would be amazing if I can segregate them. I would love it if I can segregate them. Self.messages dot append, whenever a human pass a message, can you make it human message and the content will be equal to message? Are you guys understanding what am I basically doing now? Did I take from my library two single things? One is called human message and the other is called AI message. Why did I do that? Is it helping me segregate what message did the human pass inside the AI and what response did you or did the AI give you? To keep the template separate, did I order or did I import something called human message and AI message? Are you guys understanding? If I come over here and pass content is equal to message, and what am I going to do? I am going to get some response. Yes or no, everybody? I'm going to get some response, no? Lovely. Now, everyone, I'm going to write down something called pass here. Okay. The reason I'm going to write down something called pass here is because what I did not teach you so far is how to use the API, which is your Google Gemini API. Everybody, is this your Gemini API here? This particular API here, right? I'm going to copy this both and I'm going to paste it here towards the bottom. Okay. I'm going to paste it here towards the bottom. Your question to me could be, sir, I have a question I want to ask my chatbot. Okay. Like, who is the president of India? Who is the prime minister of India? Whatever XYZ question you want to ask, you have some question. Sir, I want my bot to respond with a certain, response like, okay, the prime minister of India is this, the prime minister of XYZ is this. I want to generate some answer. I want to generate the answer using my LLM. Sir, how do I do that? Everyone, please understand one thing. Your Gemini is literally very simple to invoke. And when I say invoke, it is literally so simple to literally get a response. You know how do you get a response? Suppose if you have a question, okay? Let's say your question is this. PROMPT. Prompt is, who is the Minister of India? Who is the Prime Minister of India? Response will be equal to, here, my people, you want to generate the idea, meaning you want to generate a certain response from the model. Okay. Now, in case if you want to generate a response from the model, no, you got to first declare the model. So here, what you're going to do, you're going to write down something called model is equal to Gen AI. Okay, model equals to Gen AI dot generative model, and inside this, what is the name of your model, everyone? Is it Gemini 2.0 Flash? Is this the name of your model that you have used in your model or in your the LLM that you're using? Lovely. Who is the Prime Minister of India? The response will be nothing but model dot generate content. Inside this, pass your prompt, and here you're going to pass something called response, okay? Response directly. And if I run this, did I get the answer that the Prime Minister of India is Narendra Modi? And I got multiple different response from my API, finish, reason, stop, average log probability, metadata, token, and everything. Sir, I don't want my response to be so dummy, like so many different things. Just write down response.text. Is the answer directly text? The current Prime Minister of India is Narendra Modi. Let me ask a simple question. Okay. What is the most important personality trait a man should have? And run this. Let's say asking it a weird question like that. See, it responds. There is no single most important personality trait for a man or anyone really. What's considered important often depends on individual values. Did it give me some answers which I'm not interested, but did it give me the answer? Right? So tell me, are you asking a large language model and did I use the Gemini's API to get the response? This is how the response is going to be generated. You will create something called model, you will get something called prompt, and you will put something called generate content. The response will be generated. Understood? Simple as that. Easy as that. Understood? Okay. Coming to the bottom, everyone. So can I say in the response part of my program, I might write another function in the future that can give me some response. For now, can I say that the response is going to be something called self.execute? Execute is a function that I have not written yet, I will write later. Can I say it like that? This function self.execute, I have not written yet, I will write it later. But for now, I will say I will get some response. And whenever I get some response, I will in the self.messages append this time whose response will I get? Will I get the AI message response after the message of human is passed? And what will be the content of the message? Whatever response I generate from the user, that response I'm going to get here, right? So I'm going to copy the response, and whatever response you are giving me, I will save it and return response. Return response. Because I have written a function called execute, my people, now am I going to create something called as execute? This function called execute, because execute needs to do something. What will the execute do, everybody? Response is equal to LLM of self.messages. Whatever messages I am passing inside the model, am I going to take that and pass it as a self.messages to the response? And for that return, or for that response, I'm going to return an answer called response.content. Everyone, what is execute doing? It is taking your messages and running it. I'm basically running the response cycle. That's it. So first of all, here, if I take dot content, please tell me what is the result here? Did it return anything? Dot content, did it return any content? What did I say? Did I say text here? Did it return the text? Okay. You got to understand that this function right here, the one that you are seeing in front of you execute, is not complete yet. So dot content is something that I will tell it to return. You're getting what I'm trying to say. In Python, you know no, that you can write down certain methods that you declare later that will follow your behavior. You're getting what I'm trying to say. Are you understanding? This dot method is something that I will override. I will tell dot content will return what, which is nothing but dot text. But I will come to that later. No, this execute is something that I have written. Understood until here is what I'm trying to say. The reason I keep repeatedly importing the packages and reinitializing it again is because I want the code to be readable and beautiful. Meaning, anybody in the class should not look at my piece of code and is like, but where did he initialize the large language model? So I'm basically going between writing the whole initialization so that you guys can understand where I have initialized it. You need the complete and absolute control over the messages you or the user pass. So in order to do that, you need to take the messages as a history like that. You can take caching also if you want to, or you can take a database here also if you want to. Meaning, rather than having the self.messages, you can also pass a database here and it'll execute, okay? It's executing human message and responding, correct. All the messages inside the LLM, it's gonna take and it's gonna respond. Where is the messages? Isn't this the messages? The list? You're going to understand. Don't worry. Right? Can I execute my agent? Can I run my agent? My agent just ran. Correct? Now, everyone, action underscore regular expression is equal to re.compile. Inside this, I'm going to write down R bracket. I'm going to say action. I'm going to write down colon here slash S star colon slash W plus colon slash S star, close the bracket, dot star, question mark, close the bracket again, question mark, colon slash N or operator and dollar. Now, you must be wondering, sir, what have you done? What in the world have you written here? What in the world is this? Okay. Have you ever heard of a concept called regex? Anybody? Have you heard of a concept called regex? Yes? Lovely. How does regex works? Anybody? Regex 101. Okay, lovely. I love India so much at the rate 1 2 3 4 5. How many different characters do you see in this text? Three. If I say give me A to Z, okay? If I say give me anything between, let's say, A to Z, or if I ask it to give me anything A to Z, is it running? Is it highlighting anything? No. Sir, I have something called R that you said about something called A to Z. Again, not highlighting. See, you got to understand one thing. To test your regex, okay, or to test your regex with a specifically something called regex 101, you got to understand that there are multiple different frameworks, like say, for example, Python. Can you see here you have something called Python? Like if I say A to Z, right? Or A, just let's say A. Do you see that I am matching something called my global modifier A? If I say the word P, is it P? No. If I say Z, no. If I say 1, 1 is highlighted. If I say capital A to Z and close the bracket here and open the bracket here, it did not match anything. Okay, sir, if I do all small A to Z, did it match anything? No, again, it did not match anything. The reason why it will not match anything is because in regular expressions, specifically like Python, no, you have to give a certain conditions. In those conditions, certain anchor tags are given. Only and only if you give those anchor tags are you able to match it. But let me come to that in a second. Okay. First of all, everybody, you got to understand one thing. Whenever you are dealing with text, you want to identify certain things, correct? Like, for example, how many are characters, how many are sentences, how many are words, how many are numbers, correct? Let me ask you a question. When you guys were doing Python, did you not do regex at all? Did you implement regex? Like, for example, if I ask you to implement A to Z or A to Z, did you not implement a regex like that? No. Okay, no problem. Everyone, I want to monitor every single character which is from the alphabet A all the way till alphabet Z. Is everything highlighted, everyone? See, I, space, love, space, India, space, so, space, much, space, at the rate, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I say every character is highlighted? Every character got highlighted? Okay. I also want every number between 0 to 9 get highlighted. Now, is number and character both highlighted? Okay. If I say slash S, is my space also highlighted? If I remove everything, I only want to highlight my white spaces. Are my white spaces highlighted now? Just the white spaces. If I say slash W, what is highlighted now? Can I say both my alphabet and my characters, everything is highlighted apart from the special character at the rate. Can I say it like that? So everyone, can I say that in regex, there are multiple different anchors like that? Slash S is monitor my space, slash W is monitor everything, dot will have some meaning, star will have some meaning, question mark will have some meaning, this question mark will have some meaning, this colon will have some meaning. Do you think in regex all these tags or anchors will have their own meaning? So if I go to regex anchors, okay? And if I click on regex anchors and click on this, everyone, how many anchors are you supposed to learn? Can you see everyone? In your regex anchor, boundary, caret, dollar, beginning, end, bringing order, delimiter, multiple different types of anchors. So if I say regex anchors Python and click on this and click on this particular exactly, how many anchors do you see, everyone? Can you see plus, star, multiple different types of anchors? Okay. Can you guys try to understand what anchors I have used in this code? What is this slash s? What is this star? What is this w plus? What is this slash s? Can you try to figure out what these anchors are? See, because guys, even if I try to explain these regex pattern for you, in a day, teaching you this regex patterns and anchors will not be easy for me. And without the regex, I will not be able to build the agent. So first of all, your understanding of the regex is very, very important. And the best thing is, all you need to go is you need to go to something called regex 101. If you go to this library or this particular website, you will be able to literally test any regex pattern that you want. Okay?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an advanced certification in Agentic AI systems and design in collaboration with IIT Madras Pravartak. It will enable you to build autonomous agents, multi-agent systems, and production-grade RAG pipeline using Crew AI, AutoGen, LangGraph, and modern Python. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals successfully transition into AI-driven roles. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channels, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can take your career to next level. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take your first step towards building a future in agentic AI.
I gave you guys an understanding about a small little agent that we are building. When you want to build an agent of sorts, what do you do with that, right? We basically have a certain framework in our mind and we follow that framework. Okay. And that framework was, if I just open it up very quickly and show you in the PPT, right? That when we build any specific agent, right? That agent, okay, when we started discussing on something called, say a reflection pattern or a tool use pattern or a planning pattern or any kind of pattern, right? When you see different kind of patterns in an agent, right, you see that an agent is given a certain prompt, and based on that prompt, the agent decides what task it needs to achieve, and then it achieves that task. Okay. I made you guys understand how do you take an API key. Now, of course, it is not recommended to keep the API key open, and please do not make the mistake. I am doing this just in case to show you guys an example. But mostly in production, you are always going to hide the API key. So I'm going to write the comment, hide the API key. Please do not keep it open. Okay, please do not keep it open for everybody else to see. So guys, what I did is I took the Gemini API key. I initiated the LLM. Let me go ahead and very quickly install all other packages too, because as you guys are aware, in Google Colab, uh, you kind of have to reinstall everything if you're starting the instance after a long time, right? So let me just reinstall everything and let's very quickly jump on to checking whether the API key works as well. So let's first let this install. Let's see what instance do we have. Yeah, CPU seems fine. That's okay. So let's see list of available models. If this runs, my API is working fine. Status code is 200, which is all going to be fine. Lovely, perfect. Then I have, okay, response.text. Lovely, this is fine. Okay, no problem. So let's say LangChain schema. Okay, no deprecation. Everything is fine. Chat Google Generative AI, which is fine. Eval of 2 plus 3 6, which is fine. Okay, lovely. Okay, good. I was here where I have built an agent, and within this agent, I have created this thing called self.messages. Self.messages is a way for me to just maintain a history or like a small history throughout the message, right? Whenever the AI writes a message, I write that. Whenever a human writes a message, I write that, right? And then I used a method called call. Call is basically going to call something and execute something. And here I am keeping human messages separately and AI messages separately. Okay. And I'm returning the response, and execute, which I've mentioned right here, is just a way to execute the message. I told you guys that we usually have something called response.text, but I'm going to show you why did we do response.content. Okay. Now, everyone, I wrote down a regex, a pattern of regex called action underscore RE or action of regex, where what I'm basically doing here is I'm writing some regex anchors. By the way, just letting you guys know, all this, the hyphens, the question marks, right? The slash s, these are known as, okay? These are known as regex anchors. Okay. So what I've done is I've taken this anchors and I'm going to be applying this anchor on something. And I'm going to tell you exactly how this anchor works in a second. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a user query and I'm going to perform an action. Okay. But before I do that, I want you guys to understand one very important concept. Okay. Because without this, understanding the agentic framework will become slightly complicated. See, guys, in any agent that you build, okay, you have to understand one thing, that whenever agent is given some task, okay, let's say a task is given to an agent, okay. See, guys, what usually happens when you write a task to an agent, right? The agent is going to perform something called as observation, okay. The first thing what the agent does is agent is going to perform something called observation. Observation is agent's understanding on what the task is, right? If you say, I want you to extract all the details for the internet or from the internet about, let's say, the keyword AI trend. Okay, suppose if I ask AI, all AI trend related news, social media post, Instagram, Facebook, everything that mentions AI trend, extract. So when you give a task like that, the agent is going to first observe, okay, what that task is. And once the agent understands, which is what observation means, it's going to then perform the next step. It's called action. Okay. Action is basically agent saying, okay, let me first go to internet, then go to Instagram, then go to Facebook, and whatever task I'm performing, right? Those actions are going to be taken. Remember, the actions you're going to be taken has to be first defined by you. If your actions are not defined, okay, in clear cases, what is it that you allow the agent to perform and don't allow the agent to perform, then actions won't be taken. Okay, you also can automate your actions automatically, but remember, guys, mostly what happens, we don't allow agent in real life, not that I have seen any company do this, where they allow the agent to just do anything, right? They allow the agent a certain amount of, how do I say this, a certain amount of freedom, but that freedom is always validated. You don't just keep an agent and says, okay, I'm going to allow you to do anything. That doesn't happen. Okay, so you usually have refined and defined some actions that the agent is going to perform, and then the agent decides which action it needs to perform. For example, suppose you have action number one, action number two, action number three, action number four, and goes on and on. Many kind of actions you want the agent to perform. You can always let the agent choose which action is the best action for that task. That's okay. But what the actions will be, well, that definition has to be given in order for your results to always be proper and very standardized. Okay. So remember, your agent is going to have or perform something called observation. And based on the observation, the agent is going to then perform a certain task. So what we are going to do, we are going to take this understanding and we are going to put it in the code where the agent performs a certain observation, and then after observation, it performs a certain task. Okay, that's exactly what we are intending to do. So everyone, what we're going to do, we're going to write down a function. Okay, now this function right here is going to perform something. What that something is, let's just write it down, right? Define run underscore query. Okay, and let me expand this a little bit and tell me if this is visible, right? I've zoomed in a little bit. So guys, here in the run query part, first I need to take the prompt from the user. Okay. First, I will take the prompt from the user. Then I will also take another thing called maximum turns is equal to 10. This maximum turns equals to 10 is my way of telling the program that I am going to allow agent 10 different operations or 10 different uh, opportunities. If within these 10 opportunities the agent is incapable of performing the task, I exit from the code and I stop the program. Okay, I'm telling the agent that, look, I'm going to give you 10 turns and you need to finish the task specified to you. Okay, this is only and only so that the agent has a break limit, as in if the agent goes inside the loop, it is not able to complete its task, it's keep continuing. We say, okay, it's been 10 turns, you're not able to find anything, I'm asking you to stop everything and come out of it. Okay, maximum turns is not the action that needs to be taken by the agent. These are the actions to be taken by the agent. Let's not get confused at all. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take the agent and I'm going to initialize my agent. And how do I initialize my agent? Because I've already written a small agent class here, right? I initialize it. What happens is I also take a variable called next underscore prompt is equal to prompt. Okay, I write down it. Next underscore prompt is equal to prompt. Now everybody, okay, I write down a small for loop, okay, and I say for turn in range of, okay, I say maximum turns, meaning whatever maximum turns I am allowing or I am permitting the agent to go through, I am basically looping through that particular operation, and I'm going to write down print f double quotes off, and I'm going to say turn. So basically, just letting the user know what turn am I currently in. So I'm going to say turn plus one, because as you guys are aware, in Python, the index is always start at zero. So telling that this is my zeroth turn is not very, how do I say this? It doesn't make sense to most users that, okay, how can it be zero turn? Shouldn't it start with one, right? So we say turn plus one, just to make it make sense. Then we generate a response, right? So response is equal to, we take the agent initialized and we pass something called next prompt inside this, right? We take the agent and we allow it to pass or give something called next prompt. Here, we basically take in the agent class a certain history a certain execute method where we have a response generated by the LLM also. So we pass in something called next prompt here, which is going to give me my response. And then we basically go ahead and we print the response. And we say things like assistant or whatever your assistant is has given me slash n next line in the bracket, let's say response. And we write down something called slash n. What this code or this loop is achieving is a very simple task, right? It is going through the loop, looking for the maximum turns, and for whatever return it is, I'm printing it, generating a certain response, and my assistant is generating and giving me that response. Now, what happens, my people, is for my agent to perform certain tasks or to perform certain actions, I need to provide it something called actions. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to write down things like this. Actions equal to actions underscore RE, which is going to be the actions regular expression. And inside this, I'm going to write down something called find all and response. Now, guys, this is where I think it should become slightly clear to you that whenever a certain response is generated by the assistant, in that assistant, I am applying my action regular expression. This regular expression is written for what? It is written so that my LLM's response can be formatted in a certain way. How is it formatted? Where I'm going to check is actions or the actions generated or the actions calculated based on the response by the LLM, does it exist or not? So I'm going to write it like this. If actions, okay, if this particular value exists, I'm going to say the action and the action underscore input provided by the agent would be actions of 0. Now, this code is going to slightly be tricky without understanding what the output of the LLM is. So you'd be like, okay, but then why did you take the actions of 0, right? In a very simple term, what I'm doing, my people, is LLM is going to tell you what actions you need to take, or agent decides what action it needs to take, but it decides that this is the first action I want to take, this is the second action, this is the third action. I am preferring that I am taking the first action provided or recommended by the LLM itself to itself, as in, like how we humans, let's say you want to travel to a different country. Your mind must be thinking, can I take a flight? Can I take a bus? Or can I take a, let's say, a cruise, right? And then you're like, no, I think flight makes more sense, right? Let me go ahead and take my first decision was correct. So it's like this. You think by yourself, decide on your own actions, and you decide to say, okay, this is what I'm going to be taking. Okay. What I'm also going to do is action underscore input is going to be action input. Whatever action input I have, I am also going to strip that value, because here in the action input, I am also going to receive a string value, which is the value or the response generated by the text. Okay. When the output of this agent is going to be run, this code is going to make a little bit more sense. Right now, it might look like, oh, but sir, why have we taken it exactly like this? But don't worry, it'll make more sense once you see the output. Okay. So I'm going to say another if condition, and I'm going to say if action, okay, not available in the known actions, meaning if the LLM by any chance generates or takes or tells the agent to take an action which you have not authorized, meaning the actions that the agent can take is only two things: either calculate something or either give me the average pill weight. If the action is anything that is not provided by you, then you need to raise some error, or you need to tell some kind of an error message to the value saying that, okay, I think this is a value error, okay, unknown action. The action that you're recommending does not exist as a valid action. So we are going to write down unknown action. Hey, agent, you are performing an action which is unknown. Okay, I don't know how to kind of handle this. Okay, action. And here we come down, and in the same if condition, we write down something different, right? How will agent do unknown actions, sir? As we are only defining methods, correct? Yes, but you have to understand that as a Python developer, you always have to make sure that you write down the else condition or the error condition that every single time you're able to catch that exception. In Python, right? When we wrote the program, did you ever worry about writing something called try except, where you want the model to try something, everything it will try, only in certain cases you find an exception, correct? Right? You catch some kind of an exception. If maybe it will be a keyboard interrupt, if it's a value error, it's any kind of other error that apart from try, we don't know what kind of handling will my model do. So in that case, exceptions will be able to catch that, right? Rather than having an exception, I'm giving it something called raise a value error. So raise is yet another keyword in Python that will automatically give you an error if the exception has been caught. So I'm not using try and except, but I'm just using something called exception. So what I'm basically saying is I'm just using this keyword called raise and it'll raise the error, meaning I'm just catching that other else condition that might show up maybe in other case, right? Whatever the case could be. What if my LLM is not able to respond properly and I'm raising that exception? In order to make you understand the code well, you know what? Let me first do one thing. Let me write down the piece of code first, observation, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through the line by line understanding, print everything and so that you guys can understand it even better. Because what happens now, sometimes let's say if I'm writing a piece of code according to the conditions, so output will make you understand it even better. So hold on, let me do this, right? Let me just write down the whole code and then let me show you how the whole thing works. Because what will happen is then I think the understanding will become even more clear, right? So give me 1 second. Let's say action input. Let me say print double quote of. Let me say observation. Okay, observation provided by the agent is, let's say, observation. Okay. Now let me go ahead and click if the observation is conducted. Let me put up a slash n here somewhere in the bottom. Next underscore prompt. Next underscore prompt is equal to f double quote of observation. Okay. Of observation. Okay. Now let me say this is what the observation I have found so far. Now I'm going to go to the else clause and see if the indentation matches with this if, and then I think the Python structure will become slightly clear. Okay. The indentation matches. Now what I'm going to do is if there is any generated answer, so I'm going to say if answer, if a certain answer is provided in response, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to say print f double quotes of final answer uh, provided. I'm gonna come over here, write it down with an exclamation mark, right? I'm gonna break out of it. I don't need this in the else condition. In the else condition, what did I take? Known action is already taken. Action in known action is taken. And then in the else part, I go ahead and print f double quote of no action, action is or no action found. I can say that no action was found and no final answer. So basically, I'm gonna stop the program. I'm basically stopping. No action was found, and here also I need to handle the condition, right? So here I have handled both the if else condition, if action, known action conditions are also done, and this is also done. Okay, lovely. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide instruction underscore and underscore question. I'm going to provide two things. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So let's take certain React agent instruction and we tell this agent to perform something. I say you are a helpful assistant following, okay, following a React reasoning. Okay, React, I think React is fine. reasoning pattern. Okay. And inside this pattern, I expect you to say for each step that you're going to perform, right? You are going to give me two things. Number one, you are going to use THOUGHT, thought. Let's take the T capital, right? You're going to perform something called as a thought. And inside this thought, to think step by step about the problem. I'm going to first mention this. And then in the second step, if you need more information, then use. Here I provide something called as action. This particular action you're going to perform, and the action that you perform has to be action underscore name, whatever action you're going to recommend yourself with respect to the input of the model. So I'm going to pass it like this, and I'm going to provide this closure here, which is going to be based on my input. Right here, I can say on a new line. On a new line, I want you to give me a recommendation. So if you need more information, use action and action name with input on a new line. Lovely. And then what I'm going to ask you to perform or do is I want you to perform that after each action. So let's say you say after each action that you have performed, I will provide an observation. So close this and say observation. And inside this, I'm going to close this with a bracket here with 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 the result. So here I basically ask that, okay, I want to be taking a certain observation with whatever the results are. And then eventually here, I'm going to write down the fourth step and I'm going to be like, continue thinking and acting until you can provide a final. And here also, I think I need to tell the user that until and unless you find the final answer, keep on operating and running in the indentation or whatever the operations are. So to you, available actions are going to be number one, calculate. Calculate is going to perform a Python calculation, which is going to be nothing but, let's say, example. If I tell the model that what you're going to do is calculate. Inside this, I write down or maybe write it like this, 5 plus 3 is going to give me the answer. So basically, I'm going to pass in the number and I'm going to be like, okay, calculate 5 plus 3. Lovely. And then I will be like average, let's say pill, PILLWEIGHT, weight is going to give you, let's say, get the average pill weight. And what is the name of the average pill weight? Let me copy this. The average pill weight. Get the average pill weight of a specific average. Oh, yeah, average, right? Average pill weight of a specific pill. Let's say the pill could be anything. I think so far I have given multiple examples of a class where it could be aspirin or something like that. So I'm going to say example dot. I'm going to be like average pill weight. So let me copy the average pill weight and paste it here. And let's say average pill weight would be aspirin, right? So let me say aspirin, and this is going to give me my average pill weight, right? So average pill weight is also going to be provided. Now I want you to perform this task one by one. So let's give it a important understanding. Important for my agent that only perform, right? One, let me write it down in capital, action at a time, don't perform both of them together, then wait Or maybe we ask it to tell it that, okay, only in that condition, wait for the observation, for the observation. And inside this observation, once it is provided to you, my question will be asked. Let's say if my question is, I have two pills, let's say two pills, aspirin and paracetamol. Paracetamol, okay. And what is their combined weight, right? This is the combined weight part of it, which is I have two pills and what is the combined weight. So here, if I run this particular code here and we say run query, so run underscore query, and inside this I have instructions and question, and I run this, right? Okay. So everyone, just now I think it will start making a little bit more sense to you. And now I think everything will become slightly clear. Everybody, just observe the output, and I'm going to show you the code, and I'm going to make everybody understand what I did. Okay. See, first of all, ignore whatever I have taught you so far. Just focus on only one thing. Okay. The question. Just focus on the question, and now everything will become kind of clear to all of you. I told the agent that, okay, combined, okay, wait, none. Observation is being passed as none. So let's first fix that. Okay. First of all, we have taken the response, we have taken the observation as well, which is going to be run query part of it. Let's just check what the response none and why the response is none. Wait, it says average pill weight is paracetamol. Tool is not working. I cannot get the average weight of the pill. First, we need to check why the observation is not being generated. Where is the observation? This is the observation. Lovely. So the next prompt is generating the observation for me. Known actions are taken. Action and action input I'm taking. That's not going to be a problem. I'm also generating actions towards the top, which is going to be fine. I am also taking the next prompt, so there is not going to be any problem specifically with respect to the run query part of it. So that's okay, no problem. And let's check what seems to be the problem towards the bottom. Okay, action RE is going to be fine. Let's check whether we have taken the specific form of action first. Okay, this is fine. Run query for turn in range of maximum turns, which is fine. We are running through this. If action not in known actions, raise value error. Did it raise any value error somewhere towards the bottom? I don't think so. It did not do that. Okay, what are we going to do? We are going to check where the observation is generated. Wait. Use thought to think step by step about the problem. If you need more information, use action. Action name is taken on a new line. Continue with the action. Provide the observation with the result. Okay, which is fine. I think we generate the observation also with the result. So I think that is cool. And finally, we get an answer, right? So here we go ahead and we say, okay, use thought, think step by step, no problem. And let's go through this. Action input, actions equals to 0, action input is fine. Okay, lovely, fine. I'll just check what that is and we'll just do it. But wait, when you passed in the question, everyone, I have two pills, aspirin and paracetamol, and what is their combined weight? What are you basically asking, everyone? Just go back to the theory, not the program, and let's ask a simple question, right? In the program, I have given two actions that the LLM or the agent will perform. One is called calculate, and the second one is going to be known pill weight or average pill weight. So tell me, in the program, what actions have I given to the agent? A simple question. I mean, we are not doing anything else. Are these the actions that we are going to be passing through the agent, or this is the action we want the agent to perform, right? This is what we call as a calculate something and average pill weight, right? According to you, what does the average pill weight is going to do, right? What is the task of the average pill weight? Like, what is it going to perform, right? Average pill weight, if you guys are able to see it very clearly, it's able to perform a very simple thing, right? What is that simple thing? it's going to give me the weight of the pill. It's going to give me the understanding on, okay, let me go ahead and tell you that basically, I'm just going to go ahead and give you an understanding on what the actions are. So basically what I did inside the average pill weight, I just did that, right? And then I had a class called agent. Inside the agent class, guys, I gave the understanding on what the agent is going to be performing, right? So in the agent part, I'm just basically telling the agent that, okay, you know what, this is what the agent is going to do. It's going to perform certain operation, and that operation is very, very important and critical, right? So basically what's going to happen in this particular code or that I'm using right now is once I have determined what kind of, let's say, known actions I have taken and what this actions I'm going to be performing, right? At the end of the day, you're going to also write down something called as your agent here, okay? And the agent is going to perform something. But if you look at the output here, okay, I have two pills, and inside this, I have mentioned that I have aspirin and paracetamol, and what is their combined weight, right? Do I have aspirin's value written somewhere here, right? Can you see I have given aspirin value 500 mg and paracetamol 650 mg. So basically, at the end of the code here, if you just observe this piece of the code, okay, nothing more, nothing less, I'm basically telling my LLM model that can you please pick up the weight from the average pill, the weight of aspirin and paracetamol automatically from the code. And once you take it from that particular code, all I want you to do is pick it up. And once you pick it up, all I want you to do is just give it to me. As in, towards the end of the particular code or this particular implementation, I just want you to return that particular output to me and just give it to me. That's pretty much all I want you to do. What's basically happening is by the time this particular code is running, it's asking the LLM to give it some thought and some observation. Okay. What these thoughts and what these observations are is, let's suppose I want the LLM to say, okay, if you have chosen aspirin and paracetamol, what should the LLM automatically do? Is it going to combine the weight of aspirin and paracetamol, right? If aspirin is 650 milligram and paracetamol is 300, I want the output of the code to be in a format where what I'm basically doing is telling the model that, okay, can you please give me the output in this specific format and give me the answer? Pretty much this is exactly what I want the model to do. So here in this piece of code, all we are doing is we are basically running this, run query. And in this run query, we are also passing this instruction that we have, right? So all the way from giving the piece of code to only asking it to execute itself from the beginning. So basically what we do is we run this piece of code, right? Now, with respect to observation receiving none, what usually you can do is wait for a little while for the LLM to regenerate it once again. But the output is what I'm interested in you finding it out. So first of all, everyone, in the turn number one, did the assistant have its own thought? That based on the question, I need to first find the average weight of each pill and then sum up the combined weight. So tell me, we asked a question. I have two pills, aspirin and paracetamol. What is their combined weight? What is the first thought of the agent? Is the first thought of the agent that to find the average weight, I need each weight? I need first each pill's weight. So first I needed to calculate the weight of aspirin. The observation is average weight of aspirin is 500 mg. Is that correct? Is that how we did the average weight of aspirin? Is it 500 mg? Yes, it picked it up. Then I said, in turn two, now I need to find out the average pill weight of paracetamol. And then it picked up the paracetamol's weight. What is the paracetamol's weight, everybody? It is 650 milligram, right? It picked up 650 milligram. And in turn three, it said, now I have the average pill weight of both the pills. I can calculate the combined weight. How did it calculate the combined weight? Did it use the method called calculate here? Did it use something called calculate? Yes, it did use something called calculate. And it said that 500 plus 650 will be 1150. Okay. And turn 4, it says, I have calculated the combined weight of aspirin paracetamol, and this is the combined weight, and the answer is provided. Now, everyone, let's go through the basics, absolute total basics of agents, and let's look why the answer is the way that we are getting it, right? So first of all, in any agent that you write in the future, any agent you're going to write, the first thing you're going to provide the agent is action. Okay. What action have I provided my agent to perform? One method is called calculate something, and the other method is a dictionary with the name of the pill, okay, name of the pill and the weight of the pill. Can I say it like this, everyone? Here in this piece of code, so far here, together here, I have only done one thing. I have provided the weight and I have provided the pill, right? Towards the bottom. I have the weight, I have the pill. Here in the agent part, right? I'm going to call this particular agent here. I'm going to copy this particular agent here and I'm going to paste it here, okay? In the agent, inside the class agent, if you guys can see it carefully, I created an init message, okay? And inside this init message, whatever your message history is going to be saved inside the self.messages. I'm going to write down a call method, and inside the call method, my human messages or my content messages, they are going to be separate. And then I'm going to write down something called execute, and inside this execute, I will have a response, and I will have a response.content, more like response.text. Okay, think of it like this. Whatever your API's responses are, they are going to be dumped to me, right? What I did is, to my agent, I have already provided something called calculate, and I have already provided something called name weight. Are these Python functions or are these a normal natural language text? What kind of structure are these? Are these going to be a Python program or a Python function, or is it like a simple text saying that, okay, you need to do this and you need to do that? What kind of thing it is? Of course, it is a Python program, right? Your calculate is a Python program. Your average pill weight is also a Python program, correct? Both of them are Python program. If you observe carefully, right? If you observe carefully, both your calculate and average pill weight is a Python program, right? And here I am passing something called known actions, right? My people, the most important question that you're gonna have, right, is this. Sir, what is this run query part? I think this is where most of us have confusion. So what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to zoom into it a little bit and I'm going to first take this particular thing. I'm going to take a screenshot of this from run query part from here all the way till else condition provided here. Or maybe if I can just zoom it out a little bit, right? A little bit until the instructions and questions. I'm going to copy this from here all the way till my this part. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to write this piece of code here. Okay. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to write down the instruction separately. Okay. So first of all, everyone, let's do one thing, right? Let's actually look at this piece of code and only just this piece of code and try to understand what in the world is happening in the run query part, or as in the run query part, what is it that we are doing and how it is actually working, okay, in just this piece of code. Okay, see here, think of it like this, my people, right? Every single agent that you're going to be working in the future, right, you are aware that every agent is going to generate two things. What is that two thing? Every agent is automatically going to consume something called as a task and generate observation and action. Is this clear to everyone? You pass in task to the agent and the agent will generate its own observation and its own action. Okay, lovely, lovely. See guys, here I write down the function called run query. Okay, just the run query part. I initialize my agent and I initialize my next prompt. Everyone, look at the chain of the task, as in how the agent is performing, right? What's happening here is I am taking the input to my agent like this. I'm telling the agent that, okay, can you tell me what is the weight of paracetamol plus aspirin? Whatever prompt you're passing, is it first going to go to this variable called next prompt? What is paracetamol plus aspirin together? And it went to my next prompt. Lovely. Now, when it went to my next prompt, have I also given a variable called this called maximum turns? This is my maximum turns part. If you can see here very carefully, maximum turns. Okay. For turn in range of maximum turns, right? Am I printing the index turn plus one? So basically turn one, what did happen? Turn two, what happened? Turn three, what happened? Correct? Each turn, whatever my answer is, I'm printing that, right? Whatever the response I'm supposed to get from the agent, I am saving that as a response here where I'm taking the agent and I'm passing the prompt to the agent, correct? And whatever response I'm getting, I'm generating that response. We write down something called action lines for the response. Everybody, what is going to happen is whatever your response is generated by the LLM, inside that LLM, am I applying my regular expression? Right? Am I applying whatever this regular expression that I wrote, no? Array.compile, check for something called action. So basically, what I'm doing, no, my people, my LLM is gonna give me some response, and in that response, the keyword action is going to be mentioned. Am I picking it up where that action is mentioned here? Can you see here? Actions. The LLM itself is going to tell me that first I need the action, that the action it needs to perform is, please tell me the average weight of paracetamol. So this is the action that the LLM is doing. What am I doing, everyone? Whatever response I'm getting from the LLM and wherever the keyword action is maintained, am I picking up all the action keywords from the response? I'm looping it back and checking what action is my LLM performing in turn number one. If the actions exist or if the word action exists, what am I doing, guys? Whatever the action is plus the input to the action. So it will be like this, no? Action will be whatever the string value will be. Find the average weight of paracetamol, correct? My action will be either to calculate something or average pill weight. How many actions have I taken, guys? Observe carefully. Is it either calculate pill weight or something called average pill weight? Only two actions, the dictionary that I'm referring, right? This is the action. Let me take a screenshot here to show you an example, right? Let me come over here and paste this. How many actions do I have here? What is the actions that I have allowed my LLM or my code to generate? Only two actions, right? One action is going to be my average pill weight and the other action is going to be my, right? Let me remove this. Let me come over here. Let me expand this. Right. What have I told my program you can do? Either you can perform something called calculate something or average pill weight. My people, in the action here, am I getting what action I'm getting to do? Either it's calculate or average pill weight. What action am I next supposed to perform? It is giving me the name of the action, correct? And then with the action underscore input, I am also receiving a string value, what that action is supposed to be for paracetamol, for aspirin, whatever that value is. And that action input, I'm stripping the content, I'm cleaning the input. If action is in the unknown action, of course, I will not perform, I will raise an error. Otherwise, my people, the entire magic is happening in this line of code. Okay, observe very carefully. The observation generated by the LLM, okay, can I say that observation or the output generated by the model can be available in the known action, that forever whatever action you're trying to generate, if I pass it through the known action, okay, and whatever action input I have received through the past LLM I am passing. I first sent a task to my agent. My agent broke the task into observation and action. This observation and action, do I not need to pass it to my agent once again, and my agent is going to generate one more observation and action? And this is going to go to my agent once again, and this agent is also going to generate one more observation and action until and unless the agent is satisfied that my task is done. right? So to keep everything in one single loop, what I'm basically doing is I'm keeping on generating the observation, observation, observation. I'm telling it, okay, please perform observation and tell me what the observation is. And whatever your observation is, does it become my next prompt? Meaning my next turn LLM is going to get the new prompt, which is nothing but the observation from the past. So think of it like this, right? When I give it the task, observation one, action number one. So to pass this to my agent, what do I have to do? Whatever is the initial observation will become a prompt to my agent for agent's performance, and then it will generate observation two, action number two. This observation two will again pass to my agent and it will become observation three. Observation three will become input to my agent once again. So can I see observations are becoming input to my agent? Right here, I have connected everyone. See here in this piece of code, what I did is I said, whatever observation you generate, right? That observation, please make it as a next prompt. Okay. And otherwise, if you don't get any answers or you don't get any conditions, break out of the loop. But this is where the magic is happening. This is where the agent and the answer of an agent turn by turn is being passed. So that's why, my people, look at the behavior of the code, right? When I ask it a question like, tell me, I have two pills, aspirin and paracetamol. Guys, tell me, in the agent, have I given aspirin, paracetamol, and ibuprofen? Did I give amoxicillin? Amoxicillin. Did I give a medicine called amoxicillin? Okay, everyone, when I run this piece of code, I have two pills, amoxicillin and paracetamol. According to you, what will be the output? Run and run. Observe everybody. Okay, observe. First, it will say, I need to find the average of pill weight of both. First, it picked up aspirin 500 mg. Okay. Now I need to find paracetamol. Okay. Paracetamol, I don't know. I don't have. Let me rerun this once again from the beginning, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 towards the end. And let's see how it goes. Okay. It picked up aspirin. Yeah. See, is it still picking up paracetamol once again? Right? I passed it something called the paracetamol, or sorry, amoxicillin, right? Here in the instructions directly. And what is it doing? Is it still picking up the paracetamol? See, again, paracetamol and aspirin, 650 milligram, right? If I don't pass amoxicillin, okay, or aspirin, right? I just run this and run this in the instruction. See what's going to happen, okay? It's going to run the model. Again, it's going to pick up something called aspirin. Can you see here? Even though that medicine did not exist, it's still picking it up. If I had aspirin here or paracetamol here, we combined everything, I got the answer, and my agent is saying that, okay, my task is done and I'm ending that particular operation. No problem, everything is good to go. Now understand one thing, guys, just letting you know right now so that in the future there are no confusions. Okay, understand one thing. The agent that you write, or whatever agent you write, okay, since this was just a very basic agent that I built, in some of the more hands-on code that you're going to see, I'm going to be showing you guys some more agents. Understand one thing, guys, that the agent knows, okay, when to break out of the loop. And when should the agent break out of the loop? When the observation says that in the future, I have no more action to take. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say? When the agent realizes is by itself that, hey, I don't have any more actions to take, my action taking capacity or capability is over. And because I cannot take any more actions in the future, I know I'm going to break. See, this is an internal understanding of the model. Can I say it like this, everyone? This is the internal understanding of the model that I have no more action to do it and I'm done. But my people, just to be sure, do you also have external model like 10? We call this as maximum underscore turns equals to 10. Did we give both external condition and internal condition so that in any of the case, if internal condition is not met, at least the external condition will stop the model from performing the operation forever. Okay, remember, any agent that you write, you will be provided an internal condition and an external condition. And when both the conditions are met, successfully you can say that I believe I have performed the action and there is nothing to worry about. As in, my performance is not going to degrade, but my action by the agent will be performed in sequence and it will be completed once all the properties or once everything that I wanted my agent to perform as a goal, they are all complete. Okay, so understand, guys, what happens in any agent that you perform or any agent that you write. You will have either an internal discord or an external discord to stop the agent all the way from executing. Okay, is there any external condition to reduce? The answer is yes. See, since this is a very good question about hallucinations, let me tell you guys a little uh, hallucination idea. Okay, I'm going to give you this with a little practical understanding. Okay, I'm going to explain hallucinations with an example that will make more sense to you. Everybody, very recently, I finished a small project. Okay, this project was to build an agent for my company. Okay, and the project was very simple. I mean, not very simple, but yeah. Imagine you have a bank statement, you have a pay stub, okay, you have a IRS form. IRS is an organization within US that helps you manage your taxes, as in you have to pay the money to IRS. Okay, so they have multiple different kind of forms like 1099, 1042, and couple of stuff like that. Let's take an example of a very simple form. Let's say bank statement. Okay, now everybody, if I show you an example of a bank statement, okay, with an example, let's say bank statement, and copy this. Let me go to internet and let me take one sample. Let's say this is a bank statement. Now, everybody, whenever you take a bank statement, does every single bank in the world follow the same format of generating bank statements? First of all, let me ask you this question. Does every bank in the world follow a standard pattern of bank statement, or every bank has a different bank statement? Every format is different. Will you agree that every bank statement in the world, their format is different altogether? And not just that, for certain type of bank account, the bank statement is different. For a certain kind of bank statement, the bank statement is different, right? Meaning the bank statement is not standard no matter where you go in the world, whether you go to India, America, be it any other banking system, specifically as crazy as Singapore, it's different. Now, everybody, I want to parse this bank statement. What do you mean by parse? Whatever information you are giving in this bank statement, I want to extract each and every one of them. So first of all, what can you do? What is the name of the bank? Am I getting that detail? The name of the bank itself. Do I have that information anywhere? They can mention the bank detail towards the end. They can have a logo of the bank statement in the background somewhere. So first of all, I got the name of the bank. Lovely. Do I have the information about the bank? The contact information about the bank? The information about the bank itself? Yes, I am getting it here. I'm getting it here. No problem. Who is the customer of the bank? This is the customer of the bank. This is also provided. Okay. Do I have the account summary information? Right here is the account summary information. Right? Lovely. Can you see here? If you observe very carefully, this also can become a part of your account summary, right? What is your branch identification code? What is your bank account number code? So tell me, everyone, the question is, will every bank statement provide this? Or can some bank statement avoid also, and they can write it in a different format? They can write it in a different format, no? Depending on country to country, code to code, they can give different kind of code. Lovely. Now, everyone, can you also see transaction 24th November, 25th November, 26th November, 27th November, 28th November, 29th November, on and on and on. And the final balance in the account is $2,139.27. Okay. Everybody, How big of a problem hallucination is, allow me to tell you. And by the way, this project is currently live and it's serving some of the biggest banks in the world. Okay, so this project and this problem is already solved. I'm not going to go too much in details because, of course, not, but you get the idea. Let's say I take this bank statement and I pass it through an LLM called OpenAI. Okay, I pass it through a ChatGPT model. My ChatGPT model will very clearly say the name of the bank, it's HSBC. The contact of the detail is the contact details provided in the bank. It will give me. But what will happen is in the account summary part, it should have extracted this and this, but it only extracted this, completely ignoring this. I wanted my LLM to perform the operation properly with going through the document and extracting everything related to account summary, but it did not extract this. And what the OpenAI or ChatGPT model also did is it extracted every detail, but by mistake, it said that the final banking balance is $10.27 and not $2,139. So according to ChatGPT, your final balance is $10.27 and not 2,139. My ChatGPT model go through hallucination? I tried very hard to give it proper prompt, to give it proper structure, everything possible I did to let it know that, look, man, I want you to extract all this detail. I even gave it the schema, right? What am I expecting you to extract? I want the name, the contact, the customer, and final account in the money. Now tell me, everyone, how would you reduce hallucination in this? How would you decrease or reduce hallucination in this? What I'm about to tell you is very important. The most easiest step to take is maker and checker. What is maker and checker? You allow OpenAI or OpenAI to extract all the information like the name is HSBC, the account summary is this, the detail is this, and the detail is this. But also simultaneously, you allow one more other LLM like Gemini to do the same task. Okay, according to Gemini, what is the name? What is the account summary? What is the stuff? Tell me, my people, whatever OpenAI doesn't pick up, will my Gemini pick up? And wherever there is a difference, I can say extraction did not happen properly. My Gemini can pick something up, it can judge the response of the LLM, and it can give the answer. But what is the problem here? Why do companies don't like maker checker? My people, every single call to an OpenAI API or a Gemini API, is it costing you money? What you could have achieved in one single API, are you now achieving in two single APIs, correct? Meaning now you're paying two times the money for one single document. Will every company expect or accept you to pay double the money? No, no company would be okay with it. So, sir, what is the best way? The best way is whatever is the HSBC's template. Do you want to let your open AI or whatever your AI model is have a look at maybe 100 such samples? Do you think this is a good idea? Yes, absolutely. I'll tell you why this is a good idea. Guys, I understand every bank statement or template is hard or different in the world, but my people, at the end of the day, bank statement will not have the information like my hobby is I am a teacher and I'm a dancer. Is it going to include my hobby? Is bank statement going to give me what my hobbies are? Sir, I love cooking. I have been hiking since the last 4 years. Is it? No, no, right? Meaning every template that I pass inside my model to show that, look, I want you to become an expert in just the bank statement template. So no matter how many templates I pass, is my OpenAI model going to become very specific to extracting templates? Only and only bank statement templates, meaning I am asking ChatGPT to ignore every other knowledge it has, but only become an expert in only bank statement recognition. So what will happen? is when you provide any other template in the future, the chances are the accuracy will increase even higher. Understood what I'm trying to say? So what did you do? Either providing it some data sample to increase its accuracy, or providing maker checker for it to become accuracy or to become accurate. But everyone, at the end of the day, can I achieve 100% accuracy? The answer is no, guys. Let me tell you right now, you cannot achieve 100% accuracy. That is simply not possible. It is not possible. But what I did is I reduced my hallucination significantly, meaning out of 100 documents, maybe one or maybe two documents will be bad. But can I say then I can pass it to the human in the loop? A human can then look at this, and the rest 99 or 98 documents can then be automated. Understanding what I'm trying to say? Did you understand how the problem is actually solved? Now, everyone, sir, how do we solve this? There are many different applications in the world to help you solve this problem. Okay. One of the ways you can solve a problem of hallucination is something called log probabilities. If you don't know, it's okay. There is a topic or an answer called log probability. If you've never heard of it, that's okay. This is not a part of your class, but you can calculate the log probabilities of each individual token. When you mark up or add every log probability together, it should always match up with the initial distribution. If it does not, there is clear hallucination, meaning there are hallucinations and the response is not correct. So log probabilities is also another way you can monitor the hallucination. But remember, this is only to monitor, not to fix. There are two things in life you need to do. One is monitor and other is to fix. Let's say, for example, if you monitor, I think I have a smoking problem. Just because you have realized you have a smoking problem doesn't mean you're oh, now I'm like I have a smoking problem, I will quit. Quitting will take extra hard work, correct? Quitting requires extra hard work. So recognizing if there is a problem and solving a problem, they are two different things. In LLMs, log probabilities are one way of recognizing hallucinations, and then either using maker checker or either using fine tuning, prompt tuning, prefix tuning, p-tuning, whatever you want to use, or fine tuning can solve the problem of hallucinations completely. Did you get the logic? Then what will happen? Your bank statement parser is going to be one parser that will be the best at extracting bank statements. Okay, my people, don't misjudge the capability of your LLM. Your LLM can be trained to not just one single parse bank statement. You can make it an expert in parsing bank statement, pay stub, Form 1040, Form 1099 together. As in, you don't have to make one LLM be good at bank statement, other LLM good at the no, 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 no. No need to do that. You can make one single LLM be an expert in all three. We call such models as MOE, or mixture of expert models. Okay, we'll talk about that some other time, but this is how we solve the problem. It's super complicated, but we got a good accuracy. Point being that hallucinations will exist. The most simplistic problem in the industry that's taken up is either maker checker or either fine tune the model to give you the relevant answer. Without doing this, hallucinations are not solved. You will not be able to solve them, and you cannot assume that an LLM by default will be great at solving my problem. Please remember, it's not. By default, no model is perfect for everything. Okay, they are going to just be like, okay, they will perform okay, but they will also make a lot of mistakes. But it is your responsibility to understand what mistakes do they make and how to fix that mistake. Imagine you work for a company called ABC. Okay, and within the company you have a search tool. Okay, a search tool like this. Okay, is Mamta still working in my company? Like, suppose if the CEO of the company wants to search the employees information, or HR wants to search the information, hey, is Mamta still working in the company? Then the answer will be yes, Mamta is still working in the company. She joined on 15th October, let's say 2011, and she works as a general manager, and her salary is this. Is all the information given from all different sources internal to the company. This information is not outside, this is inside. Getting what I'm trying to say? This information is within the company. It's not outside. You cannot do an internet search and ask about Mamta. No. Maybe Mamta has a LinkedIn profile, but definitely we don't know what her salary is, when did she join, or maybe some other information that is internal to the information of the company. So everyone, won't it be very awesome if my agent had the capacity or capability for two things? One, looking at internal data resources, and the other is going to be external data resources, meaning either fall off to the internet to get some information or within the company's database to extract the information. Won't that be awesome? Right? I need both the information. If internal information gives me an answer, lovely. If external give me the information answer, lovely. So my people, in order to solve this problem, right, the usual approach we take is something called RAG. Okay. Now don't worry. I'm sure many people of you have heard of RAG and so far even have a very good idea about RAG. But RAG, my people, is retrieval augmented generation. Basically, what's going to happen is very simple. Okay. Just very simple operation, okay? Let's say there is a user, okay? And the user, like a CEO, is asking a question. Hey, who is Mamta in my company? Okay? Who is Mamta? Mamta, Mamta. Okay? Who is Mamta? What's gonna happen is the question asked by the CEO is going to be converted into something we call as embedding. Are you guys aware of the concept of embedding? Converting a text into numerical representation is what we call as embedding. Embedding is basically nothing but converting your sentence into some vector or numerical conversion. For example, if the word apple is to be converted, apple will be converted into 0.1, 0.69, 0.3, and 0.2. Okay, this is what the word apple is converted into. So word or your question is converted into an embedding, okay, some kind of an embedding, okay. This embedding is going to be stored in some kind of a DB. We specifically call this DB as a vector DB, okay? Because your data, your sentence got converted into vectors, word vectors, we also save it in a vector DB, okay? My people, what we also do is within this vector DB, right? We connect an external data source. If I show you like a very proper diagram of a RAG, okay? RAG architecture diagram. If I show you like a very proper diagram, okay? Let's show a very good diagram to you. Yeah, I think this looks much better, but it'll be complicated for you to understand. So rather, let me show like a very simple diagram. This makes sense, but this is databases, online sources. No, 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 no. Yeah, this is a good diagram. Very good. Okay, let me copy this and let me show it to you, everyone. Okay, look at this. Everyone, observe, okay? Whatever the user document is, okay? The Mamta's internal information is here, okay? This is all the employees within the company. Their information is stored in anything. You can call it DB, you can call it PDF files, whatever you want to call it, all that information will be stored here. We take all the information of the company and we convert it into an embedding. Okay, we are going to use an embedding model and we are going to convert it into embeddings, and all the embeddings of the company information will also be stored in a vector DB. Okay, this is going to be stored in the vector DB, all the internal information within the company. Then when the company CEO asks a question, we take the query, again use the embedding model to convert user's question into embedding, and we save the question also in the vector DB. Now, depending on the question, what embedding is more relevant? Suppose if the keyword was Mamta, then we already have user document or related information like Mamta. So let's say users or company's information and the user's question, these two embeddings are very closer to each other. So what do? We retrieve or we give the internal information embedding of the company and the user's query about them together. We match them and we send it to both the model. We call this augmentation stage, where query and context both are passed. We then pass it to the LLM to format and put the answer in a very nice and a very summarized format, and then the response is generated to the user. Meaning, whenever the CEO is gonna ask anything related to Mamta, like give me only the salary of Mamta, that question is gonna go, the user's information is gonna go, we match the embeddings, and only the response will be Mamta is a general manager, her salary is, let's say, 1,23,000 rupees per month. Meaning, RAG or retrieval augmented generation, the beauty of RAG is only one thing. If you can see here, RAG performs only 3 steps beautifully and perfectly. And what it does is it basically retrieves the data. Retrieval step means within the company's internal information and the user's question, depending on it, it retrieves the context. It will augment the context, meaning augmentation, okay, is going to basically combine the user's question and the internal information together in one single object and then pass it to the generation. Augmentation basically here is to augment or create or add something as one single object, or have like inherent one single piece that you pass it to the LLM. Okay, but there is no external database connected here, only company's internal. Yes, why do you want to connect external database? Can you not have another thing called Tavli here where I can go to the internet and search? This flow here is only for internal information. If internal information is not provided, then I can put up a step here for external search. But if internal search is giving me all the answer, why do I need to go for external search? Am I making sense? If internally only I have the information, then external does not make any sense. You're getting what I'm trying to say? So this is what we call as RAG, okay? Retrieval Augmented Generation. Augmentation is to make this augmented in such a way that combine both the query and context and give the answer, okay? So my people, Retrieval Augmented Generation bots or Retrieval Augmented Generation systems are used by many companies to build either chatbots, enterprise search tools, okay, ESTs. They are also used in ERPs. The reason why they use it in ERP is because there is already a piece of program, okay. Imagine you are all working in a company where there are 10,000 developers, okay. My people, somebody has already written a Python program to authenticate a user. Do you need to rewrite the program again? No, you don't need to rewrite the program again. Can you ask the RAG chatbot that, hey, I want to write an authentication program for my company. Has anybody within the company in the code base already written some kind of authentication program? RAG will return, yes, this guy wrote authentication already. Do you want to use it in your program? Meaning, you don't just have to use it for internal user document, you can use it for code, internal documentation, internal questions, internal query, commit, everything internal to the company's information in any format you do, my RAG chatbot will know and it will only respond relevantly. Understood what I'm trying to say? You can even give it authentication. Only managers can ask questions, employee cannot ask questions. Understanding what I'm trying to say? So that only most senior employees will be able to search and junior employees will not be able to search anybody else's information. Personal, let's say salary information or anything else that can also be stopped or avoided. If your data set size is larger, then vector DB needs to be large. Simple as that. So let me show you guys a small example. Okay. If hopefully your hugging face does not give me an error, because I'm sure I taught you guys a little bit about something called Hugging Face. Are you guys aware of this particular website called Hugging Face? That Hugging Face is this website, my people, where every world's bigger models are available. For example, if I go to DeepSite, okay, let me click on Create Project, and I say, make me a portfolio website for Mamta. Okay, I am a data scientist of 4 years experience. Okay, 4 years experience. Please give my photo, my introduction, and a page to reach out to me, and click on enter. What is happening here, everyone? I gave it a prompt that, hey, my name is Mamta. I am a 4 years experienced data scientist. generate a website for me that can give me my information like just my photo, my stuff, and stuff like that, right? What is it doing? Is it generating a website for you? Is it generating a website for Mamta? Right? And where am I running this website? Or where am I running this particular application? Am I running this application within Hugging Face? Everybody? Are you understanding what I'm trying to say? See, I'm going to shift to desktop. I'm going to shift to mobile and desktop. What is happening here? It's basically running the website for me. So see, it generated. Hi, I'm Mamta, data scientist, AI enthusiast. It filled my value. It is now adding my expertise here. So see, if I go towards the bottom, it is also adding home, about, contact. It's updating one by one by one by one, and like the code is being written right now. Now, where am I running this piece of code? Am I not running this piece of code, or am I not running this particular application on Hugging Face? So Hugging Face is a website where literally every model in the world, every company, including Google, Meta, everybody, they upload their model here first, so that anywhere in the world, they are able to access the model and you can check what is currently happening in the industry. Understood? So you can run the model within the particular thing, meaning you can run the model within this particular, application or website, and you'll be able to get, I mean, whatever you want to generate, basically you can generate, right? So see, here it is generating a website which is mobile friendly and both desktop friendly. And this is completely free. You can just copy this and paste it, and you can today create your own website for absolutely free. So, right, this is the entire website it generated. So if I click on contact, if I click on home, if I click on about, if I click on this, it will, take me to a specific application. If I close this, right, if you can see here, you can basically edit this also if you want to edit it. Like say, for example, if I click on edit, right here, if I click on edit and click on this and say, make this, red in color, it can do that. You can enhance it. I mean, many things, right? You can try this out whenever you guys want it, right? So Hugging Face is a package where everything is available. Okay, right? So all these are done using Hugging Face. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now, right? I'm gonna write down import, okay, Google dot generative AI, okay, as Gen AI. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write it as Gen AI from LangChain. Okay, I'm gonna write it like this from LangChain. I'm going to import something called LangChain underscore Google generative AI. I'm going to import, as you guys are aware, I'm going to be importing a couple of stuffs like chat, Google generative AI and stuff like that, right? So I'm going to say chat. I'm going to come over here, import chat, Google generative AI from LangChain. Okay. I'm going to use something called embeddings. And inside this embeddings, I'm going to import something called Hugging Face embeddings. Okay. So I'm going to import something called Hugging Face embeddings. And I think this is pretty much okay. Let me first check one of the problems. Now, everyone, one of the bigger problems when you only have this amazing library is every single week, what this library makers are doing, no, they are changing their libraries every day so that sometimes today, if the model is working, tomorrow it will not work. This is one of my biggest complaint with the Hugging Face API, that it's like when suppose today I am using, suppose I'm going to show you an example. Okay, so let's say embeddings is equal to, let's say, Hugging Face embeddings, right? Let me call Hugging Face embeddings, and let me say model underscore name is equal to, let's take an example. Okay, my people, in the graph here I showed you something called embedding model. Let me remove everything here, right? Embedding model and embedding model that I've highlighted. Do I have a free version of the embedding model? You have an embedding model. One of the famous embedding models is all mini LM V6, okay, L6 V2. This model right here is a model that is called as an embedding model. So what you can do is you can just copy this, come over to this particular thing and paste it. Okay. So if I run this piece of code, right, what it's going to do is it's going to tell me that whether that embedding model will be downloaded or not downloaded. Sometimes what happens, the embedding models are not downloaded. Sometimes it will download. There is, I mean, Hugging Face is a weird library. I mean, the way to use these embeddings are also a little, technically crazy. So what am I basically doing is just loading this particular embedding and working on it. What is a transformer? Oh, worked. So see, this is working. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Perfect. let me show you a project on how embeddings can be used and how do we solve that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to use a vector DB also from LangChain. Okay, dot, let's say, vector stores. Okay, I'm also going to import something called as Fias. This is the cheapest, the most freest, the most amazing vector DB that you can use, and it's completely free forever. Okay, so let's say Fias is something that I'm going to use from LangChain. Okay, from LangChain, I'm also going to import docstore. So LangChain, complete the auto completion dot docstore. Okay, I'm also going to import something called document, and from this document I will import something called document. And what I'm also going to do from LangChain, everyone, from LangChain, everybody, I'm going to ask you a simple question, right? I'm going to call something called agents, and here I'm going to import directly a method called initialize agent. Okay, so there is a method called initialize agent, and there is a a library called tool, and there is a library called agent type. Everybody, in your real life, you do not need to mention agent like the way I mentioned it here. You don't need to write it like this. It will automatically be provided to you by default here. Understood what I'm trying to say? I'm going to show you how to do that. Everyone, first of all, let me highlight this, uncomment this, and run this. Okay, and also remove this and run this. Okay, everybody, is it okay if I show you line by line what am I importing and why am I importing? Let's do a condition. Okay, in this particular library, what am I importing? First I will explain this, and why am I importing, we will do this. Getting what I'm trying to say? What and why I will very clearly explain, so that in the detail, in the process of learning it, you guys will be absolutely clear. 100% clear, koi confusion nahi rahega, no confusion at all. Okay, everyone. I have taken, okay, my Gemini API, which is right here. I'm going to copy the Gemini API key, okay, from here all the way till here. And I'm going to come over here and I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Have I instigated or have I initialized my Gemini API key? I will take some internal question. Let's say I'll ask a question like this. Okay. Let's take the data like this. I will say internal information. Information. Okay. Information. Harish. Harish loves to eat apples and oranges. Okay, oranges, lovely. Point number one. Point number two, Harish is an extrovert, right? Loves to travel and has a dog or a puppy named Casper. Okay, Harish, 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 let me write it like this. Harish is uh, a person of good character, let's say like this, good character and high integrity. Okay, integrity. Okay, let's say Harish does not like, okay, Harish, Harish, Harish does not like when people lie. Okay, now can I say, Harish, these are some internal information about you. So let me control X, let me paste it here, and let me save this. Okay, so here's what we are going to do, right? I'm going to hide this information and I'm going to configure my API. Everybody, okay? Have I configured my API? Basically, this is the library import. This is the configuration that I have called. I have configured the API and I have called the API here. Now, everyone, in order to run my API or my LLM, I need to initialize the LLM. So can I say I can initialize the LLM like this? I have already initialized it in the past, and I will take the same logic and I will initialize the LLM. Correct? I'm using Gemini 2.0 Flash. I'm using the Gemini API key. I'm keeping the temperature to, let's say, for fun 0.6, and maximum output token is 512. Is my LLM now processed and initialized? My people, copy and paste. Can I say this is the internal information of Mr. Harish? This is the information about Harish. Nobody knows this. Only Harish or internal database related to Harish knows this, right? Rather than calling it internal information, can I call it documents? Yeah. Can I say it like this? Only people closer to Harish or internal to Harish know what Harish is. Harish loves to eat apple and oranges. He's an extrovert, loves to travel, or he's an avid traveler, good character of high integrity, XYZ, XYZ. Internal information. Whatever this Harish is internal information. Whatever internal information about the company you have, everybody, please now, my request is please keep your eyes and ears open, okay? Because what I'm teaching you right now will become kind of hard to replicate every single time. So listen to me carefully. Whenever internal information is provided, should it be in the list format? देखो भैया ऐसा है, it could be in any format. Depending on your problem statement, it could be list, it could be document, it could be anything. It's a job of a software engineer to build a program to bring it in a separate format. Because I'm showing you an example, I've taken it in a list format. You can take it in a dictionary, you can take it in a database format, you can take it in a complicated list or nested list structure, which is what you call as Mongo, structure. So internal document could be anything. Like let's say, for example, what if I did before taking user document, every information about Harish, Mamta, everyone is a PDF file. I converted the PDF file into string and string is converted into list. And this is the list I have taken because I don't have the time to write a program for PDF conversion to string and string to list. So what I've done is I've taken it in a list format, right? So remember, as a software engineer, you will be asked this question that, sir, what format do I take? Well, the beauty of life is, as a software developer, it is your comfort and you can take it in any format. It's absolutely up to you. Okay. So you can take it in dictionary also. That is also all right. So everyone, I have taken the information about Mr. Harish. Okay. And Harish, let's write down H so that we have the proper name of Harish towards the end. Lovely. Okay. So everyone, here, whatever and whenever you want to build RAG, whatever internal user information you have, do you need to first convert it or use an embedding model to convert it into embedding? Please remember, isn't this step number one as per the diagram? I just took a random diagram from the internet and I'm showing it to you. What are we going to do? Can we do the same thing? Everyone, observe carefully. What I'm going to do, all the doc that I have, I'm going to convert it into docs. I'm going to say document, okay? I'm going to say page content, okay, is equal to doc for doc in documents. Everybody, I'm going to print docs for you. Did it take my list data? Observe carefully, guys. Okay. Did I take line by line multiple different information? Harish loves to eat apple and oranges. Everyone tell me, did I convert this simple string value into an object called document object? This is an internal structure of a LangChain called document LangChain. We have taken something called doc. What do you mean by doc? Everybody, we have taken a document object. Now, where in the world did you get the document object? Everyone, did we get the document object from a library called langchain.docstore.document? I'm importing something called document, correct? Now, the question you must be having in your head is, but sir, why can't we just directly take it as a text? I should be taking the whole thing as a directly as a text. Why is there a necessity to convert it into document? Well, this is where you need it very, very badly. Everyone, let me ask you a question. Suppose if the question, or suppose there is a text, I love ice cream, example. Okay, I love ice cream. My people, with the question I love ice cream, don't you want to share some more information? Like, who asked this question? On what time was this question asked? Was the person who asked the question male or female? Is this question asked through WhatsApp, through Instagram, through Facebook, through Twitter? What? Can you see, not just the question, I am also saving the metadata of the question. Are you guys understanding? In software engineering, you don't just take the question, convert it into embedding, and your job is done. In your practical application, okay, let's take a practical application. Okay, let me also show you guys a practical example. Okay, imagine you work in a finance company, everyone. Okay, you work in a finance company. Let's call it Rudra Finance. Okay, let's say you all and we all work together to build my company called Rudra Finance. Now, we give loan to all the customers. Okay, we are giving loan to customers. The customers can reach out to the department, or the customer can reach out to us or the company either through WhatsApp, either the customer can send me an email, or either the customer can send a phone call to the agent and the agent will type the message. Everyone, am I taking three different ways the user can reach out to me? Point number one. Okay, lovely. And then can I say that the user can ask me questions in three different types? What are the type? Either the question is going to ask me a query, either the customer is calling me to complaint, or either the customer is asking me for request. Can I say every interaction with the customer can be broken down into three things? Either it will be a query, either it will be a request, either it will be a complaint. Query, request, complaint. Query, request, complaint. Can I say it like that? Okay. Suppose the customer says, your app is not reflecting my balance, my balance, my balance. What do? Are we converting this particular sentence into embedding? 0.1, 0.96, minus 6.23, what dot. Did we convert it into embedding directly? But as a data scientist, you know, right? Data science does not mean anything if you are not solving the business problem, correct? You could be the world's biggest data scientist. You could be the world's most respected data scientist. But if you are not solving the problem of the company is going to throw you out in a second because company hires you to solve a problem. So tell me, as a software engineer and a data scientist, are you also not going to save a metadata in your database? Okay, where did the query come from? The query came from WhatsApp. What is the name of the customer? Rawat Chaudhary. Okay, is it a query, request, or complaint? It is a type is equal to query. Are you not saving your data, your original string value in the database? So for example, your database table will look like this: the original text, the embedding of the text, and the metadata as a dictionary. Are you understanding what are we doing here? To combine everything together, we need the help of a package called document. Are you understanding, which is what I have taken here? And because I did not pass any metadata, is my metadata empty? Any document in the future, anything that you're gonna do, am I converting my document first into a type of document and I'm calling that variable called docs, right? Are we going to say each individual line is being passed into my model as an object type called document? And what is document? Document is the internal data structure of a library called LangChain. Now that my document is converted into document type, what do? Can I take embedding is equal to this? My people, everyone, what model of embedding am I importing here? Am I importing a embedding model called sentence transformers all mini LM v62? Can I say this is the model or the embedding model that I will use? This is the model that will take my text input and it will convert that into embedding, correct? If I run this, am I importing my embedding? Right? I am simply importing my embedding. My embedding is done. Now, everyone, what do I need to do? Each individual text data, do I need to convert it into a number and save it in a vector DB? I need to perform two operations. First, convert to embedding, and then save it in vector DB, right? Save it in vector DB. Is this the operation that I need to perform? Convert save vector underscore store is equal to, I'm going to call something called fires dot from documents. This is the name of the methods. Okay. What am I doing, guys? Am I passing the documents and am I also passing the model called embeddings? Observe carefully. I am passing the documents called docs also, and I'm passing the embeddings. Now, did my vector store take the data, convert it into embedding, and saved it in a vector DB called vector store? I took my document one by one, used the embedding model called embedding, converted everything into embedding. And what is the name of my vector DB now? What is the name of the table in the vector DB? The name of the table is vector store. Now you must be wondering, sir, what is FIAS? FIAS, my people, is a library built by Meta or a company called Facebook. And what it does, FIAS is an efficient similarity search and clustering of dense vectors. Basically, any single text will be converted into vectors internally into the FIAS, and it will save it like a vector. Okay, or like a vector DB. Okay, so you can perform similarity search, dense clustering, right? You can perform multiple other things that you want to do with your vectors. So FIAS is that library that's going to make it possible. Okay, and this is an in-memory vector DB. This is not external companies like Pinecone, VV8. So for example, if your question is, sir, is there any other vector DB in the market? Yes, there is a company called Pinecone. Okay, so if you look at Pinecone DB, okay, Pinecone is a company that is external to my data, which is this Pinecone. Okay, you also have something called VV8. Okay, can you see VV8 is also an AI native database? There is also something called Quadrant. I mean, there is no end to it, my people. 100 other packages, but the one that is free and I can use internal to my code is how much? Is what? It's FIAS. If you want to build small applications, FIAS, even if you want to build large applications, you can even use FIAS then also. I have used FIAS for production. You can use FIAS for production also. It's not like you can't do it internally. What have I done so far? Have I taken my Gemini API, configure my initialize LLM, taken the internal document about Harish that only internal people know, converted into document object, took the embedding model and converted into vector store. What do we mean by internal to our code? Where the embedding will be stored? The embedding will be stored within this Shantanu. It will be stored inside a vector DB called vector store. When I say internal, I want you to understand, Shantanu, that whenever you use any database, doesn't that database exist in some kind of other server or other cloud which is not internal to your code? You have to hit that cloud by user ID and password and then get the result, right? But when I say FIAS, FIAS is going to be within the same server where the code is written. So it's internal to the code. You're getting what I'm trying to say? You can even save the vector DB like vector db.idx or .index file. Okay, .index, you can write it like this. I took you guys through a very important concept. We completed a very simple agent. We completed how the agent uses something called as input in a form of a task. Then the agent generates objection, or which is an objective, right? That objective then defines what kind of action the agent is going to take, right? A very simple agent we wrote, and then pretty much we moved forward with understanding what exactly is going to be one of the systems of working. What is lang indexing? Okay, so understand one thing. There are multiple frameworks, right? In say natural language processing, right? So lang index, which is called language index, there is actually basically a concept in LangChain. Okay, and what happens is you have a set of chain operations, and what these set of chain operation, or basically think of it like a pipeline. My input, text will be converted into a token. The token is going to be converted into a sort of index. Index will have a memory creation. Memory creation will go for a retrieval. Retrieval is then going to give me an output, and that output is going to serve a certain purpose. So indexing basically in LangChain means you are defining and telling the object that all these processes have to be completed in order for my final output to arrive. So rather than writing a program in LangChain, we have a concept called function calling or tool calling. What you do is you write down all the tools like the Python programs, and then you take all of them as a pipeline. Number one, number two, number three, number four, number five, and then basically call them up one by one by one by one. Okay, so that's what we call as line chain indexing. It's a very simple thing. It's a very simple concept, right? Okay. So everyone, I took you guys through an example where, yeah, so this program is going to show you that. Can you see here? I'm using something called tool. It's going to show you how do we do tools or how do we utilize tools. So I'm kind of implementing sort of like indexation behavior here when I'm calling something called tool. So in this particular program, you'll see the behavior on how the tool calling works. Okay. So within the same program, you're going to get the behavior and as in how the indexing behavior works and what is the first operation, what is the second operation. Okay, so you're going to see everything here. Just hear me out. So see guys, in the example that we have done, we need to also load certain packages because without this it will not work. Let us load couple of things, specifically all the libraries that you guys know for a fact that we need them, right? So we are going to install all of them. Unfortunately in collab nothing stays consistent, so let's kind of load everything, come over here in the bottom. Okay, still taking time. Okay, run. Perfect. Come towards the bottom. Run this. Run the configuration. Lovely. Okay. Now everyone, I'm telling you, or I was telling you that I'll show you a way of writing a program where within this piece of program, what you can do, you can assume you have an internal information. For example, right? Let's take artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, let's come over here and let's write it like this. Let me remove this, double quote and paste it. Okay. Artificial intelligence is the development of computational systems that can perform tasks repeatedly or typically associated with human intelligence, such as learning. Okay? What is artificial intelligence? What is machine learning? Right? Machine learning, Learning. So let's say machine learning. What is machine learning? I'm taking the definition of machine learning. I'm coming over here. I'm pasting the definition of what is machine learning. So I'm pasting machine learning. Let's also take reinforcement learning, right? Reinforcement learning and click on reinforcement learning. Let me copy the whole thing. Let me come over here and let me paste the definition of reinforcement learning. Example. And let's say one last thing. Let's remove the word agent. Let's write it like this, AGENT. Yeah. And let's say one final thing as large language models, right? So let's say LLM definition, and let's take the definition of what large language model are. Let me copy this until here, till here. So let me come over here to this piece of code, and then what we'll do, we'll put down one more definition for large language model. Lovely. Now, everybody, observe this piece of code and this piece of documents. Okay, we have an internal document where I have some definitions. What is artificial intelligence? What is machine learning? What is reinforcement learning? And what a large language model is. And what I did, I converted each individual definition as a part of my document type. Okay, this object is a document object which is already taken as a part of the LangChain. Now, what am I doing? I'm downloading some embeddings and I'm downloading some vector store or creating a vector store basically. I have already explained how do you convert and create your embedding, and the embedding model that we are using today is going to be called as all mini LM, and this is one of the most utilized or heavily used embedding model. Okay, so we've also converted something called vector store, right? Now, everybody, what I want you to do is look at this, right? Whenever you want to conduct a query, okay, or whenever you want to conduct what query and what answer are matching. So first of all, let me ask you a question, okay? In your internal information within the company or in the internal database, you had the definition of AI, you had the definition of machine learning, you had the definition of, let's say, deep learning or reinforcement learning and large language model. Okay. Now, what you do, you convert your definition of AI into an embedding, everybody. You convert your definition of a machine learning into an embedding. You convert your reinforcement learning into an embedding. You convert your large language model into an embedding. Now, see, what you have done is embedding number one, embedding number two, embedding number three, and embedding number four. Okay, you have four different embeddings within your vector DB. Okay, think of it like this. You have four embeddings with the original input plus the embedding, you have it in your vector DB. Think of it like this, right? Now, everybody, whenever the user asks a question, suppose the user's question is, what is artificial intelligence? Okay. Whenever a user asks a question, we convert user's question also into an embedding. Please remember, the embedding that you do here is the same exact embedding model you have to use here. If you use different here and if you use different here, you will not be able to perform the task. If you have converted this embedding as a 384 dimension embedding, please make sure that you also convert this into 384 dimension. Until here resolved, lovely. Now, what do you do, my people? When you converted your question into an embedding, okay, this embedding called question embedding, how similar or where it is closer to? What is artificial intelligence? It should return the first answer, correct? The what is artificial intelligence should return the answer that artificial intelligence is XYZ, 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 correct, everybody? Yes? My people, you know what we do? We perform something called cosine similarity. What do we perform? We perform something called cosine similarity. Sir, what is cosine similarity? Embedding one from database with respect to Q1. How similar they are, how closer they are to each other. They are 67% closer to each other. Lovely. Embedding 2 with question, the similarity is 0.15%. Lovely. Embedding 3 with question is 0.01%. And embedding 4 with question is 0.0016%. Which question and which embedding were highly similar and I can return? Which embedding and which question had the highest similarity and I can return them? Can I say that the first question and the first answer had the highest similarity? So meaning for the given question, the embedding number one is the highest similarity. Pass both the question and embedding to the model and get the answer, correct? Now is it not possible that for the same question, maybe three different similarities are having the candidature? They are all saying that I am also similar, I am also similar, I am also similar. They are very close to each other. This also is one of the problems that can handle, right? There are possibilities that one embedding and one question can be similar. Two embedding, two questions can be similar. Three embeddings, one question can be similar. See, everybody, what happens now? Whenever you're gonna find yourself having a case like this, you basically use something called threshold that only and only if you are up to 80% similar and more, only then I'm going to include you in my analysis. If you're less than 80% or anything less, I'm going to include you. See, this mechanism of adding a threshold will perform a good filtering mechanism. Okay, this becomes like a good filter mechanism. If you don't use that, then we also have a concept of something called cross encoders. Okay, in the industry, people call them re-rankers. Okay. Re-rankers are a different concept altogether. We'll talk about that, but not right now. But understand, mostly what happens, we try to match the question with the embedding and how close and how similar they are. If I want to match this thing, I need to write down a concept called search underscore documents. Okay. So I'm going to write down a method here, okay, a function here, search underscore documents. and whatever is your query, okay, I'm going to take your query and I'm going to search it based on that. SEARCH, okay, search document. What I'm going to do, I'm going to say results equals to, okay, I'm going to say vector store, whatever is my vector store dot. I'm going to perform something called similarity search, if you guys can see. And here I'm taking something called query, comma, k equals to 2. Now you must be wondering, sir, what do you mean by k equals to 2? You are telling the Python program that return the top two, okay, the top two similar queries, okay? The most similar queries within the boundary of cosine similarity, return them. I will resolve both of them. You can pass k equals to 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. And it has nothing to do with k-means clustering. Please just, this k and that k has no relationship at all. They are worked on the cases of probabilities, not on the verses of k. So k is a parameter. Okay, it's got nothing to do with that. K is, my dear, just simply a parameter that says, Bhaiya, okay, are you going to get me the top two similar queries? That's it. Okay, so don't get confused. Now, everyone, what do we do? Combined query is going to be nothing but slash n. Okay, I'm going to take slash n dot join, and inside the join method, I'm going to take down f double quotes of, and I'm going to write down a bracket here, and I'm going to say result dot page content. So see, what I'm doing here is I am telling the Python program that whatever the result is, or whatever the result I'm going to get, okay, give me the page content of that particular query that I'm trying to map. Can you see here, everyone? I'm matching something called page content here. I have already taken an object of document type where I'm getting the content as page content, correct or not? See the name of the key. It's called page content metadata. Page content metadata. Page content metadata. So what am I trying to map? Please give me for the result page content, and for this particular page content, you're going to loop for result in results. Okay. So whatever results you have within this, you're going to search for the page content. So I'm going to write down the query like this for results. And once this query is resolved, I'm just going to retrieve F double quotes of, right? Yeah, it's for. I'm going to write down F double quotes of relevant documents. And within the relevant documents, what am I going to say? I'm going to say whatever I have combined. Now, everybody, what did I do here? In my search document part, what have I done? In the search document part, for the given query, whatever is your answer, I am getting that, correct? For the given query, what embeddings match the maximum, I return the answer for that. Now, everybody, listen to me very carefully, because what I'm about to tell you right now is very important, and this is exactly how you're going to define an agent. Okay. Question one: how does the context play a role in the cosine similarity? Does it also get converted into an embedding? First of all, context plays a role, but not completely when it comes to embeddings. Okay. See, first of all, any embedding that you generate, okay, or any embedding is generated is dependent on what kind of embedding model you have used. Have you used an embedding model that implements very dense embeddings? Have you implemented a model that can perform an operation, but this time the embedding, process that you do is that high? So see, contexts are very, very important. Okay, super powerful. But remember that usually what happens that in good embedding models, you usually get a very high context, as in whatever the conversation is, right? That query or that embedding is going to keep the context of that, embedding very closer to it. So whenever we perform, let's say, cosine similarity, it's a guaranteed fact that whenever the cosine similarity is returning that these two are similar, then the chances are that the context of them are also very, very similar. Okay. But the embedding is the most differentiator here. If your embedding types are not good and it's terrible, then cosine similarity is not going to do anything. It's just how your embedding model works. So sentence transformers or any other good large language, transformers like USE, Universal Sentence Encoder, these are very, very good. I mean, if you use certain embedding models like that, it'll definitely solve your problem. Okay. So remember, it's like quality matters of your embeddings. If they are generated with like a very good language model, then cosine similarity will have no problem extracting the context or mapping two very relevant context with each other. If not, it will also make a hit and a miss wala scene, and that would be terrible. So, embedding models are gonna be the differentiator here. Okay. So what cosine similarity does, for people who don't know what cosine similarity work, okay, vector cosine similarity. Everybody, I want you to take a look at this example. Okay, and let me copy this and let me paste this here. Everybody, have you seen this thing called as a dot product similarity of A and B, right? Now see, when you look at cosine similarity, okay, I'm just gonna write down something called cos theta, right? Everyone, when I perform cosine similarity, is this theta or this particular angle for two words apple and the other word orange, are they gonna be close to each other? If they are similar objects, the values are gonna be closer to each other. Let's say I have another vector here. Let's call that vector, let's say car. Please tell me that the angle, let's say alpha, and the angle theta, right? The orange and apple, are they closer, or the orange and the word car, are they far away from each other? Like I'm asking you whether they are closer or far away. Of course, they are far away, right? See, what cosine similarity does is you got to understand everything. Whatever you're seeing right now, is it a part of vectors and scalars? Do you remember we had covered something called dot products? We had completed something called cross products, and I told you dot product between two vectors always returns a scalar value. It also tells you how similar two objects are with each other, not just similar directly, but in the same direction, right? We kind of implement the same implementation where cosine similarity basically tells you in the vector space, right? Let's say you have a vector 1, you have a vector 2, and you have a vector 3. Of course, dimensions matter, but even though the dimension are resolved, how closer or far away they are from each other. Cosine similarity is a very simple mathematics to identify whether two vectors are closer to each other in vector space or are they far away in vector space. The reason why we work with cosine similarity is because if two vectors are closer to each other in vector space, then they are farther, or as in they are kind of relevant to each other. If not, they are far away from each other. The similarity is determined by the theta's angle being closer to each other. As in, if you take this angle theta, right, and if you want to call two angles or two vectors as being closer to each other, right? You need to tell the model that, okay, smaller the angle, higher is the similarity, larger the angle, lower is the similarity. So 0 degree and 0 degree is completely identical, 100% similar. 0 degree, 45 degree, I don't know, 80% similar. 90-degree difference, completely unrelated with each other. Orthogonal vectors, these are called as. Do you remember in your linear algebra class, if you have attended the class, you can also have orthogonal vectors which have a degree of 90-degree within each other. They are completely unrelated, right? And you also have completely opposite angles, as in opposites, completely opposites. One is 0 or the other is 180, right? So it starts 0 to 0, 0 to 45, 0 to 90, and 0 to this. Understanding what I'm trying to say? So if their angles are closer to 100%, complete identical. So if they are far away, then they are going to be 0. They can also go into negative angles, as in completely unrelated, makes no sense. See, when the context is red color car and your answer is also car is red, then they match with each other, no? Because you are basically trying to represent the context with respect to color. है ना? If you would have asked me a question, car is red color and my apple is also red. Now, are they matching in context? Because there you have a color and a car and you have an apple and a red. You're getting what I'm trying to say. If your contexts are matching, then the answer will also return. If the contexts are not matching, It will not return that. The context that if don't match, embeddings don't return that. Usually they don't return that, but there are always leakage issues and it might return something with respect to red, but again, depends on the embedding network. Like if the embedding layer or the embedding model that you've used is good, then this problem will not arise. Okay. Because pre-trained models, the more they are trained on, the more they understand the difference between car red and apple red. So they'll keep it separate. Got it? To find out the closer or the similarity between the question and the answer. Let me show you the program you will understand. Okay. Tool of everybody. Observe. Listen to me very carefully. Everyone, I want the agent to be capable of performing what? Do I want my agent to look up the vector DB? Okay. What do you want my model to perform? Name is equal to what is the name of the action that you are saying? I am telling the agent that you need to perform something called vector store lookup. Everyone, what authority am I giving the vector? What am I telling the agent to perform? To search. What do I want the agent to perform? To search, right? And what is the description? The description that you're giving in this particular model is to do what? Useful for when, okay, for when you need to find information about a specific context from documents. Okay, let's put up a comma and let's say the function that I'm going to be using is something called search documents. Everybody, did I use a method called tool? I want you all to very patiently look at my screen and try to get the understanding what exactly I'm trying to teach you. Can you see this thing called tool right here? This thing called tool, right? Sir, what is this indexing in LangChain or this LangChain indexing, operation that we perform? Let me explain. Guys, in our previous agent, were we not irritated by the fact that we had to write down agent's action in a very simple Python dictionary and then somehow write this complicated piece of code by calling it, letting it perform observation and all that nonsense, right? What if I tell you, you don't have to do that? You can define multiple tools in just one operation. Everyone observe. Have I only written one tool because that's all I'm doing? But are you understanding that if you want your LangChain to know that, look, man, you have a tool. You want this action to be performed by the AI agent. What do? Simply write the keyword tool, and within the tool, you can write the name of the tool, you can write the description of the tool, and you can even pass the functions directly like this. That, hey, I just want to perform something called search documents. What is going to happen here is whatever tool you write, you can write one tool, two tool, three tool, five tool, eight tool, 10 tool. The beautiful thing is, let's say I want to show you guys something. Why is this important? Okay, everybody, let's say I want to show you guys an example code and you'll understand what I'm talking about, right? In your production code or whenever you're working in, let's say, production systems, the beautiful thing about Python is that I can separate my functionalities, right? You guys are aware, no? Like say, for example, if I want to perform some kind of logging, then I can create a separate file called log.py. If I want to call my function, I can call something called call.py. If I want to perform OCR operation, I can perform PDF OCR, meaning can I split my responsibility separately? If I want to perform tool operations where my agent is using not one, not two, but 100 tools, can I implement it in a tool.py separately? Like I will be able to call a simple file called tool.py, right? And in the tool.py, I will have all the tools mentioned, right? Where each and individual tool will be able to perform its own task. Correct, everybody? You're getting what I'm trying to say? Rather than writing tools in a complicated set of programs, I can just write down a piece of program and define tool 1, tool 2, tool 3. And the way to call the tools is by the name, vector store lookup. Is it not looking like you're using English to reference the tool? The name of the tool is vector store lookup. The name of the tool is search internet. The name of the tool is access Gmail account. The name of the tool is respond to WhatsApp query. You're getting what I'm trying to say, right? Now it becomes very easy to manage things. This is what you're looking for as a developer. Okay, as a developer, this gives you immense happiness because the chances are this is going to make your life easy. Okay, the prompt can also be passed. I'm going to show you how to pass a prompt also. Okay, so I'm initializing an agent or a React agent by something called initialize agent. Everybody observe. Did I initialize the agent by using the library or a module called initialize agent? Correct? Now everyone listen to me. In the initialize agent part, to the agent, what tool do you want to provide? What capability do you want to provide? I will tell that the tools available to my agent is what we have called search tool. Correct, everyone? For now, I have provided the agent the capacity to look up search tool. Now, everyone tell me, can I not pass all the tools in order? My program can either take it in order or can either take it in, unordered, depending on what the task is. No problem. I have taken the tool. What LLM am I using? LLM, which is defined here, right? LLM, no problem. LLM is LLM. What about my agent? Now, this is where the beauty of this thing comes up. Can you see I'm calling something called agent type dot zero shot. Okay, I'm going to write down something called zero shot react description. Everybody, please look at this. Have I create just by mentioning something called dot zero shot react description? Did I just create and tell LangChain that I want you to please give me a React agent rather than writing all the prompt by yourself? Step number one, do this. Step number two, do this. Step number one, become thought. Step number two, do this. Have I said that I want you to give me a zero shot React description? What am I trying to initialize here? What kind of model am I trying to initialize? I'm trying to initialize an agent which is of type what? What kind of agent is this? This is a React agent. My agent is initialized, agent is done, right? Okay. Now, once this is done, I'm going to provide some instructions. Instructions are going to be looking like this. Everybody, please observe. You are a research assistant for AI or using AI, whatever you want to pass, you can pass it like this. You can say when, okay, when asked a question, think step by step, okay? You are making sure that you are passing one kind of React behavior by yourself also, okay? And your PG vector is like that Postgres extension for your vector DB. So you can think of it like that. And the beautiful thing about this is PG vector and LangChain, they are built for each other. As in, uh, they have good connectivity, sort of like a relationship with each other. So if you want to use PG vector, amazing, no problem at all. You can integrate PG vector here, live sorted. If not, if you want like authentication, conversational chain, you want to have like a buffer to buffer. So basically what happens is, I'm sure you guys know that in every database that you use, your internal databases also use something called internal caching mechanism, LRU, LFU, LHH, meaning what happens is, let's say, for example, you are asking the same question multiple times, right? And you're like, Arey, bro, you just asked me this question, right? Like, suppose if in the LLM, right, or the bot that you're building, you asked me a question, I gave you the answer already. You asking the same question in a different way, does it make any difference? You're asking the same question in the same way. Why am I going to spend my time, energy, and effort to go to the database again, search and get the query, and then return the response to you? No. So I might return maybe the top 10 relevant responses to you already given. So all these fancy stuff that I'm talking about is literally very easy to build. In be it PG vector, be it Supabase, be it Firebase. I mean, there's predominantly, I think Firebase is what people use mostly because it's like uh, you can set up through authentication, you can set up saving conversational buffers, you can save memory buffers, you can even perform a task like chain, or which is what we call as chaining. Chaining is basically What conversation did you perform earlier and later? And if you don't want to do that, none of that nonsense, if you want to do, I have a good news for you. Okay. Can you see message store LangChain? Can you guys see here? Inside the LangChain itself, there is a method, something called messages. Can you see here? Messages are a unit of communication in the chat model. They used to represent the model of input and output chat. Guess what? If you want the LangChain messages to be saved, right, or to be used internally to this particular code, you can even segregate them, right? So if I just write down save messages LangChain history, right? If I write it like this, right? So can you see here, there is also something called chat history. And what you need to do, this chat history is then internally going to reference a internal model, and this also is important. So remember, if you don't have the time or energy or the strength to set up a new sort of database, or deciding what you want to do, just write down internal chat history and pretty much it makes sense. Okay. If you need more info, use let me go over here, double click on vector store lookup, use the vector store lookup tool by, let's say, writing, by writing your thought, your THOUGHT thoughts, okay? Or we can also mention that, okay, if you can perform, uh, like a tool by tool operation, that is also perfect. So writing your thought, uh, let's say thought process, I can say, maybe thought process, then maybe call the tool, right? Maybe call the tool later once the thought process is sorted. And after receiving, okay, or after, let's say, getting the info, let's say summarize it and provide a final concise answer to the user. Okay, everyone, just a quick question to give you guys an idea. Okay, the instruction that I've written, okay, right now, even though I have declared my React agent right here and I've told the kind of React agent, am I making sure, just in case, in my instruction, I am also passing kind of like a behavior. I am kind of making sure that in my agent or in my instructions, I am giving still the idea that, man, look, you need to perform something called step by step. But tell me, everyone, did anywhere here did I mention the keyword action, task, observation, tools? Anywhere have I mentioned anything? I have just mentioned only tool here, that hey, you have an action or you have an operation called tool. But anywhere here have I taken the four properly written action, perform, do action, do this, observation? None of that. But have I just made sure that some kind of behavior I expect from the model? Yes or no? Yes or no? In the instruction, everyone, right? So let's say if I have a query, okay, and the query is whatever instructions I have, okay, whatever instructions I have passed inside the model, that instructions, or with that instruction, I am passing what is reinforcement learning. Can I say, everybody, this is my question? I am passing the instructions with my question, what is reinforcement learning? And can I get response is equal to agent.run? And inside this, can I pass something called query? And if I run this, okay, I'm going to get a specific response, right? What is that response, everyone? So if I just go ahead and print the response right here, okay, whatever the response that we generated here, copy and paste. And what response did we get? Reinforcement learning is a machine learning method where the agent learns. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. My question was related to reinforcement learning, and from the internal database, did I also get the relevant answer? My internal database had this definition: reinforcement learning is a machine learning method. For my given question, is my answer relevant to the DB? Correct? Are you getting what I'm trying to say? If I ask a weird question, a wrong question, what is India's Oh, okay. Who won Indian World Cup? And run the answer and run the answer, okay? And run the response. Okay. What did it respond? India has won the Cricket World Cup twice in 1983 and 2011. Now, everybody, why did this answer come? Because internally it could not find the answer within the internet or within the database. The LLM provided the search result for you automatically. Understood, everybody? The LLM's behavior or the Gemini's behavior was, if the question has nothing to do with the internet or internal answer, it automatically gave you a summarized answer towards the end by itself. Did you understand the fallback behavior? I tried to search my internal DB about Indian World Cup, but in your database, you have not mentioned anything about, anything about, let's say, Indian World Cup, because you have not given, but I gave the answer right here. We do return the top two, but we only consume the one. We return top two. Returning of the top two is to check whether more than two similar words exist. But we only consume the one that is the highest available or the one which has the highest similarity. Returning two doesn't make much of a difference. We just want to get the difference or analysis. If I even mention five here, I'm only going to be using one. Got it? In large language models, okay, there are few principles of prompting. Okay, sir, what is the free principle of prompting? There are five kind of prompting you need to think about. Okay, RTF prompting, tag prompting, BAB prompting, care prompting, and rise prompting. Okay, please remember, these are the types of prompting techniques that you can use or you should use in order to give certain behavior or personality in your model. Okay, what usually happens is you run them, you implement them, and you kind of process them, right? You kind of, how do I say this, run it in a process or a format where what will happen is you try to implement it by giving it a certain personality type, and that personality type is then later on used to run. RTF is basically role, task, and format. Basically, role, task, and format का मतलब होता है you take as an, so basically role is act as a research assistant. Your task is to perform research, and the format I want the answer in is in this format. So see, did you perform something called RTF formatting? Meaning you gave it a role, you gave it a task, and you got the answer, right? How to choose LLM for the task? We need to evaluate LLM. LLM evaluation also is a little tricky business. You need to understand depending on the use case that you have to do. Okay. Sir, but sir, we have taken the combined part of it in this. Of course we did. See here in the page.content, if I print it, I'm taking the top two similar queries. In production, we don't combine the queries together and get the answer. We only take the first one relevant. Okay. In our case, we have combined, but this is only to make sure that the confidence become better. We don't do this in reality. Because tell me everyone, isn't it very stupid to do this where one embedding and one answer is different, other embedding and other answer is different because both picked up the color red. If you make both of them add as one single combined query, then won't your LLM be like, ha, red car bhi, red apple bhi, both of them will pop up together. So I have shown you a combined query here, but usually you control this behavior with a probability threshold that if you're only greater and more confident up to 70% and more, pick it up. And even in 70%, if there are two 72 and 77, we pick up the highest one. We don't usually combine them together like the way I have written here. That's the difference. Sir, why did it not count the T20 World Cup? Correct, everybody. I asked a question, what won or when, okay, India won World Cup, okay, when India won World Cup, okay, Control Z, India won, when did, okay, India win, okay, the World Cup, the World Cup. Now, everybody, if I run this and if I run this, okay, see what's going to happen. Did the LLM itself respond back, sorry, I cannot answer because the tool access is not available to me? Let me ask again. Let me ask another question. Give me 1 second. Who is the Prime Minister of India? Who is the Prime Minister of India? And run this. and run this. If you run this response, what is it answering every single time now? I'm sorry, I cannot answer the question with the available tools. Let me ask one more question. Let me ask one more question. Let's say, why is Earth flat? Okay. Why is Earth flat? And run this and run this. Okay. I'm basically instigating the model to give me some response. Now see, it responded. The Earth is not flat. It's a sphere. The belief that Earth. Sir, why is this happening? This is happening because, first of all, there is no guardrail in my model. Please understand. I have not specifically, explicitly defined any guardrail, have I? Did you see me define any guardrail? This is all leaking. Kahan se? Who is the leakage? Who is the culprit? Your Gemini. Your Gemini is the culprit where it is giving you a behavior in a very terrible way. Okay. Now, this is not the fault of your large language model because your large language model is always built to serve your answer or serve your question. So it is not doing a bad job. It's just that you have not implemented guardrails. Everybody, if I implement guardrails, what will happen? If I implement guardrails, will it respond back with the answer? Right? If I implement a guardrail, will it implement? What is the basic guardrail? Let me show you. If the user question has nothing to do with, okay, has nothing to do with the tool or relevancy, do not respond. Do not respond and say it's irrelevant. Example. I run this, I run this, I run this. What is it returning? Did it say it is irrelevant? Okay. Why is Earth round? Run. It's irrelevant. Why is the world so nice? And run. That's a subjective question and not something I can answer. Did I still break it in front of you? Even though I mentioned the guardrail, like, how you think guardrails are added, I still broke the LLM, right? So, see, what I mean is, this is the fun thing, right? When people think LLMs can do wonderful things, you got to understand that LLM is not magic, right? It's science. You can break it very easily and it feels so good. See, now without this particular thing, it's able to be like, no, I'm sorry, I'm unable to answer. So see, jiska kaam, as in without guardrails, if you want to do all this jugaad, it will not work. You have to properly add a guardrail so the answer can always respond back saying that no, okay, I will not give the response back. So my point is that sometimes you got to understand that we have to implement a guardrail for the bot to not respond back with an irrelevant question or irrelevant answer. Okay. The reason why it broke is because the LLM tries very hard to perform your instructions, but sometimes they hallucinate. And that was a clear, beautiful case of hallucination. The answer that Earth is not a good, that was hallucinations. Hallucinations, not because it didn't give the wrong answer, but it did not follow my instructions properly. And the response it gave was also small. Okay. See, I have a variable called results. Yeah. In my example, in my case, I have a variable called results. Okay. Am I performing a loop here? Each and every page content, loop through the page content and get all of them and join them together. Am I merging both the k equals to 1 and 2? And then I'm printing the relevant combined results. See, just these two line of code. In actual production, no matter what your k is, you only get the relevant one. You don't combine them. You don't merge them. Because my database is chota na, it's small. I'm just kind of merging them. Okay. But merging is not something you do. In prod, you don't do that. Because this is an example, this is fine. But you don't merge. You should never merge. Okay. Can you see this data here, right here? Do you think this is a bank statement, right? This is a bank called M&T Bank. Okay, let me reduce it a little bit further, right? And the bank statement has multiple different transactions. Okay, I'll show you another statement, accident statement, auto purchase agreement, claim form, mortgage plan, right? Multiple different forms. Now, can I say that this is a complicated form, everyone? I have a different table, complicated part about loan number, who's the name of the creditor, address, term of the loan. Did he click on the month or the year? What amortization period did he agree to? What is the name of the insurer? Can I say this is the PDF file? Or a database, right? Now, writing a program specifically to either a PDF document or a database would be very complicated and also something that would not be possible in any case because what happens now? Every use case is complicated. So, for example, if I show you how would I run it, right? Like if I take the terminal, right? And if I, let's say, run task, right? And actually, let me just go ahead and put the terminal because I have not configured it, right? Terminal, new terminal, and let's just call this terminal here, right? Let's call it ls. Let's do clear. Okay. Let's do Python and let's call.py, right? Let's do call.py and I'm going to run this, right? Processing complete. Now, if I go to output, and what was the name of this? Claim form. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up claimform.md. Okay. I'm also going to open up this claim file here. Okay. I'm going to show you the difference between both of them, right? Let's open claimform.md somewhere here and also a claimform.md, right? Claimform, or what was the name? Mortgage plan. Yeah, mortgage plan and mortgage plan. Lovely. Okay. See, this is my mortgage plan, and this is the extraction I did uh, in the markdown format. Okay. Is the loan number correct? The loan number is correct. Okay. Can you see here? Loan LOAN1, right? Amount of the payment is 850 cents, correct? Can you see monthly is also marked, right? Can you see that here, if I zoom in, can you see amortization period was 30 and here also it is weekly, bi-weekly and monthly. So I have taken something called month here, right? That is marked, right? Terms of the loan is also marked as month, right? If you can see here, right? So if I show you the program for this, right? If I open up the program for you here, it will be very complicated in the beginning to see. So for example, see here, if I open up call.py, you have Gemini API key. I'm also using Gemini API here. So this is the list of the program just for the PDF extraction. This is the logger file. This is the PDF OCR logger, and this is PDF OCR file here, right? See? So basically what happens, what I'm basically trying to say here is that building the application specific to a specific, let's say, a database or stuff like that becomes slightly complicated. But what I'm saying is key, it is not so complicated that you cannot approach it, right? Of course, nobody hard codes a data directly into the model. Like, for example, sir, if we take it like this, can be hard coded? No. If you want specifically to for me to like instruction wise teach you how to do that, definitely we can do that. But I believe now that you know that a data can be taken in any form, all you have to do is search it. Because see, at the end of the day, when you're going to be working in an organization, sometimes not everything that I may have covered in the class, they would ask you the same thing. They might ask you, hey, can you, do this for me? And then you might have to do some internet search. So getting the understanding from me and trying to get the reference from that and then doing it by yourself, I would be very happy for that. If not, I can also show you how to connect this to a DB. Very, very simple, right? So basically all we'll have to do is we'll have to set up like a simple sandbox or an instance of a DB like say Postgres or maybe we can take Mongo, and all we need to do is we need to take that Mongo's URL and ID and password. Okay, so every Mongo instance will be either you will be passing an URL of the Mongo instance with the password, or you also have a Mongo ID and a password. Once you pass it, once you log in, you have to do something called as a dump of the data. So everything will be in the form of a dictionary. That dictionary you need to pass inside the model. Okay. The reason why it did not count the T20 World Cup is because is your LLM deciding what information it needs to show and what information it needs to hide? Made the whole thing visible and I made the whole thing hide. My LLM was able to show the answer. My LLM was not able to get the answer. As in, I'm able to get the answer and I'm also able to show the answer. Your LLM decides to do that, which is a bad thing. The reason is, let me ask you a question. If I ask a question, when did India won the internet or the World Cup, let's say? Should it not return all the sources that in 1996, 2006, and whatever year India won the World Cup? India also won the T20 World Cup, also Test cricket. Should it not return everything and I will decide what information I want to take? Correct? Should the LLM just internally decide all by itself that no, I want to only show you this information? and I will not show you any other information, not even a single source on how did you find that information. If that is the case, then LLM is not performing a very great task. I wanted to know where did you get this information? Why did you not mention something called T20? So remember, your Gemini as an LLM is very powerful, but sometimes it acts like it is so stupid and dumb, and it returns something that you didn't expect. And that behavior modification of LLM is very much required. You don't want your LLM's default answers by returning some random values. You want it to act intelligent and smart, but you want that intelligence to work in your favor and not against you. So you got to be very smart about it. Now, how do we be smart about it? Well, the only way we can be smart about it is we open up the whole problem and we make it even better. Sir, what do you mean by even better? For example, let me ask you a question, right? Let's say I want to build a simple application, a simple agentic, not agentic, but a simple application where I say, sir, I have this application I want to build, and in this application that I'm building, I want you to help me build a, let's say, a fact checker, right? Do you guys know what is a fact checker? Let's say why it didn't count T20 World Cup. For example, if you ask a question, India won a World Cup in 2021. Is this statement true or is this statement false? There was no World Cup in 2021, correct? This is a false statement, correct? Okay. India, country with higher GDP, country with highest GDP per capita. Okay, GDP. Now, is this statement true or false? This statement is true, but it was true. Now it is false. Back, if I consider the age of the golden age of India, this statement was true, but currently this statement is false. So can I say that the information is old and is misleading, right? Can I say that the information you're trying to give was there was a golden period once, but it's no longer that golden period. The information is misleading, it's incomplete, unverified, or I can pass exactly unverified information like, for example, a country claims, okay, that they have found gold in their country or oil in that country. Now, is there any news agency talking about it? No news agency is talking about it. So this is unverified claim. Nobody can verify this. And then we have a true and a false. So let's say for example, why didn't it count T20? The reason why your Python or your LLM didn't count is because it internally decided what it wants to show, what it does not want to show. Do you want to let that control go to the LLM like that? Do you want LLM to decide what it needs to answer, or you need to be the decision maker what it should not respond, correct? Does that make sense? You have to be the decision maker for deciding what it should respond and what it should not respond, right? So everyone, let's do one thing. Let me help you build an application. Together, let's do this, right? Let's say we want to build a fact checking algorithm, okay? Or a fact checking app. How do fact checkers work, or how do fact checking works? Whenever you make a claim, do I perform something called as an internet search? You already know there is something called Tavli, right? But Tavli also works in a wonderful ways, right? We have not just the maker checker, we also do something called fallback mechanism. For example, what you need to do first of all is you need to install Tavli client, okay? The Tavli client using pip. So first of all, if you go here, okay, can you see there is a library called Tavli Python? Copy this, come over to the framework and paste it. And here, everyone, can you see I'm installing something called Tavli Python, right? I'm installing something called Tavli Python, where I'm gonna be connecting my internet to my large language model. What is the large language model that you currently using? Gemini. Okay. But now we want the Gemini to return responses that we want it to return, not it gives to me, right? So for example, import Google, let's say Google, right? Why is it not auto completing? Google dot generative AI, right? As Gen AI. Let's say this is one of the tool that I'm implementing from Tavli. Okay, I'm going to be importing this client called Tavli, and from this Tavli, I'm going to import something called Tavli client. Okay, so here I will import something called Tavli client. Okay, this is going to be one of the packages I import. I'm also going to import JSON because I think I might need it. And I think that's pretty much it. Now, everyone, observe carefully. All I want you all to do is, do you remember we went to the Tavly application? Or do you remember that there is an application called Tavly? Let me open the link and show it to you. Do you remember I asked you to generate a Tavly API within the Tavly itself? Let's say if I continue with my code, I asked you to generate a Tavly API. Somewhere towards the bottom here, you're gonna find, let's say, a certain answer. Let me just go ahead and authenticate it here. Give me 1 second. Yes, this is me, 68, lovely. So here you're going to find the minute you log in or sign up, do you see API keys in the bottom? You need to generate one. I have already generated one. You need to generate one. Okay. Can you click on API key plus? It will tell you the name of the key and you can create and it will create for you. Like, see, if you click on here, it will tell you what do you want to make the name, whatever name you want to give, Deepak, Harish, Anil, Kumar, whatever you want to do, and click on create. Will you create an Tavly API? Okay. So can I very happily and successfully go back to my code and continue writing code? Is that something that I can do that? Now you have successfully created your Tavly API. I'm very happy and very, very proud. Okay. What are you going to do? You are now going to give your LLM what? You are going to give your LLM the power of, what are you going to give? You're gonna give the LLM a power of internet search. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Now observe, everybody, what we are gonna do, okay? You need every application to be super powerful. Any LLM can be connected to the internet. And when I say any, I mean literally any. Any means any. Okay. Now, everyone, in our application, did we had the Gemini API key here? I have taken the LLM and the configuration and everything, right? Let me copy this. Let me paste it here, right? So this is the Gemini API. What I'm gonna do, I'm also gonna take something called Tavly, okay, underscore API underscore key is equal to, and I'm going to call my Tavly key like this. Okay. Usually I need to store it, in a secure environment, but I have nothing to hide from you guys. So I'm going to take it like this directly, my Tavly API key. Okay. Now to initialize the model, I can say that Gen AI, okay, dot, I can pass something called generative config, or actually generative, not generative model, it's generative config, generative model. Inside this, I pass in something called Gemini, okay, 2.0, okay, Flash. Now, everyone, why do you think we are using something called Gemini 2.5 Flash or 2.0 Flash? What is the reason behind it? What did I tell you? Why is Gemini 2.0 Flash very, very important? Because, yeah, not just the fast part, but the token limits get resets every day. Got no? Tavly client, inside this, the API key is gonna be my Tavly API key. Your reset limit for 2.0 Flash is better and much better than the Pro. Pro doesn't get reset every day. Flash gets resets every day. Or Flash's context window length is also larger. Okay. If you purchase the API or get the API from the Google AI Studio. If you use a third party vendor, you don't even have that facility. Okay. So everyone, run this, run this, run this. What did we do so far? Did we set up my Tavly client, my model client and everything? Everything is done until here, right? Now, everyone, I want to perform what operation? Let's say fact checking, right? We were talking about fact checking. Why did we come to why did we do fact checking? Why didn't we do T20 World Cup? Yeah, correct. So let's say fact check. Everyone, whatever claim you will pass, can I say I want to fact check your claim? If Anjaneulu will ask me a question, the Prime Minister of India is Anjaneulu. Is the fact correct or is the fact false? False. Anjaneulu is not the Prime Minister of India, right? Somebody else. Modi ji is the Prime Minister of India, right? So let's say print F double quotes off. And let's say if I write down fact checking, okay, CKING, fact checking the claim passed by the user. So are you passing this information to the user? Hey, performing fact checking on your claim 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is what I am fact checking on. I will print it to the user. What I will also do is print, write down and make it a little bit neat and nice, multiply by 60. Okay, this is going to give me like a list of like a line. It'll give me like a proper line. Now I want to try something. Pass, okay, except, okay, except, exception, okay, as E, and I'm gonna print F double quote of, I can pass down F double quote of error, okay, error. And exception can be converted into a bracket string of E. Now everyone, what am I doing here? Am I performing something called try except? Is there a try except clause? Am I performing a try and an except clause? I am trying something, and if there is an exception, I will get an exception. In the try clause, what am I trying? In the try clause, I will print to the user that look, I am already in the indentation. Searching, okay, searching for evidence, okay, searching for evidence. Search underscore results is equal to my people. This is the beauty of your tabby. You know what? Rather than teaching you completely like this, I should have actually taught you how to use Tably first. Okay, everyone, just patiently look at what I'm trying to teach you. Okay, because what I'm about to teach you right now is going to make your understanding on everything absolutely amazing. Okay, what I'm doing right now, okay, is a very simple task, not at all complicated, very simple task. Okay, what I'm basically asking my model to do now is to perform some kind of internet search. Okay, a very simple kind of internet search. I'm basically telling the model that, sir, I want to like perform an internet search, and I want to get some answer. Now how do I get that answer? Like how does Tavly uh, support that? Or how will I be able to make a Tavly return a response? So first of all, everybody, you got to understand one thing. Okay, Tavly has a very simple way of returning a response. Okay, but the way it returns a response, no, is also slightly different from any other third-party application. Like, let's say if you use any other third-party application, Tavly doesn't directly work like that. Tavly works in a very I wouldn't say different way, but it works in a very strategic way, right? Where if you have a specific question, Tably will be able to give you a certain response. But my people, let me ask you a question, and it's a very simple question, okay? Because as a data scientist, I think this is a question you need to ask yourself. Whenever you do internet search on anything, according to you, what makes the difference in your internet search? Like, what things do you look for in an internet search? Can I say whenever you search about a topic, let's say death in train accident, example, in India, do you have the keyword what you're searching? Sir, yes, I have the keyword I'm searching. Do you have the title also, the content also, the URL also? You have all these. Getting what I'm trying to say? You have all these. For example, see, I'm going to give you a simple example, okay? You're going to understand what I mean, okay? I come over here, I generate a text, okay? Tavly underscore result, okay? Result is equal to, okay? I'm gonna call something called Tavly client, and inside the Tavly client, I'm gonna call something called search. And inside this search, I will write the question AI trending topic in AI, trending trending, trending topic in AI. Can I say when I go to internet, I can write a question like this, trending topic in AI, and it will give me the URL. For example, if I write like this, trending topic in AI. And when I click on it, what did I get? Did I get multiple different URL, URL number one, URL number two, URL number three? And if I click on the URL, I have a lot of content also, URL number four, URL number five. Are these ranked URLs? Are these URLs ranking according to the relevancy? Google is also acknowledged that they have been visited so many times. A lot of people have looked at it. And so they have ranked and indexed these pages, right? Okay. Now Tavly is going to perform something very, very similar. What is Tavly going to do? Tavly is going to look at this particular piece of code, and it's going to ask a question that Tavly client, the one that you have implemented, did I call it Tavly client? Tavly client is Tavly client. I have done that. Let me call it like this, right? Okay, Tavly client. What did I call it? Tavly client, right? Tavly client is already sorted. So Tavly client, why is you showing me this thing? Okay, copy this. Actually, let me control X this here, control X right here, and put it somewhere here in the top. and paste it. Okay. Until the generative AI, Gemini, Tavli client, and this thing. Okay, lovely. After you have searched the result, what you need to do, or whatever question you're asking, you also can parse something called search depth equals to advanced. Okay. Basically, what happens, there are two kind of search results it return, basic and advanced. Advanced basically means it will be able to perform a lot of good indexing. It will go through the page, rank them, and it will give the result. And how many results do you want? Maximum result equals to 5. What have you done here, everyone? You are telling the program that I want you to search for the topic, trending topic in AI, search it deeply, and once you search for it deeply, I want you to return 5 responses to it. Okay, 5 URLs to it. Now, if I run this and print Tavli result and run this, okay, what's gonna happen is, can you see that the content is so tricky and so terrible? Like it's not giving you the answer in the right way. Are you also able to see URL is provided to you? What was the title of the website and the content of the website also it is providing, right? It is also providing you the title of the website, the URL of the website, and the content of the website. Can you see it returned for the query trending topic in AI? It returned no images. If you want images, you can also get images, right? It returned the first link called McKinsey and the title and the content of the website. Then you have something called as title, then the content of the website, then the title and content of the website. Now, see, this is how simple it is to hit a Tavli client. Understanding what I'm trying to do, right? I wanted to just show you how the Tavli client is actually extracted, just to show you a simple example, right? The Tavli is extracted. So if I remove this and if I remove this, right, in my fact checking claim, everybody, what am I going to do? I am basically going to tell the program that the search result is nothing but Tavli client, same exact piece of code, and I will paste it here. That Tavli.search, I will uncomment this. And inside the Tavli.search, what will be the question? The question will be whatever is my query will be the claim passed by the user, correct? Whatever claim is my user passing, can I not pass it like this? That whatever claim the user has passed, please make this as your query, do the advanced search and return 5 maximum results. Can I say it like this? Right? Okay. On the Google Chrome, if I type this and click enter, did it return anything? If I type this keyword, mjad, anything, right? And did it return anything? No, it didn't return anything. Because it didn't return anything, what do? Why any LLM is connected to the internet is also because of knowledge cutoff. Because Google AI Studio, right? If I open Google AI Studio, okay, and click on Google AI Studio, and let's go to Google AI Studio's Nano Banana or Gemini 2.5 Flash, right? Everyone, click on this. What is the knowledge cutoff? When was Gemini 2.5 Flash trained? Look at the knowledge cutoff, January 2025. Now tell me one thing. If, let's say, imagine there is a country, okay? Imagine there is a country called Moldova, okay? This country existed in January 2025, but this country no longer exists in October 2025. My knowledge or my model is trained on Jan 2025. So will my model agree that Moldova is no longer a country anymore? If I ask a question to the LLM in October 2025 that, hey, Moldova is no longer a country, LLM is like, no, as per my knowledge, Moldova is still a country. You're getting knowledge cutoff is a dangerous thing. To handle knowledge cutoff, to augment your knowledge further, to get certain facts validated and verified, you implement something called as a search, an internet search. So everybody, is it not possible that sometimes the search result can come back empty? Like for example, this, or if I write it like this, the search result might come up empty. Why is it? Yeah. So see here, the search result is also coming up empty, meaning in my program, I also need to write a condition that if not, okay, if you did not find search results, okay, in the search results, you did not get anything. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to be like, if the search results, you did not get any results, okay, any results, results, any results you did not get. In that case, also, I need to throw an error. No, I can write down a statement called print no search results found, right? Results found. Can I say it like this? I tried very hard, but I could not find it. Everyone. Okay. Now, everybody, Once you have created this piece of code until here, you will write down a keyword, an empty list called evidence. Everybody, whenever you need to fact check something, you need two things, right? The source and the evidence, correct? If you go in a debate, if you go sit in a debate, why do people win debate and why do people lose debate? Because of the two simple things, evidence and sources, evidence and sources, evidence and sources, right? Now, let's say if you want to write down couple of multiple other stuff, like for example, sir, what evidence do have I done and what sources do I get, right? So what do? I'm going to come outside and I'm going to be like for I in, I'm going to, loop through it, or let me write it like this, for I comma, get two results, right? Result in, enumerate, and inside the enumerate part, I'm going to take the search results, okay? And within the search results, whatever my search results are, within this, I'm going to search for the keyword called results. Okay. If I get the results, awesome. If results are not provided to me, I will take the empty list, as in it will return empty list by default. Okay. And slice it to the top five window and be done with it, or bracket it to the top five window. So take the bracket inside. So let's say five. Okay. Until five. Now, everybody, what I'm basically doing here is I'm looping through the whole program through multiple different, I'm going through it and I'm looping through it, but I only want three things. I only want the title. So I will have to say result dot title. And inside the title, I just want you, or result dot get, not title, sorry. Inside the get part, you pass in title title. If title is not returned, you need to pass something called unknown. So unknown will return. After title, I want the content of that website. Okay. Inside that, oh, title, right? Title, title. Inside the content, I want result.get. What do you want from the website also? Do you want the content of that website? That what this website's content is? Yes. If the content is not returned by default, can you say no content? No content returned. Okay. This is going to be one of the error. And the last thing I want is the URL, because that will become my source. So result.get, and inside the get, what do you want? You want the URL. And if the URL is not returned, you can say no URL found, and I can return this message. And all these messages, okay, that I have taken and that I have found, I can make them add into my website. I can say that evidence, okay, whatever evidence that you wanted me to find. And rather than taking it like a list, you can also take it like an empty array like this, or an empty string. I can say evidence plus equal to, I can write it down in a much more neater and a proper way. I can say that the source of the website, okay, for the first index, or I plus one, is going to be having this title. This is the name of the title that I found. The first title I found is this. And the content of that website, okay, the content of this website is this much. And because I don't want to dump the entire page content, I will only print the first 400 characters so that it looks a little bit neater. And I will put down the content of the website. I will also then take the source, or whatever my source empty array is. I'm going to write down append. And what am I going to write? Inside the append, I will say that the title under which you are trying to find is going to be the title. So this is the title that I have found so far. And the URL you wanted me to search is going to be this URL. So I'm going to pass in something called URL. So I'm going to pass in my URL here. Actually, let's take it like this, remove this colon here, part a colon here, and the URL that you wanted me to search is the URL right here. So what did I do in this piece of code? Have a look at this so far. Look at the piece of code. Have I taken the content from Tavli and split the data to give me title separately, content separately, URL separately? Am I asking Tavli to please return the title separately, the content separately, and URL separately? Agree, disagree, everybody? I want my Tavli API to return these values. Agree, disagree? Now, everyone, once you return this output, or once you have printed this output, what is important for you, or what becomes critical for you? What becomes critical for you is what? I mean, what is the most critical part in the try except clause, do you also need to analyze the claim, everyone? In the try and accept part, whatever analysis you are doing or whatever your try accept clause is, within the indentation of the try clause, you also need to perform the analysis, no? Because otherwise, does it even make sense? It does not make sense, right? So can I say within the try, I can analyze my claim? What do you mean by like? That's a very good question. If you want to do a search result for, let's say, something, are you not going to analyze the claim? For example, I'm going to come over here in the indentation and I'm going to say print analyzing claim. Analyzing, analyzing, or analyzing the claim. What do you mean by analyzing the claim? Am I going to run some prompt? Like, for example, come over here to the analyzing prompt and I'm going to write down a prompt of myself. And what am I going to do? I'm going to take a triple quote. Okay, I'm going to write down something called as a triple quote. Now, what am I going to take in my triple quote, my everyone? You are a professional, okay, fact checker, okay, checking, let's say, algorithm. Okay, you are a professional fact checking algorithm. Analyze this claim against the evidence. Okay, the evidence. You're gonna say that I will analyze the whole thing against the evidence, and whatever the evidence you pass would be written like this. The claim passed by the user is gonna be the claim. Now, how do you write it? Take two double quotes and pass your claim inside it. That this is the claim that my customer is passing. Now, what do you do after the claim is passed? You write down something called evidence. Now, you say evidence is going to be colon, and I will write it down. You can even write it down like this, double quote, you can pass in the evidence, right? So your evidences are passed. And then at the end of the day, what you're going to do? Once you have passed in your claim, okay, uh, and then once you proceed forward with that and you provide something like provide or write down provide, provide, provide fact check analysis, okay, analysis with. Now everybody, in the analysis part, I'm going to write down certain rules, and what that rule is, you need to understand that the rules are very critical, because without those rules, I think making this code become, I don't know, to return a certain answer, I don't think you're going to get it back. So what we are going to do is we are going to run, but we are going to run with a certain tags or certain anchors. Okay, without these anchors it becomes a little complicated. Now, sir, what are those anchors and how are we going to, work with these anchors? Any fact checking algorithm, okay? If you guys have seen it on the internet, you know for a fact that any fact checking algorithm has four variables that it needs to match, okay? Meaning, for example, if I come over here, the first anchor it needs to match is the verdict anchor, okay? So what do you mean by verdict anchor? Verdict anchor means choose one of these. Let me write it like this, right? Tab colon and say true. My people, can the verdict be true that the claim is factually correct? Can I say it like this, right? Or factually accurate, right? Accurate. That the claim passed by the user is factually accurate. I can also say that the claim is false, right? So the claim is factually, okay, is factually incorrect, okay, is incorrect. I can pass something called incorrect. So incorrect is done. Then the next claim that you pass is something called partially true. Now, why do you think it is partially true, everybody? Because the claim has some truth, okay? It has some truth, but is misleading, okay? Misleading. Can I pass it like this? This is one of the anchors. We can also pass something called unverified, okay? Unverified. Here in the unverified part, what can you write? Things like insufficient, right? Insufficient evidence to determine accuracy. And what is the last one? I will say outdated. My people, can I have outdated information also? Claim was true, right? Like the one that I mentioned. but circumstances changed, right? Can I mention that the circumstances have changed? Lovely. Can I say this is one of the anchors that can be used to check or fact check any website in the world, right? Number two, once you write down the verdict is done, then you mention something called as a confidence. Now I will say confidence. I will write it down, confidence, and I will write it like this. I will say that the confidence is high. The confidence is also medium, and let me say medium, and the confidence is low. Can I say that the confidence of my fact checking algorithm also or itself is high, low, or good or bad? Can I mention it like that? Yeah. Does that make sense? I can always say no that the confidence of my checking is also good or bad. Good, bad, okay, high, medium, low, no problem. In third, I can say explanation. Everybody, do you also want your LLM to provide an explanation? Why did you say that the model is correct or the model is false or the model is good? So can I say that give me a clear 2 to 3 line or sentence, okay, summary, explanation of your verdict, okay, of your verdict. What else can we take? We can take key evidence, evidence. And inside the key evidence, what do? Can I say within the key evidence, I will say brief, BRIEF, brief evidence found, summarized, or maybe I can write it like this, brief summary, okay, summary of the most important evidence. Okay. Once this is done, I'm going to write down the thing called keep it. Okay. Keep it concise and factual. Okay. Now, everybody, please tell me what have I done in my prompt? Did I give my prompt in such a way that these are my instructions to my large language model? This is a prompt engineering done in a way where the answer is gonna be now structured. Correct, everybody? So response will be equal to model dot generate, okay, model dot generate, and inside the generate content I pass in my prompt. Everybody, am I passing my prompt inside the response? Observe carefully, right? And once the model answers are done, what will I say? My analysis is going to be response dot text. I just want you to return the response. Okay. Now, once you generate the response, what do you want to do? Do you want to show the results, right? Do you want to show the results to the user, right? So to show the results to the user, can I write it like this? Print, write down a double quote with this multiplied by 60. Okay, print. I can write down like this. I can say fact check, okay, fact, CHECK, check results. Now, everybody, what are we going to do? We are going to perform fact checking results. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here. And what are we going to do? We are going to print the results of fact checking website. For example, what are we going to do? We are going to print and we are going to print the analysis. Whatever analysis you have implemented, we are going to print it. And I'm also going to print the sources. Same exact thing. I'm going to print the sources. I'm going to remove this. I'm going to write down sources. SOURCES, sources. And what I can do is I can write down a piece of code like this. For my sources, I can say for I, source in my enumerate method. And inside this, I pass in your sources, whatever your sources library is, right? What was the name of the library? Source, right? So let me copy it, source, come over here and write down source. And inside the source, what am I doing? Let's say SOUR, okay, for I comma source in source. What do you want me to do in the sources? I want the indexing to start at 1. And here I want you to print F double quotes of, I will write down the index I. And for the index I, the source, 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 is going to be the title. Okay, whatever the title of that website is. So I'm going to pass in the title of that website. I'm also going to loop through the whole thing and paste it here towards the bottom, where I'm also going to pass the URL of that particular website. So I'm going to take something called URL. And once the URL is done, finally we can say that the process is complete, and then we can pass in the exception here and be done with it. So everyone tell me, did I do performance of fact checking in one single app? All my fact checking application are done. Okay, let's perform. Fact check. What do you guys want to ask? What do you guys want to ask? What kind of fact checking should we do? Tell me. Mind you, this is a good application. When did India win Rugby World Cup? When did India win Rugby World Cup? Let me copy this, let me paste it and run this. Right? First of all, what does it say? The verdict is false. I am very, very confident that my verdict is false. The Rugby World Cup winner listed in source 1 are New Zealand, Australia, England, and South America or South Africa. None of the source indicate India. These are the sources. Source 1 lists all the world champions. We got this, this thing. Does Pakistan have crude oil? That country doesn't have anything. So let me just click on this. Let me paste this. Let me run on this. Okay, let me run this and let's see what the answers are. Okay, verdict is true. Apparently, that's high. The evidence clearly indicates that does produce crude oil. That's lovely. Now, see, the key evidences are it has proven recoverable conventional crude oil. Can you see? The resources are also talking about the crude oil. You're getting what I'm trying to say, right? Prime Minister of India loves AI. Lovely. India is the best country in the world. Oh, does alien exist? So, see, if I say India is the best country, this is a very confusing question. Now, see, this question is gonna make your fact checker work a little crazy, okay? Because it needs to return the answer in a weird way. So, see, this one is gonna be this. Can you see? Verdict is false. Confidence is high. The claim India is the best country in the world is subjective and lacks objective criteria for verification. While it provides sources highlighting various positive aspects of India, and every country has it, best overall and best is a matter of personal opinion and all of that. The source highlights India's ranking in specific areas like economy, cultural influence, population size, but does not offer a comprehensive objective comparison. Did it return? No, it will not. Because see, LLM is absolutely right. How can you rank a country without objectively telling how is it best? Is it best in terms of culture? Is it best in terms of money? Is it best in terms of natural resources? What is it in terms of best of, right? So your fact checker is not just returning the fact, the evidences, the analysis, but it is also returning the four anchors and it is giving you the sources with the URL, isn't it? So what did you do right now? Everybody, did you connect your large language model to your LLM, and using the power of both worlds, you are now able to prove and very synchronously make your LLM connect to your internet or get an information from the internet, connect it to the LLM, and LLM gave you the answer. Understood, everyone? If I ask a complicated question, see, complicated questions like, for example, okay, can I travel to Alexander Platz, okay, from Bosch Polar, okay. Now I'm gonna run this and it's gonna give me an answer with a little, how do I say this, unverified. See why the reason it got unverified is because the questions you guys are asking are very generic, and I'm asking a very specific question, right? The provided sources establish that the existence of Bosch Polar Stasre and public transportation option in the area. However, none of the sources directly confirm or deny that traveling to Alexanderplatz from Bosch Polar Straße, meaning this is where my office is and this is where I stay, right? The sources mention that Bosch Polar Straße as a bus stop and provide information about public transport. Believe it or not, from my house to my office, I have every single 5 minutes, I have a train. But did it verify and say that you can travel from Alexanderplatz to Bosch Polar Straße? No, it's not returning the answer. My point is, when you ask a very specific question, questions like, can I travel to Mumbai via Goa? Okay, via Goa and run this. Now it is gonna return yes. Of course, you can travel to Mumbai via Goa because depends on where you're traveling from. See, yes, the provided source indicates that travel between Mumbai and Goa is possible via multiple includes flight, method, routes. You have got to ask the right question, and depending on that right question, you'll be able to get the answer. So your fact checker will be able to perform such questions in case if you want to make it even more detailed, if you want to make it even more in detail, right? So you got to make sure that you ask the relevant question and get the relevant answers, because without this, there is no way of, getting out the right answer. So understand that whatever you have worked on or whatever you're going to work with respect to fact checker, it's a very simple technique. I have just used anchors, multiple different anchors to validate the truth. I extracted the data from the internet, and of course, I have to rely on the internet data. But once the internet data is given to me, I pass that data to the LLM and let the LLM decide what kind of result it needs to print. Very carefully listen to me, okay? What if I told you, or what if I taught you that you can even create chains in LangChain? Now you must be wondering, sir, what? What do you mean by chain? Listen to me very carefully. And whatever I'm about to tell you right now is gonna be very, very critical for you to build any applications in the future. Okay? So whatever the conversation that we are having right now, you got to understand the reasons behind something called chain. Guys, what is the name of the package? Is the name of the package called LangChain, right? The name itself is called LangChain. Now, the word chain should have some meaning, right? Right? LangChain, chain should have a meaning. And a lot of people here were asking me, sir, I want to save the memory, I want to save the variable, and I want to make sure that I save the conversation history without having to worry about the loss of information. If that has been your concern since a long time and you want to build agents, right, you cannot perform it without having something called as a buffer memory. So first of all, so how do we implement it? Nothing, very simple. Whatever copy you have done of Tably, Google, whatever it is, you paste it in one single place. Okay, but I'm going to import from LangChain, okay, the model LangChain itself, okay, I'm going to import something called memory. Okay, there is a submodule called memory, and I'm going to import something called conversation buffer memory. Now, everyone, sir, what is this conversation buffer memory? To maintain the history of the conversation between the user and the AI, and the user and the AI, what internal tool do we use? Conversation buffer memory. Do you remember I showed you a URL link, chat history? Do you remember? We learned something called chat history. Inside the chat history, we had something called LangChain. And click on this, and I showed you this particular link that you have multiple different types of chat history available. You keep saving that history as a part of the LangChain's perspective or objective, right? So what are we going to do? We are going to use something called conversation buffer memory. Now, everybody, from LangChain, if you want to make your life a little bit more easy, you also have something called LangChain core, okay? LangChain underscore core. And from the core, you also have certain variable called prompts. And from that prompts, you can import something called chat prompt template and message placeholder. Now, sir, why do you need this message placeholder? Because any agent or LLM application that you build, you need to separate the responsibilities, right? You need to separate them out, and that's how you're going to be using it, right? If you look at the first program that we wrote, do you remember we passed the actions as a JSON, right? Here towards the end. Do you remember we passed in the known actions as JSON? Think of it like this: long-term memory, short-term memory, think it like this, right? Think of it like this as a JSON value that you're passing inside the model. Think of it the same way, right? You can pass in a longer JSON if you want to. But message placeholder, I'm also going to call something called LangChain. And again, I'm going to call something called core. And this is the important topic that I wanted to teach you, everyone. Runnables. Import two of the most important runnable called runnable lambda and runnable pass-through. Now you must be thinking, sir, what in the world are you teaching us? And sir, runnable branch, runnable assign, runnable binding, runnable config, runnable map, runnable parallel, runnable pick, runnable sequence, runnable throughput, runnable serializer, runnable fallback, and runnable with message history. How in the world should somebody know which one is important? To make your life easy, okay, I'm only teaching you the most important runnables. First of all, the question you should be asking me is not what is runnable lambda? What is runnable? Sir, what in the world is this thing called runnables, right? Okay. So, everybody, okay. Here's how it goes, okay? I'm gonna explain it to you in a way where it will become slightly easy for you to understand. But tell me one thing. If I tell you in theory versus if I show you in practical, which one has worked out for you better? If I talk about something for a long period of time versus I write a piece of code and if I show you, doesn't that make a little bit more difference? Yes or no? The runnables and everything, right? So what am I going to do? I'm going to go over to my code. I'm going to take my Gemini API, Gemini config. Okay, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to paste it. Is this my API key and is this configured? Yeah. And how did you initialize the LLM in the past? Did I initialize my LLM like this without having to pass any tool? Can I say it like this? Initialize LLM, copy, come over here to the bottom and let me pass it like this. Let's put it down as the name called model. Have I given it the model? Initialized LLM also? Chat, Google, Generative AI, models of Gemini 2.5 Flash, Gemini API key, maximum output tokens, and all set. Now, everybody, hear me out very carefully. Okay. I'm going to write down a function called, let's say, yeah, review analyst. Okay, analyst. Do you guys know what is the review analyst or analysis of a review? Do you guys know? Okay, in every company, have you heard of something called project managers? There are two things, product managers and project managers. Don't confuse them with product managers. I'm talking about project managers. Okay, reviews. Review's. Okay. Everyone, look at this. In every company, there are certain reviews that you need to meet, right? Like, for example, simple example, okay? Document reviews, right? I'm asking you a very simple document review, like code review, document review. Let's say code review. Can I say code review? If you want to act like a code reviewer or a text, whatever, man. I mean, the examples, I mean, there is no end to it, right? Let's say prompt underscore text is equal to F123, 123. Okay. 123. Okay, everyone. What am I asking the reviewer to become? I'm saying act like a product review analyst. Okay. Analyst. And what am I asking the performer to do? Your task is to perform the following. The following. And I'm gonna write down a colon. I'm gonna say summarize. The first task is summarize the review below, REVIEW below. I'm going to put down a copy or let's say delimit, okay, delimit by triple backticks so that I can get the idea you have already performed the operation, right? I'm going to say delimit by triple backticks and the summary that you're passing or whatever summary you're trying to analyze, right? That summary should be almost 3 lines. So think of it like this summary should be 3 lines, 4 lines, something like this. The summary should be 3 lines. Lovely. After summarization, what do you want to do? Highlight, okay, both the positives, positives, and negatives. Put down another query. Display, let's come over here, write down this, come over here, write down this. Display, okay, display a list of, or maybe display the overall sentiment, the overall sentiment maybe of the review. Let's say some kind of a review that the customer has given. Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it neutral? Okay, or is it neutral? Think of it like this. I also want you to display a list of 3 to 5 emotions, right? Expressed by the customer, okay? By the customer in the review. For example, let's say this is also one of the responsibilities. If the sentiment, okay, if the sentiment is, let's say, positive, okay, positive or neutral, okay, write an email and thank them or thank the customer for the review, okay? Meaning, depending on the customer's review, thank them. If and only if the customer sentiment is negative. So for example, if the sentiment, okay, let me copy this, let me paste it here and say that if the sentiment is negative, okay, negative, okay, write an email with personalized apology for inconvenience, okay, and appropriately respond. Respond. Now, everyone, why have I written it like this? Sir, what is the reason behind it? Let me tell you. Guys, for 1 second, imagine you guys are building your startups. You are all building startups. Okay. You are all big startup company owners, and you guys are not having enough money to hire new people to respond back to the queries of the customers. You want an agent to perform that all by itself. Everybody, how amazing it would be that only and only if the customer is very angry or not satisfied or completely unhappy with the response, only then the query comes to you. Otherwise, all the basic queries are handled all by itself. Do you see the workload that's gonna go off from your head or your company's overhead? Are you understanding the capacity? Imagine a situation where you guys are working as an e-commerce company. You guys sell t-shirts, you guys sell jewelries, you guys sell, I don't know, people sell crazy things nowadays online on internet, right? On Instagram. I mean, I've seen somebody sell bone jewelry, right? Yeah, literally bone jewelry. But yeah, I mean, creativity. So I think kudos to creativity. Do you want your model to handle the response in a certain way? Do you want the customers to know the refund policies, the return policies? For example, the customer says, I tried wearing the shoes, but it didn't work out. And I am now returning it back. So can you send an email saying that, ma'am, the only time we'll take the return back of the product is only and only if you have not used the shoe at all. If we find the sole used or torn, and in any way, we will not return the, refund the amount, and we will return the item or XYZ, whatever it is, right? Are you performing some kind of automation task here? Are we performing some kind of automation? Okay, lovely. Now, everybody, sir, how does somebody gets an access to my email? Everyone. IMAP and POP3. Everyone. What is IMAP and POP3? IMAP and POP3 are the protocols that will allow you to access and manage your email on multiple devices, keeping them synchronized on the server while POP3 is downloading email on a single device. These are email protocols. Okay, there is also DDR7, DDR4, and multiple different IEEE formats. Okay, sir, what does it mean? Unfortunately, your Google Colab and IMAP doesn't connect with each other because of security reasons. So first of all, imagine you received an email from your customer and that customer's review isn't very great about your company. Is this prompt going to generate an email and you can automatically pass in that email to the mail or to the user and send an email? For example, suppose the review is written like this: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Example. If this is the review, REVIEW, okay, this is the review that you are basically passing, or whatever reviews you have in the model, you're gonna pass in like this. So, what have I done, everyone? Have I taken a prompt? First of all, just focus on the technology part of it for now. Don't worry about the architecture part. Focus on the technology part. Did I take a review? That my review, I will loop not the reviews. Reviews is multiple files. I am only passing one review at a time. So this is my prompt text, correct? Now, everyone, the concept of this runnable lambda, runnable pass through, chat pomplate, conversation buffer memory will now become even more clear to everybody. Sir, why did he take it like this? Why have you specifically taken it like this? And what is the reason behind it? It will become absolutely clear now. Okay. Okay. So everyone, so far we worked on multiple different agentic framework, didn't we? We worked on how do we build a specific application? How do we work on, let's say, building, multiple different kind of applications like a review analyzer or whatever kind of analyzer we were able to build, right? Now, I'm going to show you an example, right? So let me open it up. Search tool, instruction, response.query, response. It is loading all the LangChain messages. All right, done. Finally, Llama tool done. All done. All done. Instruction and question is not defined. It's defined right here. Copy this, paste it, run this, right? It's gonna run my code, which is gonna be the LangChain code, my Gemini API, my documents, and my embedding models, my vector store, and my search tool. Okay, lovely. Now, everybody, let me ask you a question, okay? And a very simple question as that, okay? You have this internal document of the company, correct? This is the internal document within the company, right? Guys, MongoDB is such a powerful database. If you have learned how to make MongoDB, initialize a MongoDB, write your first collection, you should give yourself a clap because you've done a great job. So everyone, I have this internal document DB. Do I have this internal document? Right? I have this internal document, right? And I broke the document into something called document object, right? Document object 1, document object 2, document object 3, document object 4. Then I wrote down embeddings, and I have something called vector store, and my vector store is saving everything as a vector DB, right? I'm also writing something called search document, right? Or a search document, and within this search document code, what am I doing? In this search document code, what am I doing? Whatever document is relevant to my question, it is going to return to code, and I'm performing something called search tool, and I have initialized the agent, right? After initializing the agent, I have written down the instruction and I wrote the code, and it gave me a certain response. If it is AI related, internal related, if the information is provided within the company, it will provide that information to me and my life is going to be sorted. Correct? This is what we did. If the data set or the data is found within the company, the agent will give the response from the internal database. If the data is found outside the company, that it is then it's going to go to, let's say, some internet search, give you some response and get the answer. Correct or not? Right? And then we installed something called Tably, that we imported something called Tavly, and then we did some applications, and pretty much we got the answer. Tell me this, did I show you an example of performing your tasks in Tavly, right? Meaning, how do you do internet search in Tavly? If I want to ask Tavly a question, who is the Prime Minister of India? Tavly will return back with the answer saying that Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister of India, correct? Everyone, we do an internet search. Where did we do it? When did we do it? Everyone, remember? We did it somewhere here at the time of asking a question. What is the most important personality trait? We also did a fact checking library, correct or not, everyone? We did a fact checking library. We were able to make like a, like a fact checker sort of a thing. And we were able to get like an idea, like an understanding, and pretty much, my life was sorted, no problem. But my people, okay, the agentic framework that I'm going to be teaching you today is going to be called as a RAG agent. What agent, everyone? What are we going to perform? We are going to write down something called as a RAG agent. So first of all, everybody, do you guys know what a RAG agent is? And we are now going to create like a agentic RAG, which can have a fallback mechanism. So RAG agent with fallback. Okay, mechanism. We are performing a RAG agent with fallback mechanism. Sir, what do you mean by fallback mechanism? Fallback mechanism is nothing but my plan B. My plan A is to become a doctor, but if I'm not able to become a doctor, what will I become? If I don't want to become a doctor, I will become an engineer, a physiotherapist. I might become a influencer, because becoming an influencer is easy, right? Nowadays, I mean, influencers make so much money. I cry sometimes. I'm an AI developer, right? And here you have an influencer doing awesome stuff on internet, and then you make more money. So remember, your plan B should always be to become an influencer. Go to the market, start dancing in between. You're going to get at least 1 million views right there. Brand endorsements. Life is sorted. Okay. So plan B, become an influencer. So now you have a RAG agent with a fallback mechanism, right? Sir, when we converted document data into embedding and storing it into vector DB, was it not RAG? Yes, it was RAG. But did we have a fallback mechanism? We did not, right? If the information is within the code, we get the idea. But if it is not within the code or not within the internal tool, what will it do? Will it return anything? No. We extensively spoke about it. It returns the answer saying that, sorry, I cannot search for it. I'll give you an example. From LangChain, okay, what am I going to import, everyone? From LangChain, I'm going to import something called embeddings, and I'm going to import something called Hugging Face embeddings, correct? This is like my Hugging Face embeddings are like my thing that is going to help me create something called embedding part of it. Lovely. From LangChain, okay, Here, I'm going to call something called vector stores, and I'm going to import something called Fias. Fias is my vector DB. Okay. Again, from LangChain. Okay. I'm going to write down something from LangChain. And within this LangChain, I'm going to actually take LangChain community. It's a lightweight wrapper. I'm going to call something called tools. And inside this, I have something called Tavli search. I can also import something called Tavli search. Now, everybody, isn't this amazing? Rather than using the Tavli that we used, which was an official library of Tavli, can my LangChain or does my LangChain also provide Tavli? So that means LangChain is going to be this one tool that can provide everything. Understanding? You import LangChain, LangChain will give you everything you find in the AI industry. Everything will be given to you in one single thing. So what am I going to do? Google dot generative AI as Gen AI. And what am I going to do? From Google, okay, everyone, from Google, okay, dot API core, okay, dot API core, dot exceptions, I'm going to import one more thing called resource exhausted. Now, everyone, why am I importing something called resource exhausted? Let me ask you a question. Everybody, if you do not have petrol in your car, will your car work? Please don't tell me it's an electric car. It's a fuel car, a car with a petrol or a diesel. Okay, no. Tell me one thing. Your LLMs also work as long as you have paid money for the tokens, correct? If you exhaust the limit, then don't you think running anything in my code is a waste of my time and my energy? Running this does not make sense. I can just go directly and say that, boss, looks like you haven't paid anything and it is not gonna work out. So can I also say I have a resource exhaust error, or let's say resource exhaust message that I can pass? Lovely. Now what do I do, everyone? GenAI dot configure. So what do I do? Rather than writing this code, what am I going to do? Am I going to go ahead to my actual program right here and copy this and paste it all to the bottom, right? Lovely here. GenAI.configure, right? My API key is also sorted, right? Can you see this sign here? Tavli key and my API key, everyone. Can you see I have safeguarded my keys here? My Gemini API key and my this, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, okay? The whole thing, and erase this and delete this. And whatever my API key is here, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so now everyone tell me, did I update my API key with the newest API key? LYM, wait, let me open this up. Okay, notebook access open. Let's say add new secret, or maybe, you know what, let me show you an example. Okay, let me take my Tavli key, okay, copy this and let me paste it here. Okay, everyone, what I'm going to show you is a completely different way of accessing things. Okay, this is my Tavli API key. Where is the Tavli API key, everyone? This is my Tavli API key. Okay, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it in the bottom. Okay, somewhere here. Is this Tavli API key and this Tavli API key matching or not? Are they matching? Are they the same thing? Yes. Okay, no problem. Let's keep the API key as it is. Okay, I'm just going to show you something awesome. Everyone, am I saving my API key separately in my secrets folder, where only I have an access to see the key? You as a developer don't have an access, correct? If you see, I have shared this file with you. Can you open this up? Are you able to open this lock icon? Can you see this lock icon, everyone? No, right? Meaning, am I hiding my API key from you? Yes or no? Am I hiding it from you? So see, everyone, how do we use it? Import OS. Okay, import OS. Okay, observe, everyone, os.environ. Okay, os.environ. Okay, inside the environment, what is the name of your key, everyone? What is the name of the key? The name of the key is called Tavli API key. Okay, if you want to save your Tavli API key in a Tavli API key bundle, you can also do that. No harm in saving it like that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass my Tavli API key. I'm going to show it to you, but you can save it and keep it separately. Okay, so what am I going to do? I'm going to pass it like this: Tavli, Tavily, underscore API, okay, underscore key. Now, what I want you to do is not write down the key of your Tavli directly here, but write down the name of the variable that you've written here, Tavli underscore key. But we are not going to do it. I'm going to show you a different way of accessing this. So what am I going to do? I'm going to copy this and I'm going to directly set the environment directly here. So what am I going to do? Paste. Can I say this is my Tavli API key? So my search underscore tool, okay, underscore tool will be equal to Tavli search results. And inside this, I will say maximum results is equal to 4. Everyone, what am I doing here? Am I basically telling my Tavli that no matter what question I search in you, how many results will you respond with? How many results will you give me back? Will you give me back 4 results? Lovely. Now, everyone, let's say you have a llama research paper or attention is all you need. Let me open this up. Let me view PDF and let me download this PDF. Okay. Let me call this desktop attention is all you need transformer.pdf in desktop file. Everybody, this is my research paper. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take the introduction of my research paper, or maybe I'm going to take the information of the encoder decoder layer, copy the whole thing, come over to my code and write down something called transformer text is equal to 123 123. Okay, I'm going to come over here and paste it. Guys, what have I done here? Have I written some transformer text? My research paper's entire text, I have dumped it in a variable called transformer text, right? Okay. When you're dealing with a small data, writing a RAG application is not that hard, correct? See, when my data set is only 4 or 5 lines, I have nothing to worry about. But what if I have 500 million paper I want to review? Then do you have a problem? Yes, you have a problem. So everyone, to make sure that the LLM gets the entire idea, we perform something called chunking. What do? We perform something called chunking. What is chunking? In the transformer or in the LLM, we first pass this paragraph. Then we pass this paragraph. Okay. Then we pass this paragraph, then we pass this paragraph, then we pass this paragraph, and then we get the answer. So what did I do, everybody? Rather than passing the data at once and confusing my LLM, am I chunking the data and passing it? But the problem is, if this paragraph is passed and then this paragraph is passed, how do I know this was the first paragraph and this was the second paragraph? Yes or no? Agree, disagree? How do I make that understanding? So what do, guys? We perform something called overlap chunking. What do? Rather than performing chunking, we perform something called overlap chunking. Matlab, the first paragraph will be this much. From here to here. Understood? From here to here. But in the second paragraph, I will not start with the layer, but I will start with that is the output. So tell me, between my first paragraph and second paragraph, is there an overlap? Some lines are common in the first one also, in the second one also. I keep continuing this until I reach to the very, very end. So how do I perform this, everyone? Define, everyone observe, define underscore chunk underscore text. Now, everybody, this is a way of analyzing your Python programming skills. Okay, chunk size is equal to, let's say, 3800. Okay, my character limit. Chunks equal to empty string, empty array for I in range of 0 to length of text. Okay, length of whatever text I am passing and chunk size, whatever chunk size I have. Until there, I will perform my loop. My each individual chunk will be text of I to the next iteration, which is I plus chunk size. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say that if the length of my chunk, okay, has reached up to 200 char, up to 200 meaningful chunks, my chunks, chunks chunks dot append, and inside this append, I'm going to pass each individual chunk. Otherwise, I know my loop is done, and in the indentation of for, I will return something called as chunks or whatever text value I have. What this original or what this function does, if your Python skills are good, this is child's play, this program. But if your Python skills are not good, then this is not going to make sense. What do you see here? Am I performing an overlap? Okay, first of all, what is the size of the chunk I'm taking? 3800. What is the input text I will pass? Is it not the entire transformer text I will pass? The entire transformer text I will pass it inside this. For example, define, okay, chunk text inside this transformer text and run this. Everybody please observe. Can you see my first chunk is this much? Okay. 1, 2, /n, /n, /n. Where is the next /n? Connection /n. Can you see here? I have split the line. The encoder is composed of the stack. Can you see this new line is starting here? Okay. So let me give you an understanding. Okay. Let me give you guys a simple idea. Okay. What is the difference between this text and this text? Ignore the /n. Okay. Ignore the each layer has a 2. It might get it from the each layer has 2 has a /n. Ignore that. What do you see in this piece of code in your transformer text? What do you get as an idea? Is it a list? Of course it is a list. No doubt it is a list. But what else beyond a list do you see? Okay. What do you see it as a beyond? See, I am performing something called chunk text. I am passing something called text. I am passing something called chunk size. I am passing something called chunks equals to empty array. For I in range of 0 to the length of text to the chunk size, I'm going to loop. Chunk will be text of whatever I to I plus chunk I am passing. Okay, chunk size. If length of chunk is up to 200 meaningful chunks, chunks.append chunk and return chunks or the original text value that I have. Now tell me, if I return chunks, only and only chunks, okay, any changes do you see in the program? No? Okay. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to write down something called text, okay, or text. If I make it 50 and run this, what do you see in this program? Any changes? Nah, sir, I don't see any changes. I'm going to say 5. Any changes? No. If I call this 50 and run this, what do you see in the code? Did something change? What changed? Everybody, what changed? Can you see that the change is with respect to the comma? Can you see there is a comma that is separating my first chunk with the second chunk, is separating with my third chunk, is separating with my fourth chunk. Each individual chunk's size is how much? If I copy this string, call it st is equal to, paste it and say length of st. What will be the length of st, everyone? 50. Meaning, am I taking 50 first characters? Can I take 500 characters? And can I take 200 here? Run this and run this and remove it. Now you guys understood the logic. No need to worry. I'm performing something called chunking. Now everybody, let me ask you one more question. You are using something called Tavli API, correct? You are using an API. Sometimes when you ask API something, not necessary it will always return an answer. Understanding what I'm trying to say? Not guaranteed it will always return an answer. Sometimes it can also return an error. When it returns an error, do you want your program to completely stop? Is this a good practice? No. Do you not want your API to try again, right? Maybe a mistake from the API vendor side. I want you to try once again. So tell me, don't we want to summarize, okay, our application answer, but this time with a logic called retry, right? What do we implement? Retry. So what do we pass inside the summarization part? The text. And what are we going to pass? Maximum retries is equal to, okay, retries is equal to, and we are going to say try 3 more times before you give me an error. Okay, my people, in Python, this is the basic concept that you start with. If the text value that given by the customer, okay, or if not text dot strip, okay, I'm going to strip the data and I'm going to say that if not strip, return empty content. Why am I doing this? Why is this piece of program written? If not text dot strip, if not found Am I returning an empty string value? Yes. Prompt is equal to F double quotes of summarize concisely. Okay. And I'm going to write down something called /n, and inside this, I'm going to pass in something called text. Can I say this is my prompt, everybody? Lovely. For attempt, okay, for attempt in range of how many times am I attempting something? Can I say maximum retries time? Because I have asked my program to try at least 3 times to give me the answer. In that situation, am I going to try? Response is equal to model.generate, okay, model.generate, and inside this generate part, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Inside this part of model.generate, what am I going to perform? I am going to say that whatever generate content that you have, so if you remove this, you have something called generate underscore content, and inside this you will pass something called prompt. Agree? And return response dot text dot strip. Am I taking the data and stripping the entire data? In Python, this is a powerful method, right? Only and only if response.text is available. So if I say response.text was found, only and else. Otherwise, no summary generated. Generated. Okay. Can I say this is just another way of solving a problem? If response.text was available, then only provide, otherwise say no summary generated. When will you ask your try model to stop? When you're gonna get an error called resource exhaustion error, correct? Agree, disagree? It will say resource exhausted error. Now, my people, have you heard of a concept called rate limiting? Do you know what is rate limiting? You don't know what is rate limiting? Allow me to explain. Imagine you and your sister are traveling together. Your sister is earning good money and you are still a student and you feel hungry. So you tell your sister, sister food, sister food, sister food, sister food. Is your sister going to get irritated with your constant harassment of poking her and saying that I need food, I need food, I need food, I need food? Lovely. Versus if you do it like this, ask her once, okay? Ask her once, hey, can I get some food? She does not respond. You give it 2-3 minutes, then ask her again, hey, can we get food? She does not respond. Give it some more time. Ask her again after 5 minutes. Hey, can we get some food? She does not respond. Ask again in 15 minutes, meaning you're not constantly harassing your sister for food. Okay. Now, why are you doing this? What is the reason behind doing this? See, the reason behind doing this is in any API, okay, they have performed something called rate limiting. Meaning, if you ask the same API same question multiple different times, it will say that, look, you are wasting my time and my resources. Now the next question you will ask me should be in the next 1 minute. This 1 minute, I'm taking a break and no answer or no question will be given. So what am I basically doing is, okay, in this code, if attempt, okay, or if my attempt value is less than maximum retries or whatever maximum retry I have tried, -1, because Python works in a very mysterious ways, then I'm going to create a wait time. Okay, I'm going to create a wait time that if I have already hit the API once, I'm going to wait a little bit more time and create the 2 times of attempt, meaning I'm going to wait twice as longer before I make the next call. So I'm going to print the user saying that, look, rate limit, okay, hit waiting, okay, waiting. I'm going to wait for wait time seconds. How many seconds? For the next 1 seconds or whatever wait time seconds, I'm going to wait. And only after this, I'm going to hit the API again. Why do we do this? We do this so that we tell our program, don't worry, I don't want you to break anything. I will wait for my code to complete the 5 second, 2 second wait time, and I will hit you again. So what am I going to do? I'm going to import time also here because that's also an important variable here. There is nothing called timer. There is something called time. Run this. Lovely. And we have something called time here. So everybody, what did we do? In this case, otherwise, in the else condition, we can just go ahead and directly say that return, I'm going to pass in error and I can say that API quota exceeded. Okay, quota exceeded. Okay, my quota for that particular API is done. I'm going to come outside. In the final for loop indentation, I'm going to finally return one error. Error, ERROR, I can say that failed. Okay, failed after retries. Okay, after retries, I failed. Okay, this particular retry, I tried multiple different times, did not work for me. I'm sorry, it is not for me. Okay, I'm trying multiple times, did not work, and I'm done. Can you see this function summarize with retry is gonna summarize everything, right? But this time it's gonna try. If the API returns a certain error, it will try something and it'll give you an answer. It will not just randomly go ahead and do something. Understood what I'm trying to say? Now that is done. Now, everyone, what are you going to do? Are you going to create create, okay, create underscore vector underscore store? Why am I doing this, everyone? Why am I creating a vector store? Because whatever value I get in this particular value, am I going to add it in my FIS database? Attempt is less than maximum tries minus one. If your attempt has already happened once, should your tries be less or reducing in nature? Is it making sense? Let me ask you a question. Logical question. You tell me if that makes sense or not, okay? You are allowed to ask me three questions. You already asked me one. How are you left with? Are you left with maximum try minus one? Because now you know that particular loop is already going on, correct? Loop number one, loop number two, and loop number three. So 3 minus 3, so basically my maximum retries is always going to be 3 minus 1 is going to be 2. 3 is going to be less than 2. Is it? Is 3 lesser than 2? 3 is greater than 2, no? Is maximum try greater or attempt greater? Whichever the sign is the bigger, that's greater. My idea here is to check how many times have I hit it. So it's a simple logic. Got it? Lovely. Everyone observe carefully. Create a vector store. So can I say summaries? Okay. Summaries is equal to, can I say summarize text? Okay. Summarize text with retry. Text for text in texts. What am I doing here, everyone? Am I creating a list comprehension? Summarize all the chunks, all the texts. That's what I'm doing in summaries. Valid underscore summaries is equal to S for S in summaries. I'm going to take all the summaries. If not, S dot starts with, okay, START, okay, starts with ERROR error. Everyone, is it not possible that my summarize with retry can also return something called error here also? It can return error here also. So tell me, if my string starts with error, is that a valid summary? No. Is that a valid summary? No. So am I writing a loop to validate whether there is a valid summary or not? Yes or no? If there is a valid summary actually generated, or have you generated errors? If not valid summaries, if the valid summaries are not existent, or if you have not generated valid summaries, can I say I can raise something called value error? No valid summaries generated. Can I say it like this? Or no valid summaries generated for vector store. Can I write like this? For my vector store to save anything, no valid summaries, correct? Your embeddings will be equal to what, my people? Hugging Face embeddings. And what model have I used so far? Embeddings and my documents in the previous example that I showed you. What did I use in the Hugging Face embeddings and documents? Did I use this? Did I use this? Embeddings is equal to this. And did I also use something called document? Let me write it like this. Everyone, in your vector DB, how do you create a vector metadata? So documents is equal to documents, and inside this, what am I going to do? Page content. Inside the page content, what am I going to pass? Am I going to pass all the summary? Am I going to pass all the summary? Yes. I'm going to pass something called SUMMARY, summary, whatever summary I'm going to generate. And apart from that summary, I'm also going to pass a metadata. Okay. What is this metadata? This metadata will be each individual summary will have a unique ID. What do you mean by unique ID? Tell me, everybody. In your Google code or in your databases, do you not maintain like an individual index value, unique index value? Yes or no? So what am I going to import? I'm going to import something called UUID. So ID, okay, whatever ID I am going to generate for each individual text, I need to make sure that the UUID generated is completely unique. So what am I going to do? I'm going to create string of UUID or unique identifier ID of UUID type 4, okay, base 4. And inside this, what am I doing? I'm going to generate a metadata that each individual value will have an index. And what are you going to do with this? For summary in summaries or valid summaries. Double quote, paste. In this piece of code, what have I done? I am passing the summary content through my entire code, correct? If I run this, right, it says invalid syntax. Sir, this UUID is not mapping. That's because I've written a colon. Now it'll match. So whatever document you have created, what do you need to do? Do you need to return, call something called fires dot from documents? I have already taught you this in the past. And what do you pass? Whatever your documents are and whatever your embeddings are. Correct? I need to write one final function called answer question. What do I do? Answer underscore question. For any question asked by the user, whatever the query user has, I'm also going to take a vector store is equal to by default fires. Okay, or maybe I'm going to pass in something called vector store. Okay, so I'm going to take query, I'm going to pass vector store, and what am I going to do? I'm going to say print f double quote of, okay, what am I going to do? F double quote of question, question, control Z, remove these two, and question is, what is my question? The query passed by the user is the question. If vector store exists, then I know for a fact that I want to try something. What do I want to try? Docs underscore with underscore scores is equal to, okay, sir, what are you writing? Everybody, inside my vector store, I'm going to perform something called similarity search. For the query, how similar sentences am I going to return? How many similar sentences am I going to return? How many top similar embeddings am I going to return? K equals to 3. Relevant underscore docs will be equal to doc for doc, comma, store or score, SCORE, score in docs with score. If score is less than 0.8, only and only return the similar documents only and only if the scores are matching to how much percentage? To how much percentage am I mapping? If and only if the question and the embeddings match up to 80% and only then return. So if relevant docs are found, okay, if relevant doc values is found, everyone, what do we do? Can I say that the context of the application will be double quote /n, okay, inside this /n dot join score greater than. First of all, remember one thing. Why not greater than? Why less than? What is the reason behind it? What are you doing here? The selection criteria is on the basis of values lesser than that. Oh, you're going to understand. Wait a second. Dot join. Let's say doc dot page content. Okay. Whatever page content I have for doc, okay, in relevant docs. Okay. For whatever my relevant docs are, I'm going to pass it as a context and I'm going to pass in a prompt. PROMPT prompt is equal to F triple quote of answer based on this context. Okay, based on this context. And I'm going to write down my context like a colon /n, and I'm going to pass something called context. Okay, and within this context, I'm going to pass /n, and I'm going to also pass something called question, and I'm going to pass something called query. Okay, I'm going to pass something called query. Now, what am I going to do? After my prompt is generated, I'm going to write down something called response equals to model dot generate. Okay. Now generate content on what? On whatever prompt I have passed. If response dot generate is received or your response, okay, if your response, whatever you're generating, okay, response, let me copy this, let me paste it. If response dot text is available or something that I got, I can just go ahead and return, okay, I can just go ahead and say return. What am I going to do? Answer is going to be, let's say, a colon, and inside this colon I'm going to say response, okay, response dot text dot strip. Whatever my answer are, strip, you get it. And whatever the source is, the source of this particular data, okay, is directly from the internal document, okay, internal document, okay. The source is internal document, lovely, okay. So my source is my internal document if my response.txt is done. Otherwise, you can just go with directly to the outside clause and write down something called except or accept exception, okay. Exception as E, you're going to write down a message saying that, print my rag failed, okay, rag failed, and the error is str string of E. Now, everyone, what do you see in this particular example? What is the idea in this particular example? Why are you understanding or learning this, right? Are you writing this piece of code to look within the internal data set of the company? If the internal data set does not work out, can I also perform one more try clause? What does it say? Must have at least one except or finally. Yes, I do have an except and finally. I have a try and an except here. Give me 1 second. Control all, control X, try pass, right? Except something, try pass. I'm going to write down except, exception as E, right? Exception as E. And I'm going to write down print F double quotes of, I can say error, and I'm going to write down something called str, and let me just remove this, and I'm going to write str of E. Lovely. Now what am I going to do? I'm going to come over to the try and I'm going to paste this code. So I'm going to come over to the proper indentation. Please remember, Python is an indentation programming language. If you don't pass it in a code practice, then pretty much you can say tata goodbye to your program. It's not going to work out. Okay, control Z and come over here, and I'm going to write down here. Again, this is the prompt context, right? Write it down here. And if I make sure that the indentations are proper, I come over here and I say return. And in the try clause, I say accept. Now, everyone, otherwise, I want to fall back to the internet mechanism. So can I say search underscore results equal to search tool dot invoke, and I'm going to invoke something. And what is that invoke? Inside the invoke, I'm going to pass in the query of the customer, and the query is nothing but query. So whatever the query of the customer is, I'm literally passing that, and whatever answer I get, I'm going to return. So I'm going to say return, I'm going to say double quote answer, and this answer is whatever string value of search results answer that I got. Otherwise, if this is not the case, then the source using which this data has been outputted is my internet search. I'm going to write it like this. I'm going to write down my exception as E and pretty much be done with it, right? Your answer query part of it. Everyone, what do I want my code to do? I want my code to run at once. So I'm going to say define main, okay? And inside the main, I'm just going to write down very simple answers. Like for example, vector store is equal to, initially I will pass it as a none. My flag of vector store, actually vector underscore store, is initially passed as a flag none. I'm going to try something. What is it? Try something called pass except exception as E, and I'm going to write down, let's say print, I'm going to write down str of E, right? I'm just going to write it like this. Within the try clause, first I will convert the values into chunk. So chunk will be equal to chunk text, and whatever chunk underscore text you want me to do for transformers text, I will do that. And I will also create a vector store is equal to, I'm going to write down something called create vector store, meaning initially I did not have a vector store, but now I have the vector store, right? So I'm going to write down chunks. I'm going to write down something called my chunks. Lovely, all done. My chunks are also sorted. And I'm going to print the message saying that vector store, okay, vector store created successfully. Okay, no problem. If exception shows up, I will show an error, and the errors can even become better, like F double quotes of, I can say vector store creation failed. Okay, Or you can pass in an error like print will use internet search. Internet search. This is what I'm gonna do. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask a couple of questions. Questions. Questions equals to, I'm gonna write it like this. Remove this and paste it. Who is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago? Okay. I'm also going to ask one more question. My question number one is not related to the internal tool, but the second question is related to input tool, right? To facilitate the residual connection, all sublayers in the model as well as the embedding produce the dimension of D12. To facilitate residual connection, what is the dimension of the model? To facilitate, okay, to facilitate, let me copy this and paste it here. The residual connection, what is the model dimension? Model dimension mentioned in the paper. These are your questions. Now, what are you going to do, everyone? You're going to perform a certain task, right? You're going to perform certain iteration. What are the iteration will be for question? Question, question in questions, whatever my questions are. I want to loop through it one by one, and my result value will be answer question because that's my main function. And inside this, whatever my question is, I'm going to pass, and I'm also going to pass something called vector store, and I'm going to remove this. What am I going to do? Print F double quote of answer colon. I'm going to write down something called result, and for that result I want answer. Okay, if not, I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here, and what am I going to do? I'm going to write down something called, let's say, source, and within the source I want the source, sourc. Now everybody, if I run this piece of code and write down something called main and run this, what is happening with the main function? First vector store created. Who is the prime minister? It says rack failed. Too many ANSWER. Where did we write answer, answer, answer? I have written some kind of a mistake here. Answer. Where is the answer? Let me copy this. Copy this. Okay. And paste it here. Lovely. Okay. What kind of mistake has been made? It says I'm getting a keyword error called answer. Key return. Basically, what is happening here is the answer code or the answer key is not being returned well. And where have I used the answer? ANSWER. Can you see? Answer. It should be small here, right? ANSWER. Answer. Let's run this from the very beginning, all the way from my UID and run it. You can even perform something called .get, no problem. Did I also mess it up once again? I don't think so. Let's see it. Let's check it. It is running my main. ANSWER. Did I also mess it up somewhere else? Where did I make this mistake? Essentially, it will first try to search the internet code, right? Okay, lovely. I think that would be the fix. Okay, let's try it again. So let's say it sets up my internet connection or my, again, little list of Prime Minister Trinidad Tobago is the incumbent Prime Minister of is Kamala Prasad Baisir. Okay, too many values to unpack. That's okay. In deep neural networks, it gave a URL. Each layer is a set of in a dimension of a model output size. Dimensions are manipulated. This also is internet search. No, we need to ask a question in a much better manner. To facilitate this residual connections, let me ask dimension of the model is what? Let me copy this and let's also check once if this is the answer it gives me. And let me also then try to see if I can change my values and see what is the dimension of the model. Dimension of the model is question mark. Run this, right? Let's check. Let's get an understanding. Okay, turn transformer, it's giving me URL. Okay, so here is what it should not be doing, and I'll tell you why it should not be doing. First of all, is the information of the residual connection available in the internal database, right? I will ask a question, okay? The decoder, okay, of my model, okay, let me remove this and let me remove this, okay, from here till here and paste it. The decoder is also composed of a stack of how many identical layers? Of how many identical layers? Run this and run this. Now, every single time I'm going to run this code, it's going to give me some or the other answer, okay? And the answer is going to be because from the application of how my similarity score have been matched. Okay. If I take it 0.3, okay, everyone, just observe the behavior. 1, 2, 3, and see. Let's try it out. We got to fine tune it. Let's say 12 is unpacked. Again, URL. Okay. Greater than 0.8 kar dete hain. Okay. Let's run it. What answer are you getting? Is it still searching the internet connection? Is it still the decoder stack of the transformer model, has something called n is equal to something and xyz something? It gave me a big response and I got this answer. What I want you guys to do is look at this less than 0.8. First of all, tell me what do you mean by 0.08? For example, let me try something called 0.03. Okay, give me 1 second. 03. Control S. Let me run this, run this, run this, run this, and run this. Give me 1 second. Let's see what happens. I gotta try multiple different values and see how the whole operation works. Again, it search for URL. Okay. Let me try 0.01 or let me start with 0.1. 10% is way too low, I know for a fact, but let's just see if we can fine tune it or what is that right number. We can look at it. Okay. The decoder stack, I don't want the URL, man. I did not want it lesser. Okay. I want it to be as closer to the input query that I've generated. And my embeddings are also passed in my vector DB. No problem. Let me say 0.4. Run this, run this, run this. And if it generates a URL, then I know I will have to use some kind of optimization technique to find out the answer. Okay, it's still doing the internet search. Okay. The intention here is a very simple intention. If the data already exists within the code or within the internal data, it is not going to go the internet search. But what is the problem? Can you see my bigger problem is this, my relevant documents, correct or not? Why is this a relevant document, everyone? Why is this piece of code very critical for my understanding? See, what this piece of code is doing is it is looping through the entire code, okay? And similarity matrices of keep only documents where the score is less than 0.4. If and only if the score is less than 0.4, keep it. If I increase the dimension of this to, let's say, more than 0.4, what does this piece of code do? Is it going to give me an answer for values or a confidence similarity score beyond a certain range? And it is going to give me closer, lower score, more similar, higher score, less similar, correct? In similarity, lower the score, more similar you are. Higher the score, less similar you are, correct? So if I keep it low or less, am I looking for closer similarities? That's the intention. Yes or no, right? If I run less than 0.001, okay, and look at the answer. It's not going to change much because you need to fine tune it, but let's see what it says, right? Again, it gives me a URL of a Medium blog. This particular code, this right here, needs to be printed with what scores am I getting, right? Whatever score values are the most relevant, I want to generate those scores. How do you generate those scores, everyone? Can I say I have a doc with score? Example, print F double quote of docs with score, paste and paste. Run this and run this. Run this, run this, run this. What is the doc with score answer you're going to get here? See, you're going to get the answer. Can you see? Question docs with score is this, meta ID is this, page content is this. Decoder self attention is modified to prevent each position from future position. The masking is shift along with is giving me another kind of value. The encoder is a stack of 6 identical layers. Can you see? It gave me the answer, no? In the second question, my similarity score is able to pick up the right answer. Stack of encoder. What's going wrong here? While I perform my similarity score, what is happening? If I write k equals to 1, does that make any difference? Does that make any difference? Run, 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 and run. Sir, I tried printing it. I am doing it. Vector score is this, only one. And my decoder answer is also URL. So tell me, everyone, when I already got the answer, what am I going to do for my k equals to 1? Have I printed my docs with score? Yes or no? So tell me, everybody, what value of similarity score should I keep? Or can I enhance this in a way such that my program can now become better? Of course you can. There is no hiding from the fact that you can change the code in a way that can give you the answer, okay, in a much better manner. Okay, the answer that you are getting right now, okay, is always falling to fallback mechanism, correct? Right? It's currently falling to the fallback mechanism, and every single time the fallback mechanism is being implemented, and sir, every single time a fallback mechanism is implemented, are we sure it's even going inside? Yes, of course, right? So first of all, in my code, okay, my documents are being embedded and stored, but the score values maybe most likely are going to be performing way beyond a certain task. Maybe I can perform, let's say, a certain kind of score, but what if they are not relevant? What if they are, I don't know. Let's say my query, I'm going to keep it as k equals to 1. But this time, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a larger value than the whole value itself. I'm going to say, maybe I'm going to give it, let's say 1.5. And let's say rerun the whole code and see whether having a larger score makes any difference. Well, I'm gonna check whether my particular value worked. Ah, it didn't work. I got the value of score less than 1.5, but I still got the same answer. But what you can do, you can perform some kind of debugging. What do you mean by debugging? Just take the top result if score is reasonable, meaning if your score is within a certain range or a certain reason, you can perform that. Otherwise, you can perform another kind of embedding or another kind of normalization that usually FIRES actually has to go through. So what happens is before you even perform vector embedding, right here that you have performed, you need to, before writing something called your vector store, which you have written here, if you can see clearly, you have created something called as a vector store. Where is the vector store? Embeddings and document is equal to this, right? And you are creating this fires dot from documents comma embeddings or whatever you are returning from the vector store, right? What I want you to do is maybe take it like this: vector underscore store is equal to fires dot from embeddings documents and this. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to import something called fires dot normalize. Okay, you can perform something called normalize, but remember, normalize inside the fires. Okay, let's see if we have FAISS PyP. Okay, let's have a package called fires. Lovely. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to show you something awesome. Okay, let me say pip install fires. Okay, it's going to install. If it installs fires, then that is good. If it is not able to install or no matching distribution is fine, you can even install something called fires CPU, okay, or a fires GPU. But let's say if fires was not being able to install, no problem. We can change our strategy slightly where we can take a certain best match, but no, we are not going to do that, or I am not going to perform that task for you just yet. And the reason why I don't want to do that is because in this piece of code, before we even start randomly generating an answer, let's say even if I don't want to perform normalization layer here, okay, so let me just, let's say, remove this spice normalization, okay, if the distribution does not match, and just go ahead and directly simply just go ahead and say return and pass something called fires dot from documents. Okay, what I want you guys to do right now is one thing. Okay, what are we generating here? Are we generating multiple different kind of answers here? First of all, we are generating numerous valid summaries. We are generating embeddings for those summaries. We are generating the documents for this. Lovely. I want you guys to try one thing for me, and I'm going to give you the answer to fix this problem. Okay, this is something you're going to find relevantly a lot of the time. But first, don't even try something called k prompting. Don't even try anything. I want you to try multiple different values of scores and tell me, while printing summaries, and try debugging this. Do you understand what do I mean by the concept debugging? If I ask you to debug something, how will you debug this? Who and what are you going to print in order to get the right relevant answers? First, we need to check the score of this relevant doc with k size somewhat greater. And then what do? Do we also print chunked summaries? Correct? try out different variables for your chunks, check which score generates higher probabilities or what score values am I generating for the chunks, and based on those chunk value, decide what kind of answers I need to generate. Correct? First of all, I want you guys to try using this code and tell me what implementation did you see. Understand? But the logic and the only place where you need to change the code, I'll even highlight it for you. It is here, and believe it or not, it is here. Did I highlight it for you? Did you guys get the understanding? Which part and which piece of the code are you going to change it? Okay, now tell me one thing. What changes are you going to make with respect to this? Are you going to perform certain debugging operations? And within this debugging operations, you are going to get an understanding on how exactly debug operation works? Yes. If I solve this question for you, there is no learning, but however, I can give you a fixed program in a day's time so that you can try it out and let me know how did it work in your favor. Did you get it? Because real learning is not sitting in the class and listening to every single piece of code that I write. Sometimes it is also trying things that break your perception of what AI is and how AI works. Understood? What did this agentic application do or this agentic RAG do? I have not passed any prompt for agentic frameworks. Then what does it do? You can convert this into an agent. Did I teach you something called as a React agent to think, to act, to instigate, to try? Have I asked you and taught you multiple different concepts of reiterating, of thinking, reasoning plus acting? So don't you think within one of those prompts you can try giving an answer? Within one of those prompts, there can always be a guaranteed answer that can give us a certain understanding, like reasoning and acting. So I am going to leave this to your best capability to try this, because I am no longer teaching you Python for loop, Python if else while loops so that I can solve the problem for you right there and then and be done with it. There is only two lines of code that I need to change in order to get the answer, but you guys are going to try it out first. Now, everyone, whatever agent you think you want to create, okay, or whatever agent you think you want to create, and you have this intention in your head that I want to create this agent, I want to create that agent, I want to create this agent, I want to create that agent. The first thing I want you to understand is this: not everything starts with agent. Are you getting it? Your intentions are not to create an agent in the beginning. Your intentions are first to identify whether that agent makes sense for that piece of code or not. Get it? We all have heard of the concept of MCP servers, right? Everybody? You guys have all heard of the concept of MCP servers, no? There is an MCP server, it performs a certain task, and that MCP server is this fancy little magical pill that can solve all my problem. Let's forget your MCP servers, right? What your MCP servers are capable of doing is just making sure your AI code or your AI is able to now extract a certain information from the external tool. Allow me to give an example. Everybody, so far we have been extracting everything with APIs, correct? We have been working with APIs, we have been extracting data with APIs, we have been able to perform a certain task with an API. But tell me one thing, guys. What if suddenly the person who created that tool called Slack or WhatsApp or whoever who is created, if they change their SDK or API, do you also have to change your SDK or your API? So now that your AI can now extract the data from your WhatsApp chats, from your Google Drive, from your other applications, correct or not? Meaning, if there is a small change in a third party vendor's code, your code also needs to change. It's not like you write the piece of code once and you can forever start using that code. No, there is a problem, sir. We can't do that. Why do we do this and how do we fix this? See, to fix this problem, okay, agentic frameworks had created or have created something called as MCP servers. Okay. Now, sir, if I have to understand MCP servers, do I need to get an understanding of something called MCP servers? Yes, it's actually very, very simple. It's not at all complicated. Let me explain something. Can you see that if your large language model, let me show you this diagram, makes a little bit more sense. Initially, you had to write a single API to get the answer from your Slack to your LLM, your Google Drive to your LLM, and unique API of GitHub to the LLM. But can you see now these APIs now connect to something called as an MCP, called Model Context Protocol? What MCP is doing is collecting the information from all the other portal and making it so standard that your AI has to not put an effort and can directly get the access from the data. Now you must be thinking, sir, but how does this work? I mean, I am confused. And sir, how does an MCP server actually solve my problem? Because I have heard about MCP servers a lot, and I believe it's very, very important. MCP servers are important concept, but please remember MCP servers are not used in major companies because there is no necessity. MCP server knowledge is important, no denying that fact, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be creating your own MCP server in the future and you're going to be using it. It doesn't work like that. If there is no requirement, then there is no need of creating something called MCP server. So first of all, so what is an MCP server? See guys, MCP server or Model Context Protocol, okay, the name of this particular tool is called Model Context Protocol, okay, protocol, okay. So see, Model Context Protocol, my people, was released by Anthropic, which is the company that has created a large language model called Claude. Okay, these are the people who came up with this Model Context Protocol architecture. Okay, now, so what does this mean? See, in an MCP server, you have a host, you have a client. Okay, mostly there are three things. You have a host, client, and a schema, but focus on the host and the client. Okay, in a very simple way, allow me to explain something. You have Google Drive, okay, and this Google Drive has your data, okay, and your AI agent, or you know what, let's say Google Calendar, okay, you have Google Calendar and you have signed up using some Gmail account. Now your AI agent wants to schedule a meeting. Okay. Your AI agent called your barber, spoke to the barber itself, and set your appointment for 9:30 on Thursday. Okay. Thursday, 9:30 a.m. It set up your appointment. It needs to access your Google Calendar to schedule that event. Okay. One day before and 30 minutes before the event so that you prepare yourself and go to the barber. Okay. In this case, your AI agent requires an access to your open, Google Calendar. Now your AI agents, okay, your AI agent is always going to be the host, okay? And you also have a client server, which is your MCP server that's going to connect to it. It's going to give some answer, okay? So think of it like this. Your AI agent will first tell your Google Colab or Google Calendar that I am in the need of customers' information. Do I have the permission, necessary permission? The Google Calendar will then test and check whether this AI agent has a permission to access my data. Then Google Colab or Google Calendar will return another response to the agent saying that, yes, you have the response. What do you want? AI agent will be like, on 2025, March, Thursday, I want to add a calendar. And because I'm an AI agent, I will send you the data in a specific manner that Google Calendar can consume. And now Google Calendar will consume that data, add it in their event, and now the AI agent was scheduled the event. So what did you understand in this example? What did you get from this example? Did you get an understanding that I was basically able to instigate an AI agent to perform a task in a tool that no longer would have existed, but now my agent can just directly access? Agree, disagree? Now my agent is so capable that it can just go ahead and directly access the model, no problem. Now, everybody, let me ask you a question. A very simple question. Where do you see the advantage of MCP servers? Like, in which condition do you see that, oh, sir, MCP server is a great thing, right? Like, if I show you a simple example of an MCP server, okay, and show you fast MCP, okay, and open up fast MCP very quickly for you, okay, and show you the quick start, okay. To start your MCP server, can you see all you're doing is basically importing fast MCP, writing your MCP as a fast MCP, and just returning the name of the tool? Tell me, everyone, in this particular tool, can I say this tool is a Gmail tool? I can write one more tool called Google Calendar tool. I can write one more tool called Access Phone Record tool. I can write one more tool called Edit. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? Whatever your LLM wants is nothing but a Python function, and on top of it, you have a decorator called MCP. Did you get it? In our agentic framework, Do you remember we wrote down something called known actions? Do you remember I taught you a code called known actions? One is called calculate and average peel. This is nothing but your actions, all your tools, the tools that you are giving the model to perform again. What are you doing with the fast MCP, everybody? With the fast MCP, are you going to create your fast MCP server like this? I just want to create my server where whatever the logic is to access Google Calendar, if I open this up in front of you, okay? For example, Google Calendar MCP, you don't even need to create one. There is already one. Can you see? Multi-calendar support, event management, create, update, delete, and search, recurring events, free and busy queries, smart scheduling, and intelligent import. Meaning, just load this particular, Google Calendar, connect it with your Claude desktop because it connects with something called STDIO or standard input output. Remember, your agents have two ways of communicating, like how in India we can speak English, okay, like how we can speak Hindi, like how we can speak Kannada, how we can speak Tamil, how we can speak Punjabi, how we can speak Urdu, how we can speak multiple languages. Your LLM can speak two languages. One is called STDIO, which is called standard input output, okay, and the other one is called as something called as SSE. It's called server sent event. Okay. Meaning it's a simple HTTP or HTTPX request. Okay. Now, a simple question. Okay. A simple question. Okay. It should be HTTPS, but it can't be HTTPS. HTTPS requires a certificate, no? How will you create a digital certificate that is authenticated within your own MCP server? How can you do that? You're getting what I'm trying to say? No. When you have a server created by yourself, okay, how are you going to give it some digital certificate or a secure certificate that yes, I'm an HTTPS? You're not going to be able to do that, no? You're getting what I'm trying to say. Okay, so see, look at this piece of code. If I click on this, can I say HTTPS, right? Can you see a lock icon here somewhere? It is protected and stuff like that. HTTPS happens when there is a digital handshake and a certificate generation, and that validates the authenticity of that network or that graph or that website. When you're building your own MCP server, are you concerned about connecting the server or authenticating the server? What are you more concerned about? You get what I'm trying to say? So understand, the most important thing is to connect and run, right? That's the most important thing. Bhaiya, agar if you don't do that, nothing that should have done make any sense. Are you getting it? So first of all, understand one thing, guys. Think of it like this. You are here, okay? Mamta is here, and far away from Mamta's house is, let's say, your best friend Sushma. Sushma is sending you a food item, okay? So here Sushma is sending you a food item, okay? And Mamta is about to receive it. But Sushma has told Mamta, Mamta, receive the food item only and only if the guy is wearing a red color shirt. So tell me, what are you doing here? So is the guy, whoever or whatever is the guy, or whoever is the guy, if he is wearing the red shirt, are you going to allow the red shirt guy as an instruction to only then Mamta will receive the food input, then Mamta will give the money, and then the money will go to Sushma? Are you getting what I'm trying to say? So did you get what is happening here? Sushma gave you a certain responsibility. That specific task has to be met. Otherwise, this Sushma server will not connect with Mamta server. So there are already so many issues like that, correct? MCP solves all that concern by saying one thing. Between Mamta and between Sushma, okay, between Sushma, there will be one more person called Somesh. Somesh will take input from Sushma also, will take input from Deepak also, will take input from many people, and before passing it to Mamta, Somesh will only take and check everything. Oh, is everything according to how Mamta likes it? And then Somesh will pass it on to Mamta. So whatever responsibilities were taken, is it taken care by Somesh? Is Somesh acting like a third party vendor, taking away all the responsibility of the Mamta so that Mamta can now just focus on consuming the data, and Somesh has taken up the responsibility of it? Agree, disagree? Did you get what I'm trying to say? Think of MCP server like that. What it is doing, no? It is taking away the responsibility of data loading, data sanitization, data issues, and MCP itself creates like a standalone unified API, standard API, no matter what data you're consuming in the world, Gmail, Google Calendar, whatever it will allow every data to pass in one standard format. You can also give one more example, okay? Sushma and Deepak, let's say Sushma speaks in Hindi, Deepak speaks in, let's say, Punjabi, okay? Punjabi, and let's say Anish speaks in Gujarati, okay? Gujarati. Because there are multiple different languages, there is Somesh in between, okay, who can speak all languages. Somesh is passing Mamta always the information in Bengali, okay, because Mamta understands Bengali, okay. So what are you basically doing, Mamta? Somesh is taking every single data. It's always gonna pass you the answer in the language that you understand. It's like a unified API that's always giving you the answer in a specific instance. And guys, creating an MCP server is not the problem. It's identifying the use case for the MCP server that is a big problem. Example, if you can click on this example and check how you created your MCP server, okay? Can you see there are two types of servers you can create, STDIO and HTTP? This is how you create HTTP server, and this is how you create STDIO server. As you observe carefully, my recommendation is learn STDIO first. Forget learning. I mean, ignore learning. Okay, just let go of learning at all of MCP server. The first thing that you guys should be doing right now before MCP servers is what? What do you think you should be becoming good at before you even pass MCP? What becomes the most critical part? Did you learn agents before we do that? Or did we learn something called agents right now before we even proceed forward with something called my MCP server? So what becomes critical to first understand and create an MCP server? To first be capable of writing good agents, right? Does that make sense? Am I saying something that is sensible? Tell me this. Your house isn't even connected, or your house isn't even constructed. Why are you going to bring all the interiors of the house right now? So the first intention is to first create an MCP server. No, first create the AI agent. Your AI agent can always be converted into MCP server just by mentioning what tools do you want to connect it to. You want it to connect it to Tavli, mcp.tool, Tavli. You wanted to connect it with Google Calendar, mcp.tool, define Google Calendar. mcp.tool, define whatever tool you want your agent to connect with. You're not going to find any trouble. You just have to write the Python backend code and check how exactly is this going to work. But very simply, you will be able to perform that operation very, very simply. Understood? Did you observe that there is a method before we got the relevant documents? We have something called similarity search, and we have something called querying it with a number called 1.5, 1.2, and something. Dot similarity search returns something. So here in the similarity search, you have similarity search underscore with underscore score. So if you pass it like this, what usually happens now? Change this 0.1.5 to 0.8, okay? And I'm going to rerun this once again, okay? Did you see that my answer is no longer URL? Do you see that the answer is that the decoder is composed of a stack called a stack of n identical layers? Now it is no longer giving me URL, correct? What kind of internal document did it search? It searched internal document, right? First went through printing the relevant documents list first, then realized relevant documents are being created, but the problem is your similarity search is only returning the instance, not the score. So when he searched for anything in relevant documents, he must have realized that, oh, okay. So when I'm looping the score in docs with doc score, there is nothing called score generated, just the doc instance generated. Now then realize that the name of the method will be something called with scores. Because if you print just similarity search, what is it going to return? What do you think it's going to return? If I write k equals to 3, example, Even if I write k equals to 3, run, end, towards the end. What is it going to return? Did it say the number one was internet search and the number two is internal document? Yes or no? Even after my k value was equal to 3, did it fix it? This is how you learn how to debug. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an advanced certification in Agentic AI systems and design in collaboration with IIT Madras Pravartak. It will enable you to build autonomous agents, multi-agent systems, and production-grade RAG pipeline using Crew AI, AutoGen, LangGraph, and modern Python. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals successfully transition into AI-driven roles. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channels, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can take your career to next level. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take your first step towards building a future in agentic AI.